Hello. Please tell me I'm not muted. Um. Oh, F you, but Iman. Or no, but Iman. No, but Iman. Let's see. Let me click some tabs up. Hello. My body thinks he's muted. I have to make sure. I have to make sure. All right, so we're just gonna OCG times isn't for like another 2 hours, and I woke up and I can't go back to sleep. So, we'll just get through these. Oh my god. I just saw like the fine. I don't think we're gonna get to all these, but whatever. I can store them into this one tab and then 2 hours of gooning. Nah, that ain't me. Oh my god. Yeah, there is this. Um Unk says here for some YCS. Pensive emoji. You okay? You sound sad. I just woke up. Every fucking time there's always like, is my mic different? No, my mic is the same. No, maybe it's just a warning voice and I have to break in the type shit. Oh my god. Dun, dun, dun. Doo doo. Anyway, um, so yeah, it'll be some time for this. Uh, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot. Da 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 da. Nice Twitter account. Oh yeah. This is an alt that I had accidentally ended up making. Alt leaked. This has been known. KBJ follows this literally. I don't post on this. I just let whatever the algorithm feeds me. I don't even browse on this. This is like what shows what I use for stream, I guess. It works out, I guess, but there's no alt. I don't go here. I don't even have bookmarks or follows, I think. I might have bookmarks, but I don't think they're anything like relevant. Da, da, da. Oh, I need a guy's trying to be all like nice XDD. It didn't even occur to you that I was missing the Fugi. All right, this one should be super easy. It's an like the the okay. The topic is the archetype slot problem XDD exclusive to Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, answer is probably no. Maybe there are like I don't know Magic, but I imagine Magic has some ways to like I don't even think we have archetypes in Magic. Besides, is YCS this weekend? Yes, Vegas 3v3, but there's no stream. So who knows what happens. Yeah, no stream. Yeah. I don't know. This seems like a really like this kind of question really seems to be something only like Yu-Gi-Oh players would be asking, which I guess is the point. You know, I don't know. I don't feel like other TCG players care about that stuff. Maybe because the games are different enough, but no, there's no stream. There's no stream. I think it was deemed too expensive to stream or something like that. That's the rumor I heard, aka yeah, I don't have a source, but that's what I mean, it makes sense to me. It's not like all venues are like the same. But yeah, also like the idea of a problem. I don't know. I feel like it obscures what really is going on in the game. You know, personally, I think it's like a lot of times there's a lot of bridges. That makes it easy, and it's pretty clear that Konami doesn't give a fuck. They'll just print them anyway. Like, people are like, oh, what if Duo Drive Konami fucked up by not making this use only Ryzeal names? Like, are you serious? Do you think they really thought to? Do you think they really didn't intend for you to make this with any rank 4? I find that extremely hard to believe, especially if they want to push an art. If we believe in the concept of Konami making money and wanting to push cards, for some reason this is the thing that they fucked up on. This sounds exactly what they would do for the bottom line. So like, To me, that that argument feels like people pick and choose. People are tone deaf. like people just pick it. Like, okay, yes, this would have been a more balanced card if it had these restrictions, but I don't think they're in the interest in that. Especially if we believe in the whole Konami greedy and all that stuff. This is the perfect opportunity for Konami to be like, hey, use this in all your decks, and there's like a lot of like the new overframes. There's a lot of there's a lot of overframes that are just pretty pushed. Like the stupid Link 2 XDD, yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's okay to complain about why cards don't have certain things, especially you see it more often with underpowered archetypes. You're just like, oh, why did this have this lock? It's kind of like, oh yeah, everyone's worried about the meta threat Melodious lock. I think that's fine, whatever. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of I think of Melodious because when Melodious was printed, that shit was ass. And partly because I feel like it locked you kind of unnecessarily. I don't feel like those decks were gonna go crazy, even if they could bridge into other things. But whatever. Like Chopina. Oh my god! Don't even get me started on Chopina. All right.
Discussions around archetypes that are kind of colloquially being referred to by the Merriam-Webster 2025 Word of the Year, slop. This is a concept that is sort of unique to Yu-Gi-Oh! But in this video today, I want to talk about how these kinds of issues have actually kind of presented themselves in other games and how they manifest differently in other trading card games. What are we talking about when we're talking about slop as a concept? There are a couple of issues you have when you are designing a trading card game or a game as a whole. One kind of thing that you'll hear people talk about all the time.
Is it actually? Yes, I think I remember seeing a tweet. Okay, amazing source again. A tweet of slop being the word of the year. Was it designated by Merriam-Webster? Word of the year 2025. Yes, it's slop. Yes, it's slop. I guess because of the advent of AI, it became more used. I didn't really feel like slop was used until was overused until people started saying friend slop. I was like, bruh, okay, we gotta chill. But there's actual friend slop games coming out this year. So now I'm like, okay, maybe that guy had a point. Okay, but what's it called? What Peak is not a friend slop game, okay?
Time with game design is this idea of the queen problem. If you're allowing players to construct their own decks, what do you do to prevent them from just putting the best card in their deck at any number that they want? And that actually, I think, is not a modern problem for trading card games. Card limits really cleanly answer this issue of not just letting someone have 10 copies of the best card on turn 1 and then 8 copies of the best card for turn 2 so that they can always have some kind of perfect curve. We just limit the number of copies.
Dragon GS is lucky it's born in an era where slop isn't used. I think people are adopting it, especially with Rocket Barrage now. And that's going to be frustrating for your opponents. I guess unless Dragon GS is something different in
the modern issue, though, that we see a lot more often in Yu-Gi-Oh, but also in other trading card games as well, is
also it doesn't help that GS has an S in there.
Really powerful
that's easy
and put them all together.
Easy way to.
Deck building cost. I'm going to talk about it first in the Yu-Gi-Oh context and contextualize what's going on there because I do think it's a unique situation. And then I'm going to talk about it more in the context of other trading card games. And then lastly, I'm going to talk about some ways that we can potentially look at to solve this kind of slop issue. There are a couple of different ways to go about it, certainly. And Yu-Gi-Oh players who are watching the video will already, I think, have a decent idea of the kinds of things that I'm going to suggest, but there are other things that I think we can kind of look at from other trading card games too that are going to help. So what is the issue? What is the slop issue in Yu-Gi-Oh? So Yu-Gi-Oh actually has a very different system for managing what cards you can put in your deck versus basically any other game. Most other trading card games currently that are being played use some kind of system where there are colors. Typically they have bespoke names based on what game they are being played in, but you'll see this from Magic up through Riftbound, Star Wars Unlimited, Gundam, Lorcana. All of these games are using these kinds of systems, and even games like Pokemon, right, where you have energy and you're kind of limited to the Pokemon that can use the energy in your deck. All of these games are attempting to constrict what cards you put in your deck by presenting you with an opportunity cost for putting a wider range of cards in your deck. If you build a 4-color deck in Magic, that theoretically comes at the deck building cost of consistency because you're not going to draw the right color lands all the time. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there isn't this concept of colors. You can ostensibly put any combination of cards in your deck as long as they match the ban and restricted list requirements, right? But Yu-Gi-Oh, in my opinion, actually has a really elegant solution to this problem, which is the archetype system. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, cards are named, and this is something that, coming from a different trading card game, was from a bunch of different trading card games, was weird for me to get the hang of initially. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, like, the literal name of the card is very important, and you will have cards that refer to the specific name of the card. And most cards will have main name of the archetype plus the second, like, actually more descriptive name for the card. So, all the Mitsurugi cards have Mitsurugi in the name, for example. All the Malice cards have Malice in the name. All the Raziel cards have Raziel in the name. All the Radiant Typhoon cards have Radiant Typhoon in the name. And this is something where, if you're coming from like a Magic context, it would be more like a creature type or a subtype, something like this. But in the Yu-Gi-Oh context, they're literally in the name of the card. And the archetype system is really clever because it theoretically presents this situation where you are incentivized to only put cards from one archetype in your deck so that they synergize together optimally, so that you have consistency. And unfortunately, Konami has sort of insisted on pushing the envelope on how that archetype system is going to work. And in particular, they have been really willing to allow for archetype.
I will say, this has not been a new. This is not a new thing. Ever since, I feel like the turning point. You probably could name something even earlier than that. But I feel like Brilliant Fusion was when this started like happening more often. Brilliant Fusion. Then they printed like the Super Quant engine. They printed the Super Quant cards, and people were playing E-Telly and everything, and E-Telly had to get addressed. This idea of like grafting, like archetypal Zodiac. Zodiac came after Brilliant, but yeah, Zodiac is another one. Zodiac was crazy. I think Zodiac is probably like on a similar level to like of like power and ubiquity as Habakiri, as in like you could do everything. Zodiac, Rapierre is not to be underestimated. Same set as Grass. Oh, fuck, what was that? Raging Tempest? I think it was Raging Tempest. It's been a while. Put it into pad the deck count. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That was the Billy Break list, I think? Something like that.
Types to be playable together in a way that has ultimately ended up feeling unhealthy a lot of the times. So this concept in Yu-Gi-Oh is referred to as bridging, but the idea is that there are a lot of cases where you can start on cards from one archetype, do some kind of combo involving only cards that are referential to each other, and in Yu-Gi-Oh you're going to be able to access like a full line a lot of the times from one card or two cards. But then increasingly what's happened is that they have been printing cards that allow you to take whatever material you finish with at the end of your first combo line and use some of that material to then subsequently start the combo line of another archetype. And what that means is that you can end up in these situations where one combo starter actually ends on an end board with two or sometimes even three archetypes represented. Additionally, there have been more and more issues where archetypes have had ways to get started that don't use the normal summon, and that's pretty important because the normal summon is the most finite resource in a Yu-Gi-Oh turn. So theoretically, if you...
This is actually like, this is more of a recent thing. I think the novel one is Terra Top. And I'm thinking in terms of rank Xyz plays. Terra Top. A lot of the times, one card rank whatever are gated by, needing a card in your hand, or whether it's like it's this discard or a normal summon. Like, I'm trying to think. We had Dodo Warrior. We have a Raziel X. We have the... What's the engine again? The Radiant Typhoon engine. Those are pretty recent. There's another one that I'm thinking of. But, yeah, they're... Okay, Mathemax Circular. That's like... not Primal Origin. I'm thinking of, dude, the set that introduced the Cheerlements. That set was crazy. But yeah, I feel like this one's more recent. Because it ends up mattering for like extra deck tutors. Like you can just go into them without sacrificing normal summon. I guess in a way you could consider Engraver for Tract and Lurie. That's like a whole combo line, doesn't require... I feel like this is all really recent. Yeah.
Had 4 different archetypes, but all of them required your normal summon to get started. Well, that would be fine. You would just have this opportunity cost of putting all 4 of those archetypes in your deck because you would only have the one normal summon per turn. In practice, though, a lot of the time now, you have archetypes where sure, one of them uses the
Die
normal
belts
summon,
are, yes,
summon
die
you
belts
started, but
are.
then the next one doesn't even need
Yeah.
it. It can just use a special summon of some sort, or maybe it has spells that represent their starters that can get you going. And so as a result, you can kind of jam those things together. And this has manifested in a kind of modern Yu-Gi-Oh problem that, again, as I said, has been referred to as slop. It's this idea of you just jam as many archetypes, as many engines into your deck as possible, with the premise being, if I have more gas in my deck, I can theoretically create a higher ceiling end board because I've got more options, more things to be building towards than someone who's maybe staying more dedicated to one archetype. And that's created a bunch of problems recently in a bunch of different ways. I think the one that you can point to from recent Yu-Gi-Oh history that's the most obvious is Mitsurugi. This is the archetype that is based around ritual summoning reptile monsters, and the way that this engine works is, one, it does not require a normal summon. It in fact is startable from one card, which is Habakiri, and Habakiri can be searched in a large number of ways. There are a ton of bridges that get you to Habakiri because there are effects that search for ritual monsters, there are effects that search for reptiles, there are a myriad of ways, all roads, you could say, even perhaps, to lead to Habakiri. And that has presented historically a ton of problems in the format where playing Mitsurugi plus whatever else you were going to play anyway has felt very doable. On Master Duel, it's even more prevalent because many of the bridges that have been banned in the TCG are legal on Master Duel. So that's, I think, a really clean example of something that people find pretty frustrating, right? Like, you saw Mitsurugi Raziel be one of the most powerful decks for what felt like an eternity. You saw decks like Mitsurugi Yummy be one of the most powerful decks for a long period of time as well. And both of these are operating in a very similar way where, sure, if you open on the Mitsurugi combo anyway, then I guess you had both of them in your hand. But importantly, one of them does not require the normal summon. In fact, neither of them require the normal summon in both cases, which is another issue entirely. But in both cases, if you only open on Yummy or if you only open on Raziel, you're still able to get to Mitsurugi. And that causes some issues with just like the overall ceiling of the deck. It is too powerful. There are also like other incidental issues presented by having engines like Mitsurugi be really powerful, and these actually manifest in a way that I thought was kind of interesting when I was looking at it, and I'm coming from kind of a fresh perspective. One thing that I found kind of interesting is that there are these archetypes that are tending to lock you into trying to play towards one particular strategy or maybe two some amount of the time. And most of the extra deck monsters seem to be generally well templated in that regard. They often are going to require like relatively specific material in order to create them, and so as a result, you don't have the easiest way to bridge from one to the other. The one that, at least in my time, has felt the most offensive and the most problematic has actually been Xyz monsters, and that's just because they care mostly about the level of the monsters that are being used to create them. So like in the modern era, you have decks like K9 Vanquish Soul, which are, you know, powerful for a variety of reasons, but among them is the fact that in addition to just being a powerful engine, Vanquish Soul just makes level 5 monsters that can then be used to go get K9 Ripper to go then start the K9 line. And then similarly, a deck that I played a bunch of before it tanked some bans on Master Duel, like the Gimmick Puppet Mitsurugi FTK was powerful because the Gimmick Puppet FTK really just requires you to be able to make 2 level 8s and 2 level 4s, and that's all that matters because the rest of it is all Xyz monsters. And it just so happens that Mitsurugi is very powerful at doing that. And so I think there's this really obvious problem presented by this. And this is not news to any Yu-Gi-Oh players watching, and I'm sure that, probably some number of people have clicked off already because this is really obvious and is something that has been discussed for a while. I think that there's an interesting case study here, though, in that this is actually less of a Yu-Gi-Oh specific issue than it maybe seems. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, the really exacerbated versions of this issue are like 60 card decks with 6 engines, and you're just hoping to draw enough of the starters in your opening hand that you'll maybe get to access 2 or 3 of the engines in a given turn. And those decks are not like the best currently. You're typically losing to things that are playing like 2 or maybe 3 engines, but it is frustrating to play against them nonetheless. And that same kind of issue has actually happened in other trading card games like Magic before, and I want to give a couple of examples of some Magic slop that I think should at least make Yu-Gi-Oh players feel better that they're not the only ones who have had to suffer through this. One of the biggest offenders for this, actually,
I'm gonna be honest, like I never felt like this was a Yu-Gi-Oh specific problem. Like if this is like, I don't know. Like I don't know, it just feels a little bit center of the universe. I don't know. I'm sure other games that are as old. Someone referred to DL there in the Gates on it was sending me, but I'm sure other games just as old as Yu-Gi-Oh probably experience like these weird. To be honest, I don't even know what we're trying to criticize when we say slop. Usually, I just think of like some 60 card deck that has like some like crazy long engine, makes block dragon, and then starts setting up like, I don't know, a barrier statue, a nap beast, or some shit. I don't know, like all this stuff that I have to basically a whole ass movie I have to watch, but like now it's being used for like almost everything. Well, this can only happen in Yu-Gi-Oh. We saw a pile. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could call it. Can it only? But I don't even think he agrees with that. Like, he doesn't seem to agree that this can only. I think like the specific examples that we use in Yu-Gi-Oh that are more modern and probably just specific to that era. I mean, maybe in the future, you know, the trend will continue. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's really some specific actors within Yu-Gi-Oh. Hello, how's it going?
is a really, really innocuous looking card. So, man, it's been years at this point, but Arkham's Astrolabe was a card that was printed in Modern Horizons 2. The Modern Horizons sets are always somewhat problematic.
Doesn't
for
function the
Magic, and
same
I'll
way.
probably make a video talking about why at some point, because it is also something that is kind of interestingly Yu-Gi-Oh related in some ways. But Arkham's Astrolabe is a 1 snow mana artifact that draws a card when it enters, and then it can be used to filter mana from one color
Snow mana.
into another. And this card is banned in every format it would be legal in, more or less. Might be legal in Vintage. I actually didn't check, but it doesn't see play in exactly Vintage. But it's banned in Legacy, banned in Modern, and banned in Pauper. And a big reason why the card is so frustrating and powerful
more
is
manga
that
cards?
it enables.
Oh, is that like
it
the
enables
Lion
you to play
Beast
these
thing?
decks that are really pushing the envelope on what acceptable mana pip considerations are in your deck. So some of the more obvious examples of this are in the Pauper format. You would see decks like Blue-Red Skred, which is typically a blue-red deck. It's playing Snowlands because it's using Skred as its main removal spell. And then all of a sudden, it got to include Arkham's Astrolabe, and you would see these Skred lists that instead of being blue-red, were blue-red splashing the best white card and the best green card for their strategy at the same time. So you can see how that's like frustrating and problematic. You would also see decks like Jeskai, Ephemerate playing cards like this. Basically anything that could flicker the Astrolabe was also
Just the power of Astrolabe to matter.
Also cards, which is the other like dirty secret about why this card was so powerful and enabled so much slop.
Is Vintage like every single card
so fixed mana in that way as well, which is pretty frustrating.
legal, basically?
Similarly, you had decks like Tron, which could leverage Arkham's Astrolabe quite powerfully.
Is it like the equivalent of Unlimited? Because I
so
imagine
play against is that they just got to play
MTG's a rotation game.
And they got to play
it's traditional
threats that they wanted to.
So the powerful cards are limited.
Going to be color issues or mana constriction.
Holding out hope for Wicked Gods. Yeah, I could see it. I can definitely see that.
Based on
okay. So it's closer to traditional.
So much.
All right.
And Astrolabe was genuinely impressive. Like when I think I'm almost underselling how good it was in these formats. In Legacy as well, it had to go basically immediately for similar reasons. In that context, it had less to do with the fact that it allowed you to play too many different colors, and more to do with just the fact that in Legacy, the tolerance for cards that cantrip as well as having an effect is lower. Just broadly speaking, you can't really allow people to access that much of their deck that quickly in Legacy. But Astrolabe was also like incredibly impressive in Legacy, enabled playing really too many different colors of cards, and it would generate these decks that can only be described as slop. I think
has its own restriction. Okay.
Other examples that I could think of, and what's important to note is like not every deck in Magic that's like 4+ colors is necessarily like a slop deck. Like you can have 4-color decks that still have a focused game plan and are doing something.
I think Wicked Avatar is not broken. I think it's a broken card. We just don't have ways to
very gently or very lightly
like deliberately search it.
Like one particular effect.
That card is pretty
there are
strong.
Decks that are just once you start getting into like I'm just playing the 4/4.
I would not like going second into that card.
I can play. That's certainly when you get into that territory. I think another good example of this is there was a deck that was popular in Standard somewhat recently that was 5-color Fires of Invention, and this was a deck that was basically playing 4 of the cards.
It's very brittle and flimsy. I believe that at all.
Exactly 2 spells for free, equal to
like if you resolve it, it seems very strong.
And so this deck was literally just trying to put fires in play and then just play big stuff every turn. And again, because this circumvented the mana requirements, you would be playing the best things that you could be playing under the constrictions of fires. That was also, I think, reasonably describable as kind of a slop deck.
You only activate with normal summon. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm gonna say this really quick. I'm saying once you resolve it, the effect is so much worth it. It's very worth it. Right now, we don't have a way to turbo it out, which is a good thing. But I do not think it makes sense to call it very flimsy or whatever. Right now, it's just very specific. Like, there's nothing right now that can, like... But I would not undersell how powerful that card is when it resolves. And it's somewhat doable. Right now, it's not. But in the future, it could be. Probably not a big deal if it is. Probably one specific problem you can probably shoot or whatever. You're dedicating 3 big bodies. There are literally decks that can like print bodies for free. I think that's not the issue. I think it's just not searchable right now.
Mana cost because you weren't planning to play them for their mana costs. So that's another issue for sure. Another one that has come up a lot for me somewhat recently. So my favorite format is Canadian Highlander, and in the last couple of years in particular, the mana bases in Canadian Highlander with the advent of Surveil Land, with the advent of Surveil Lands, and with the proliferation of more and more dual lands, even the tri-lands, it has made it so that the deck building costs around playing 4-color have really never been lower. Historically in Canadian Highlander, there were deck building costs to playing 4-color, both in the sense that you might just lose to your own mana because you only have 1 of each land in your deck. It's a singleton format, so you might just lose to not drawing the right color combination of mana. But then in addition to that, there was also a decent amount of decks playing cards like Blood Moon and Wasteland and Strip Mine that could punish you if you had a weak draw where you were really heavily dependent on one particular land. You might lose that one, or you might get Blood Moon, and you might lose. Increasingly, the mana has gotten so much better, and overall card quality has increased so much that there has been this real rise to prevalence of whatever the 4 best colors are, blue plus 3 other colors, spoiler alert, blue is always in these decks more or less, has really risen to this level of being incredibly problematic. And the Canadian Highlander Council took some action against that recently in assigning a bunch of points to smaller cards that went in these decks. But it really is like just a challenging battle to fight, because there is not a really clean way, in Magic at least, to disincentivize people from playing just all of the best cards if the mana is good. In rotating formats, the mana gets better and worse, so you don't run into that problem as much. And in some cases, the thing that is enabling the slop is really acute, like Arkham's Astrolabe or Fires of Invention. But in some of these older formats where you just have great mana, you are just running into these situations where people are just playing 4 colors, typically linchpinned by blue, and then you're playing the rest of the best stuff that you can fit in with this. So it's not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Specific problem. It's definitely something that comes up in other games as well. Magic, chief amongst them, from my experience, is one that has serious issues with this. And I think that there are a couple of things that we can look at for solutions to the quote-unquote slop problem. So firstly, let's look at what a lot of the modern game design approaches have been around this, because I think that this is maybe like the level 1 solution. If you're building a new game, this seems to be the cleanest way to do it, which is that a lot of modern games just literally won't let you put the cards in your deck. So if we look at games like Lorcana, Riftbound, you just can't. You're not allowed to put more than 2 colors worth of cards in your deck. It is illegal, and as a result, you're kind of artificially constraining just how much slop problems you can run into. Same thing, One Piece the same way, right? You're exceptionally gated to, or you're gated to specific colors with no exceptions. You can't get access to them for an additional cost. You can't put resources in your deck that allow you to play things that are outside of your leader or your color combination. And that's, I think, the most like heavy-handed way of approaching this situation and solving it. I do think, and especially for new games, this is
with
true.
non-basic land hate. Okay, frankly, if I'm understanding what you're saying, like non-basic lands, is it like removal? Like you have to place non-basic lands on the field, and you tap those, right, to generate mana or something like that. And then what's it called? There's cards that can, like, is maybe not removal, but maybe you can modify those. The lands that tap for different colors. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, so then you can start playing other color cards. Okay. I think I kind of, yeah. Again, I'm not. I don't really know the rules of Magic very well, but that sounds like you have access to it, different resources, and you're allowed to. And by hate, you mean there's like cards that can like modify that, right? Or remove them. I don't know if lands are removable. But something like that, right? Like that's a. It seems very centralized. Only tap for one color. Ja.
It just alleviates so much game design pressure to be able to say, well, we think this card is really
stuff that remove lands. I see.
Card,
okay.
But if we know that they're never going to be allowed to be in the same deck, then it's fine. And that's, I think, going to be something you're going to see more and more modern games moving towards. If you look at even some systems like the new Cyberpunk TCG, like they are allowing you to configure what your deck looks like, but they're using kind of a hybrid system where you can have up to 3 colors in your deck, but you are only getting 2 RAM, quote unquote, per leader that you choose of that color, which means that you don't get to play the best cards from a color if you're not willing to put the investment into also register enough legends of that color. So I think that's also a pretty clever solution, a way to kind of appropriately gate the power level of cards that are going to be going into decks. But how do we do it for games that
you're incentivized to not be greedy with your mana base? I see.
Problematic for slop. Let's talk about it in a couple of different ways. In the Magic context, increasingly,
yeah, at least it makes. At least I got like an idea
from the slop decks, but rather
I don't think I have a complete understanding of what's going on. So but I think I get what you're getting.
Very interesting was that in the return to Lorwyn, they printed a bunch of cards that cared about elementals, and I thought that there was this really interesting dynamic where going into the tournament, there was a concern that this 4-color Badger Mole Cub deck was going to be oppressive. Badger Mole Cub is a 2-drop that generates a lot of mana, and it was enabling these 3 and 4-color greens.
When this card Earthbend. Oh, this is the Avatar set. Oh my god, it took me a while to figure that out. There's like literally fucking aim here. Target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that's still land. Put a +1/+1 counter when it dies or is exiled. Return it to the battlefield tapped. When you tap a creature, add an additional arm. Army. Okay, this seems.
Strategies that were just these exceptional.
Yeah, this seems.
Material on the board quite quickly and overwhelm their opponents. But in the return to in the Lorwyn Eclipse, in the most recent set, they did print a couple of cards that were really archetype specific that were exceptionally good against this particular kind of deck. And I think that that's the kind of design that you kind of need going forward. I'm totally blanking on the name of this card that I
like 10 mana. What the fuck?
Okay, I've done it. The card that I really liked is called Sunderflock. That's the one. So Sunderflock is a 9 mana card, but it costs X less, where X is the greatest mana.
This spell costs X less, where X is greatest mana by among it. Oh, this seems very strong. I'm guessing this is 7 mana and then 2 water pips. Hey, this seems not that bad. Like, this seems like it's supposed to be balanced, but like I feel like this doesn't seem that hard to This doesn't seem that hard to. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like okay, the reason why I'm envisioning this is like, it's like you know those Xyz monsters that are like 3 level 9 monsters, but then also they have like a opportunity to Xyz summon if you control like I don't know an archetype specific guy. I guess I'm thinking of a Rise Heart. Oh, it's 3 level 7 monsters. Watch out. Where you can summon them after you activated Shangri Era. Something like that. Kind of close to that. Or I don't know. It's like the concept. This is what this reminds me of. When this card, if you cast, return all non-elementals to their owner hands. Oh. Okay, you know why? Okay, this seems decent. Okay, I'm saying decent because I don't know. I don't have a clue. But this just sounds okay. This makes sense why this is so high though. Oh my god.
Among elementals you control. And so this was a way to really deliberately incentivize playing particular configurations of a deck. And sorry, the additional text on this card is that it's a 5/5 flying that when it enters you return all non-elementals to their to controller's hands or to their owner's hands. Sorry. And so this actually was very good against Badger Molcub. Completely dunked on it, to be completely honest. And so
back from
this
edges.
is a really clever way to kind of incentivize playing a more focused strategy by providing really powerful payoffs, but requiring you to make considered deck building choices. And the nice thing about this is that the ways that you get to playing a bunch of elementals can be different. So there were a couple of different iterations of how people were playing this deck. With Sunderflock, there were some people who were playing this kind of like Spell Slinger build that was looking to put into play cards like Hearth Elemental and Eddie Merc Crab, which get cheaper to play depending on how many instants and sorceries are in your graveyard. And then you also have
I'll take a look at these.
Put into play cards like Hearth Elemental and Eddie Merc.
Okay, I have no. Is this a lore card? Is this one of those lore cards? No, it's not. I was thinking Saga, but I have no idea what the fuck this is. Discard your hand and draw 2 cards. Exile this card. You may cast a creature later from exile. Huh. So is this like a half spell, half monster? Adventures. Is this like a spell you cast and then... What the hell? This spell costs X less where X is the number of cards in your graveyard that are instant cards, special cards, or have an adventure. What the hell? Okay. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Wow, okay. Kind of similar concept as enters tapped if it's not your turn. Is Flash like a quick effect then? If it has this line of text? Tap up to 2 target creatures. This seems... You lose the spell or you play the spell first and play the creature later. Ah. Okay. That's interesting, actually. I didn't even think they would expand on the concept. Like, I'm actually interested... I mean, I saw a Saga card. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? But this is... Okay, that's interesting.
Crab, which get cheaper to play depending on how many instants and sorceries are in your graveyard. And then you also had people who were playing 4-color versions of this deck. And again, like I mentioned, just because something is 4-color doesn't mean it's slop. And they were playing 4-color versions of this deck that were playing a bunch of bigger elementals, like elementals that just cost 5 mana but had powerful effects. And
they don't want you to block with the crowd after tapping down 2 creatures. I see.
4-color versions of this deck that were playing a bunch of bigger elementals, like elementals.
When this creature enters, if 2 water was spent to cast it, return up to one of the other target. Oh, I see. There's 2 different pips here. When this creature enters, if... Is this white mana? Was spent to cast it, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from and that player discards that card. It's black, I see. Evoke. I don't know what this means. Is it just both water and blue and black at the same time? Is this what this is saying? You can cast it for the discounted cost. Oh. And it sacrifices itself immediately. Ah. Oh, I see. So this is the discount. Oh, that's interesting. This card is very interesting. Like I said, I can't comment on how good this is. But, like, the idea of... You still get both effects if you use this method, right? Yeah, you get the trigger. Yeah, this is very interesting. Yeah, okay.
That just cost 5 mana but had powerful effects, and it was using those to then bridge into playing Sunderflock. And I think that kind of card design is very clever. It requires considered deck building concessions, both in terms of the other cards that you put in your deck and the colors that you put in your deck. And it is
you only get one effect, right? You can't. It's like you can't just cast 4 mana to get both. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's good to clarify. But yeah, 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 yeah. You have to. You're casting 2 pips no matter what. But you could get a water pip and a blue pip and a black pip, right? Those two, you could do one of each, right? But you just don't get either effects. I don't know why that situation comes up, but is it pay 2 blue for the color effect and 2 black so you can get both effects? Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, whoa. Oh, you're right. Okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So focused on elementals.
Yeah, yeah,
Now,
yeah, yeah.
granted,
That's very
this effect
interesting.
also
I
exists
really,
in Yu-Gi-Oh. This is something that people have done, or that Konami has done.
I don't know if I'll ever play Magic, but like just like looking out like the cards, it's very interesting. Yeah, maybe that's just like when you're unfamiliar with something. I've heard people playing Pokemon Champions for the first time, like they're having a good time, like learning VGC despite like it's kind of rewarding, despite not knowing shit. So maybe that's what I'm experiencing right now. But
a long time, and it's something that I think they realistically need to do more of, and that is the idea of locks. And so this is, I think, the big thing that if you're an enfranchised Yu-Gi-Oh player, it is what players have been asking for a while now, is for cards to be templated in a way where once you play them, you are locked into playing that archetype, and you can't then subsequently bridge into other things. And there's a lot of good reasons for forcing people into locks. One of them is it actually allows you, I think, to put more power in Edboard pieces from particular archetypes, which theoretically can be more fun. I don't know if you necessarily want that, but if cards are appropriate,
yeah, I mean, but that's like something you can't really tell. Like I feel like it's like I don't know how to describe it, but what I'm trying to say is like, okay, what if Ryzeal had a Ryzeal lock? You'd probably like the extra deck or the main deck monsters would probably be theoretically they'd be more powerful. I don't know how they would distribute the power budget. And to be honest, Detonator is probably the peak. I don't know how better you can get than Detonator in Ryzeal, but I can imagine they could distribute the power budget however they want to distribute the power budget. It could make those cards individually stronger or whatever. So I guess that's possible. I don't know. It's kind of wishful thinking because I don't know. It's just hard to measure that. How do you know at inception? Because like we don't know the behind the scenes when it comes to designing. We can only see the outcomes. So naturally we're going to assume that like they didn't consider this because we only see the result. So this is kind of hard. This is kind of hard to gauge. But it is interesting. It is interesting. You could do that. But like I said, there's like shit like Melodious that get full turn locked, but they're fucking ass anyway. So like, I guess okay. Pointing that out is also I'm just pointing that out as like a pitfall. So I'm not saying Konami's arbitrary or something, but like, definitely I don't know. You definitely have to be careful. They locked on the wrong card too. Yeah. You could also say that about Wakaushi too. To be honest, I think the lock. I actually don't know what to think about Wakaushi. That card is stupid. Pensop still plays it, yeah. And I imagine they did that because they put the locks elsewhere, so they could just make the card stronger. They still didn't make it Ostinato searchable, but because Ostinato was printed around the same time, it's not like a. It's to be honest, it's not a game original card that I feel like they would have pushed like that. It's just an old ass card that people are taking advantage of. Thanks now that we have better targets to send with the new support or to summon with it. Yeah, I don't know. That one probably was not future proof very well. But yeah, I don't know. This lock shit. I personally I don't like them too much because I mean I don't really like bridges that much. I feel like full turn locks are probably the worst offenders for me. Like locking to a type is whatever, I guess. Locking to an extra deck summon is a joke. That's not a real lock. Like they're all obviously they're just telling you like, oh, yeah, but Malice locks you to links, go wild, That's so I don't know. Locks can only do so much. I don't know if there's like I don't know. I haven't been impressed with the lock in a while. Like, I don't even think it helps. But whatever. I'm only commenting on what I've seen or what Konami has printed.
Locked and gated behind certain things, it certainly allows you to be a bit more liberal with where you put your power. If you aren't locking things and you aren't forcing people to stay in one archetype after you play the card, then obviously there is now this requirement that you have to check against every other card in Yu-Gi-Oh's history to make sure that it's not going to fundamentally break something and unlock some combo that you really don't necessarily want players to have access to. So locks is, I think, number one. Number two, and this is the bigger one for me, I think that there should be the Konami, and Konami has clearly started to try and do this, but non-engine pieces being generic is, I think, broadly speaking, a problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think that going forward, if you were to put non-engine into archetypes and have those cards also kind of lock you into particular archetypes, that would also have positive deck building outcomes. Like, you can imagine a scenario where even some of the most frustrating non-engine, like say like Roll and Lockbird, if that was gated in a way such that after you activated Roll and Lockbird, you were locked into spellcasters, for example, it would all of a sudden mean that you would have to make choices between archetypes that maybe have access to more powerful non-engine and archetypes that maybe have access to more powerful engine pieces. And maybe it would be a matter of trying to enmesh those two things together and find ways where maybe you were going when you were going second, you would get access to your non-engine in a way where you still felt like you could win the game.
Fellas, how would you guys feel if Maxi locked insects? Okay. Oh, is your body streaming? I'm streaming for a bit. OCG times won't be for a while, but so yeah, we're gonna chill. I probably am gonna fuck off after OCG times though. I'll probably do what's called. I'll finish my Master 1 climb later. But I'll have to eat lunch and stuff and do some chores or whatever. So I'll see where that takes me. But yeah, I had a good time playing Yu-Gi-Oh yesterday. That was, I wouldn't say the event was pretty fun, but learning the decks was pretty cool. You know, it's pretty rewarding to win with those loners. That's why I do it. But yeah.
If you got to your turn. I think overall that's the kind of design space that Yu-Gi-Oh would be incentivized to move towards. And I think that with those two things combined, you could start to resolve the issues of slop. I know that they caused a bunch of problems, in particular in the tier limit strategy, but cards like the Heralds of Green Light and Orange Light, I think are good examples of this. They're very, I think these are clever, well-designed cards, right? Where they require you to
I'm okay with, I know what his line of logic, right? Like, only fairies can play them, but like we're getting to a point where like people are willing to play them. Okay, to be fair, Gem Knights have a good amount of in archetype fairies, so you do gain a benefit. You do gain that, like, oh, this card, you do have some decision making in deck building. You know, it's not like you're just throwing in. It's starting to feel that way though, because there's those cool tunes. There's that one cool tune that's a fairy, but it's, I don't know. It's not that crazy, but I don't know. I feel like Eva is also pretty searchable.
be playing. I think it's fairies. You have to have fairies, but then they give you access to these powerful hand traps. That to me is way more in line where it would be appropriate to be putting this kind of power rather than having it be generic in things like Ash Blossom. The Ash Blossom discussion, it's a different video. I will make it eventually. If you've made it all the way towards the end of this one, then let me know if you want to hear my thoughts on Ash. I've been slowly constructing them. I didn't want to fly off the handle and say things before I had more time to play and really think about it. But yeah, that's sort of the slop problem, I think, and it's certainly an interesting one. It is not one that is unique to Yu-Gi-Oh, despite it being, I think, endemic to Yu-Gi-Oh. I would say.
Easy Girl with the Heralds. I haven't seen that yet, but it is a possibility.
It is obviously a confounding.
There was one time in tier where I did normal summon a Herald to like make Elf. That's a Master Duel exclusive technique, but yeah, there is that too.
Deck building issue. It's a problematic issue for power level, and certainly something that it seems like Konami is starting to get a handle on.
Only Orange Light.
The TCG started to ban a lot of these really obnoxious bridges to at least limit the efficacy. And going forward, I guess you would hope that they start to put more meaningful locks on cards, that they start to make choices around deck, force you to make choices around deck building that are going to lock you into fewer archetypes, ideally. Let me know in the comments how many archetypes you think are appropriate to be in one deck. Like, do you think that 2 engines is already too much? Like,
I think this question is very, very arbitrary. Like, it's like asking like I don't. Okay, the example I'm thinking actually has a quantitative reason, like answer to this. So it's not the best example. So I was like, oh, how many starters would you like to see in your hand? Something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's that bad to have. He said it so himself. Like a 4-color deck is not necessarily slop, you know. And like you could also be an asshole about the archetypes, right? If you play Odd Eyes, 6 or 7. Okay, my bad. My bad. Okay, definitive answer. But you could also be an asshole about the archetypes, right? If you play Dragoon, oh, I'm playing Red Eyes and Dark Magician, you know. So like, it can be. I don't find that an interesting question. Random archetype, yeah, they're random archetype cards that are generic. Like, obviously, you could be like, for the sake of for the sake of simplicity, you could be just like, okay, this is just a Rhoda. It functions Rhoda, but like, point is like, there's, I think it's kind of like, I don't think Radiant Typhoon Malice is slop. Like the deck doesn't have that many ways. Like, you could probably. I don't think Ignister Malice is slop either. You're playing generic cyber support, but the deck also got hit to smithereens, so it's obviously gonna play more engines to compensate. So like, to me, it's like, okay, I get, okay, whatever, you can call it slop, whatever the fuck. But to me, it's just like, okay, you don't have any better options. You gotta you take what you can get.
If you see a deck that is something plus Fiendsmith, is that already frustrating, or are you okay with a certain number of engines as long as there are?
That is the thing. People don't like Fiendsmith. Fair enough. I'm not gonna defend my boy Engraver. But yeah, Fiendsmith slop was a term that was used quite a bit when Fiendsmith was around.
As long as they're being used kind of like laterally, maybe, where they do different things on the end board as opposed to just generically raising the ceiling. I'm curious what you think. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Obviously, if you've made it all the way to the end of this video, I really appreciate it. This is one that I was thinking about a lot this weekend, and I just decided to get it out. I hope you enjoyed, and without further ado, I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, Discord tournaments, they had to limit what archetypes you play. Oh my god, those tournaments are so annoying. I hate those tournaments. Those archetype Discord tournaments are so dumb. Like, I think the last winner like took advantage of like new support too. So I'm just like, what is even the point of these? Like it seems skewed in favor to the like, oh, okay, you get the recently revealed support. Like, okay, my bad. Okay. This was interesting. I think I was able to engage with the magic stuff a little bit more with the help of chat. Okay, if he starts talking about Star Wars, I'm out of there. I don't like I'm sorry, I don't know any Star Wars TCG. Okay, fine. We'll do making reads and playing around cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. So, okay. I don't want to be like, okay, there's a how do I put this? Making reads is weird. If you play enough, it becomes intuitive. You definitely, like, I could like attest to like, it's kind of like a sixth sense, but I think in reality my brain has already built the neural pathways of like, oh, what are the possibilities, and I don't have to think hard about it. But like, if you actually look into like the possibilities, okay, if they have a set card, okay, like let's say it's Ryziel. If they have a set card, the chances of it being, being able to guess it is very, very simple. It's very easy. The choices are very limited. It's pattern recognition. It is. Like, if you look at enough deck lists too, like, I didn't like, again, like, you kind of like, if you jam enough games, you'll eventually get it. But I also think being purposeful about like, oh, what is my opponent's list is going to contain. If it's Ryzen, it's a solid. But like, there actually isn't that many choices. It could be an imperm, it could be a called by, it could be sometimes it could be the trap. Those you could also infer that they cut those. So just like obviously once you know that like okay at this point people have cut Eclipse Twins is in the format, so people don't play Ryzeal. What's this quick play spell? I forgot. So that actually narrows down your options. What's called same with like Mitsurugi, right? You could be like, oh, this is like set impulse, set imperm, set what's called prayers, set purification, plugin, yeah, plugin, set purification. Like if they haven't already, oh, it's way easier with Draco Tail. They set 2 traps, and then they set a 3rd trap. That's probably they set a 3rd card. That's probably a 3rd trap, unless they're Jesse Cotton, who doesn't play it and just sets a card so you actually have it in your head. I think that's actually the best example, Draco Tail. Especially with Jesse trying to mess around. I think he cut Horn, I think. And he would set Flame and Sting. And then he would set a 3rd card. And he would say, like, oh, because my opponent is, my opponent would naturally assume the 3rd card I set would be Horn. They would play around it. And so he'd get the benefits of Horn without actually playing the trap. Sometimes there's nothing you can really do about it too. Like I'll be like, oh, I look at my hand going second, and then they have like full board, and like I could break it, but I'm like, okay, I'm 90% sure they have a Veiler or Ash in hand. And like, and usually they do, Not my Oshi anymore. But yeah, it's actually it's I think I'll say like it's pretty impressive when people pull off reads like that. But if you actually like take the time to write down the possibilities, it's impressive because someone like Josh developed the intuition to not have to like write down the list and then cross them out individually, right? Like physically, he's just doing it in his head. You kind of see that when Wolfie here, Wolfie VGC. When Wolfie talks about, I've been watching his champions. When he talks about VGC, there's a lot of possibilities, and he'll like vocalize a couple of them, but I'm 90% sure he's like ruling out a whole bunch in his head. But I don't know. Pokemon, I feel like has a lot more going on. The goat. Yeah, I have to take notes. I'm thinking of playing Pokemon Champions, so like it's kind of nice to hop in and like try to absorb what's going on. But yeah, reads aren't too crazy. Like I genuinely like it's like you just have to like pay attention to lists, and I think the crazy part is you just not having to be like systematically eliminate like one by one. That's like the crazy part, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. You just have to be tapped in. Yeah. Also, one thing is like playing around cards. A lot of times you just have to make a call, and your call is wrong. But I don't feel like that's a mistake or anything like that. I feel when it is a mistake is you make a call, and then the next turn you ignore that call, and then you just like end up playing into it anyway. Like that's like that's what I think. I think you should probably stick to it's okay to make like you don't have perfect information. So with knowing that, you have to make a judgment, and if your judgment doesn't work out, oh well. Really best story of my life. Anyway, okay, I'll let Josh talk. I'll let the goat Josh talk. All right, but that's just my thoughts on reads. It's like nothing too fancy. Sometimes great gets punished. Yes, exactly. Sometimes they have the one card that stops you, and you're just like, I don't think you got like, they're just better. I'm getting owned on Showdown Champions ladder. I'll probably do free to play, so I don't know what I'm gonna end up with. I don't know about home yet, but some people have offered to give me stuff. But I think I'll try free to play for a bit and see how far I get. But it'll be fun, I think. I'm not too all right.
What is up, duelists, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh video. I started doing these videos where I talk about how to improve at competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, topic by topic, bit by bit. The feedback on the first one was quite positive, so thank you all for that, and I'm glad you guys are appreciating these. And one of the comments that people left on what I should talk about next is making reads. How do I play around certain cards? I keep losing to that one of Called by the Grave, and I could have played around it, but should I have played around it?
Okay. Yeah, you should never feel bad about playing into a Called by, because that card is so fucking stupid. It literally shuts down one of your engine pieces. That card is so stupid. Like, okay, you can like if you have the hand to play around it and you recognize it, then yeah, it's good to do that. But like, I think genuinely like full board plus called by plus maybe a hand trap or something is very very difficult. Like you, you should never feel bad about losing to that.
Because it is limited. So today we're talking about how to make reads and play around certain cards when you're playing the game. If you enjoyed today's video, make sure to leave a like on the video and also leave a comment on what else you would like me to talk about. Without further ado, let's get started. Now, there's a few things I want to establish before we even start talking about how to make the reads and how to act accordingly. And the first thing is that having a read or making a read or knowing about a certain card being or not being in your opponent's hand does not necessarily mean you can play around it or even should play around it. Sometimes you think it's likely your opponent has a card, but you reach the conclusion that, well, I don't have another choice. I've thought through all my options and I still think it's best to take the line that would lose to that card. So even though I have the read that they might have it, I still have to go and take that risk. Or on the other hand, sometimes you know they have a card for sure, but you can't capitalize on it because all the lines that are available to you simply don't work or are not winning. And so you end up making the decision of maybe my opponent misplays and doesn't use the card where I think they will use it and then I can win. Ultimately, the most important thing is that you gather information and that you make decisions based on that information. And another really important thing is that in retrospective, it's always easy to play around cards, right? Like when you know your opponent had that card because the game is already over, because you already lost to the card or whatever, then it's always easy to figure out the line, right? The important question is always, should you have taken that line in that game? This goes back to the one-of thing from the intro, where it's like, well, just because they had that one of Called by the Grave does not mean you should have played around it, but sometimes you should have. And that's basically the question is like, the rarer the card is or the less likely they are to have that card, the more reasonable it is to ignore the card. However, in some cases, if you have the luxury of finding a line that plays around that card as well as other cards that they could have, then you should have played around. Like if the only thing that you're losing to in this specific scenario is a Called by the Grave, for example.
Yeah, if you have like one card Sharder that loses the one hand trap, you're basically saying like we're going in, fuck it, we ball. Like there's nothing you can, there's no real decision that you can make that like you pretty are just praying your opponent like doesn't have it. But yeah, like I like the way he said it. Like if you have the luxury of playing around that, then you should. Yeah. Weeba. Fuck it, Weeba. Like if you have the luxury, that's a good thing to recognize. But sometimes you don't. Especially going second, right? I've always felt like going second is very hard. And partly because it's basically going first, right? But in going first, you only have to worry about hand traps. And not all hand traps are that effective unless it's fucking like double dominus or dominator plus impulse or some bullshit or gamma plus or like Holly Sue or something like that plus Zuzuna. Like they can okay. I ignored Max C too, but whatever. I don't feel like I should mention that. I need to mention that. But like sometimes going second into a board, you're probably dealing with a half board plus those same hand traps. So it's like, it's really hard. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think a bit of player input is required, like your opponent mismanaging their interactions. And that's also, I mean, that's not a bad thing to win by that. Because sometimes you can also like force your opponent, not force, but like convince your opponent that to make those decisions too. It might not feel like it, but that's also important to recognize.
Then you should try and find a way around it. If you can't find a way around it that doesn't end up losing to other cards, then go for it, right? We're going to get into more detail for this, but the thing I want to get across here is just because something worked does not mean it was the correct choice, and just because something didn't work does not mean it was necessarily wrong. You know, you need to have that level of self-evaluation where you can look back at something and be like, yes, I would make that decision again because the card they ended up having was not very likely for them to have, or just because they top decked the perfect answer the next turn does not make my play incorrect. Which is an important thing to learn in general about improving at making decisions in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being able to look back at your decisions past the point of, well, I won, so everything I did was correct, or well, I lost, so I should have done something differently. It's not always that simple. So why does making reads matter? It's a very obvious thing, but I want to cover it really quickly anyways. But of course, having reads on the cards that your opponent has is one of the most essential things when playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about making decisions based on the information you have, and making reads allows you to gather information on the cards that you don't see from your opponent, right? Like every card that your opponent summons or plays or discards, of course, is something you can look at and make decisions based off of. But then having reads on the cards they're holding in their hands or the cards they set face down is really important to be able to make better decisions. And of course, super simple examples of this. We're going to get more abstract in a second, but like if you're playing Master Duel and you're going second and you're playing against a very heavy combo deck and you discard Maxi and your opponent does not negate it, then on the next turn, you will not have to worry about the set card on your opponent's side of the field being called by the grave, unless they've drawn cards after you resolve the Maxi, right? But this is going to allow you to make better decisions based on the information that you have from the previous turn, right? And this is a super simple scenario, of course, but we're going to get more in detail in a second. But this is the basic on how it works, right? Like based off of a game action on a previous turn or even previously on the same turn, you are able to rule out certain cards that your opponent might have or definitely doesn't have. In this instance, to a pretty high degree of certainty. Like I would say if you're playing against a combo deck and you discard a Maxi, or if you will, in the DCG of Moltrami Fualos against like a super high combo deck, they will not have a Called by the Grave face. That is a read that you can make to like almost 100% certainty. And then there's other scenarios where it's not as obvious, where say you're playing against Radiant Typhoon and you discard Moltrami Fualos, they might have Ash Blossom still and just decide to not Ash it because it doesn't hurt their deck that much, right? And that's where it's important that you don't put all of your eggs into one basket and be like, my opponent doesn't have Ash because my Fuwalo's resolved, period. You have to have context clues, right? And this is something where, once again, we're talking about information that you gather during the game, but also information that you have about your opponent's deck, and this is something that you gather before the game, right? And this is something we're going to get into later when we talk about evaluating play patterns or evaluating the chance of, does my opponent have a certain extender in hand? Because so far, we've talked about non-engine, right? Like, we've talked about making reads on what kind of non-engine has my opponent drawn, right? Does my opponent have Ash? Does my opponent have Called By? Or so on and so forth, which is important, of course, but another really, really big aspect of it is when your opponent is playing their turn, and you have to guess, like, oh, does my opponent have an extender in hand, or is this the correct thing for me to interrupt with my non-engine or with my endboard, and how likely is it that my opponent is going to have an extender, which then really neatly bridges into the aspect of how to play around cards, or just in general, like, how to interact with your opponent based on things that you know, and based on things that you're just guessing. So if you ask me, how do I make a read in Yu-Gi-Oh?, the very basic way of doing it is evaluating the things that are happening in the game, and essentially using your knowledge about the format, your opponent's deck, and so on and so forth, inferring the cards that they might or might not have in their hand. And for the lack of a better tool, I'm just going to have to go over some examples, and then you can apply this to all kinds of different game states or decks in the format. Essentially, everything that you have knowledge about, you will find ways to make these sorts of reads, right? As an example, if you normal summon a K9 Noroi, and your opponent lets it go through, there's a high likelihood, I mean, of course, your opponent doesn't have Fuwa, but that's way too basic, but something like Infinite Impermanence, right? Very unlikely. At this point, the only way for your opponent to have an Infinite Impermanence in hand is if they, for example, had a Nibiru, and they want to save the Imperm for the Ripper, as an example. But this is something where, once again,
I think Impermanent Roy isn't like, sometimes people hold the Imperm for the Ripper anyway, even if they don't have Nibiru. You can punish that by summoning Lupus, but that's also obviously hand dependent. So like, I've seen people hold their Imperm, they let Noroi go, and then they Imperm Ripper. So it's not like, not a dead giveaway, but I think you should still be like more. I know he's just using an example, but just something also to keep in mind too. Like, it's just weighing options, you know. Like, that doesn't mean you should always summon Lupus, but you know, just to beat the Imperm. But that is another thing you can do.
Again, you have a relatively high level of certainty that your opponent doesn't hold Imperm in hand when your Noroi resolves. But once again, not 100%. There are definitely scenarios in which my opponent could decide to hold the Imperm for something later. But this gets more obvious.
Yeah. But like, he's just doing this for simplicity, obviously. But when you get down to it, it gets more interesting. You know, like you said, Imperm, Nibiru. It gets more interesting that way when you start actually like thinking about how games play out.
If you look at other things, like for example, K9 Noroi is a card that attracts Imperm harder than Dracotail Lucius, for example. Dracotail Lucius is something that some people decide to Imperm it, but some people don't because they're scared of them chaining a Dracotail 5 mana to dodge the Imperm, right? So
I don't know. I feel like if they already have 5 mana and you let their Lucius resolve, you're kind of losing anyway. I don't think you should always Imperm Lucius, but like, again, some people will behave differently. I guess that's his point, right? Like, because of you hand loop yourself if they have 5 mana, right? Like, but it's not like your Imperm is doing very much anyway. Like, if you hold it for, again, it's circumstantial, but I don't think I've ever felt bad about Imperming Lucius. I think it's mostly Verte. Verte is the one card that I'd be like, oh, maybe I should have like held it for that. Like, if I held it for Verte, like, that would have been way more impactful. But you know, again, it depends, because if Imperm is your only hand trap, then there's not much you can do. I don't know. It's hard to be fancy with hand traps anyway, because some cards just win on the spot when they resolve too. Like, you don't really have that much choice, especially with like low impact hand traps, or if they're your only hand trap.
when I summon Noroi and it resolves, I'm like 90% sure that my opponent doesn't have Imperm or even more. When my Lucius resolves, I honestly, they could very well still have an Imperm. That's more like a 50% chance, right? So when I think about like how many materials do I use for my Arthalion, I might still go on the more conservative end because I can't rule out the Imperm from my opponent's hand, definitely. So this is just one example where just because an effect resolves, there's a different level of certainty that you obtain and a different level of read that you can make based off. When we're talking about evaluating your opponent's engine plays and let's say interrupting our opponent, let's say we're going first and we make a board and we think about how to interact with our opponent. And our opponent starts with normal summoning backup Attic Lister, right? Like first of all, the first thing that you need to realize in this case is of course like, okay, this is most likely a Malice deck because this is not a Malice card, but once again, knowledge about the format is going to tell you, hey, this is Malice. But here's the thing, this goes a little bit deeper because if you know anything about the Malice deck, and this is where information that you gather before the game is almost as important, if not more important than information you gather during the game, Malice doesn't want to start with a normal summon of backup Attic Lister. That's not their ideal start. This card has an effect to special summon itself from the hand as an extender, so typically if they normal summon it, that is an indication for weakness in their hand. That way, you can rule out a lot of other...
Yeah, you rule out, because normally they would make like Almirage or normal summon some other Cybers monster. If they do like normal backup no effect, go into Linger Rebuild, chances are they have a second backup in hand or something like that. So there's a lot of interesting, like, you know, information you can obtain. So this is actually not a bad example. This is really good. I like this one a lot. Mostly because I feel like I'm a little bit more familiar, especially with this card. But yeah, you can also obtain that they don't really have that many hand traps, or maybe the hand trap they could have used to um make their backup more useful. It could have been something else. Like, it could be powerful enough to keep in hand. Don't link the normals backup, no effect goo. Yeah, but yeah, this is good because I think ideally in Malice you want to summon a Malice name, but you don't have the luxury of that with like all of them being limited. So that's another thing too. This definitely tells me they need backup to resolve to get to a Malice name. And it could get more complicated if they get to a Malice name, because now a bunch of other cards they could play, like Wizard or Bestial or March Hare. Okay, no. If they had March Hare, they would normal summon March Hare, then make backup. Okay, so for example, March Hare is probably the Malice name that you would probably see before backup. You could probably rule out March Hare in hand. If they are, they might be the GOAT. If they are holding March Hare in hand, I'm not sure what they're doing. That's probably not that correct.
Cards from their hand based off of the fact that they would have started with those cards over normal summoning backup, right? They would have normal summoned Dormouse, White Rabbit, probably Chessy Cat. All of those cards they would have normal summoned rather than normal summoning backup Adignister. And so you can rule out those cards from their hand, which is an important tool to have available to yourself when you're trying to interrupt opponent's decks. This is also part of the reason why in that last video I talked about, like, it's really hard to just identify choke points for a deck that are always the choke point. People always ask, like, where do I hand trap this deck? It's not that simple. Ultimately, you're going to have to make these reads based on the information you're given, and ashing a backup Adignister is a lot better when it's the thing that they normal summon rather than when it's like super late into the combo. You basically have to be aware of what cards could be in your opponent's hand, and when they start with backup Adignister, the number of potential extenders that they could have to still end up making a Malice combo happen is not that many, right? Basically, if they want to get Malice names onto the board after you ash a backup Adignister, it's essentially they have to have like March Hare, the Field Spell, or Gold Sark. And in the case of March Hare, it even needs to be a 2-card combo because they need a Malice card with it. And in the case of Gold Sark and the Field Spell, you might think like, okay, well, they probably use those first before they even normal summon the backup, right? So because they can special summon the backup later.
For March Hare, you would probably use that first too. Like normal summon Golden Garibo, summon backup. Backup gets interacted with, you can go Splash Mage and then go from there.
So those are all things to take into consideration, of course, and those are only things that you understand and know. Those are only reads that you can make if you have some info on your opponent's deck, right? And this in general is something that you can do very often with starters in general. Like, understanding your opponent's deck is very vital to ruling out certain extenders from their hand, because like they would have played this turn differently if they had those cards, but this is only something you can only understand if at least put some level of work into understanding how the deck works and how the deck likes to combo. Other more subtle things that sometimes make a huge difference, for example, Radiant Typhoon Vision. Let's say your opponent goes first and specifically moves into the main phase to then activate Radiant Typhoon Vision. Well, there's 2 or 3 possibilities. Number one, your opponent's
talents, huh? Is this talents? Some people just activate it for fun. I'll be honest. Or they don't have the toggle one. But I imagine this is like, there's a possibility of talents in this case. There's probably a better example that he's going to come up with, but
playing Master Duel and isn't toggled on, so the thing just automatically moved to main phase. But let's say we're talking TCG. Let's say it's an actual decision that they make to move to the main phase. Let's say they draw their hand, think for a moment, and then say stand by main, and then activate Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw. You could just make the read of my opponent just doesn't think about Roland Lockbird here. They just move to main phase without thinking much. It might not mean anything. The other thing it could mean, of course, is they might have triple tactics talents that they might want to get rolled, or they might want to get ashed on this so that they can talent
backup March Hare. I think
that you can take into consideration.
Still. Oh yeah, okay.
In a lot of these cases, you are still going to end up using the Roland Lockbird probably. But look, there are definitely scenarios that I can think of where, let's say you're playing.
Okay, that makes sense.
And your hand is like roll 1 starter and 3 board breakers, and your opponent goes main phase, activates Vision. You could make the decision to not roll, because if they talent and take your starter away, your 3 board breakers are worthless. But if it passes to your turn, even if they make the full board, maybe 1 starter plus 3 breakers could win the game. Is something that could make the difference between winning or losing a game, is making that read or not. So TLDR on how to make reads is you take information that you've gathered before the game about the format, about the decks in the format, and you combine it with the information you gathered during a game from actions that are being made, even tells that your opponent might give you of just like their behavior. Like, very hard to say whether someone is bluffing or not. I guess this is something you can maybe over time get better with and get some experience, but it's very hard to make a certain read based on like, oh, my opponent started thinking after I summoned 5 times. Like, some people just do that to throw the opponent off. It's hard to say. Realistically though, I think often people, when they only think at certain choke points, like, people don't often remember to bluff, but they often remember to think about something when they have a response. But it's hard to be very exact with that. But in general, yeah, game actions and information you've gathered before the game even started, and you're going to combine those to make certain reads. But this does not even tell you yet how to exactly make perfect decisions, right? Or how to reach a decision. This is only telling you how to make a read on which cards your opponent might or might not have. But how do you then actually end up making decisions based on that information? Only because you have a read, like I said earlier, that your opponent might have a card does not necessarily mean you have to play around it, because sometimes the correct choice is to risk it that your opponent might have that card, because it's still the best chance of winning the game. So let's talk about how to play around cards, or when to play around cards, and how to make decisions in general. So the way I'd like to go about this is maybe different categories of cards to play around. So the most common one is probably non-engine, like how to play around certain non-engine and when to play around certain non-engine, like cards like Ash Blossom, Imperm, Nibiru, but then the more niche ones like a Bell or a Mourner or a Veiler, like when do I play around these cards and when don't I? And then maybe we'll talk about one-ofs a little bit, and then also some like potential extenders. For the first case, when we're talking about hand traps, a very basic thing, besides of course having a read that your opponent has a certain card or not, which we've already talked about, like when you have a read that your opponent doesn't have Ash Blossom, you don't have to play around Ash Blossom, right? Or when you are pretty sure that your opponent doesn't have Ash Blossom, you shouldn't play around Ash Blossom. If you're only somewhat sure they don't have Ash Blossom, then the way I like to do it is I like to think like, hey, do I have a way to play it safe? Or does that make me weak into other cards way too much? And if the answer to that is yes, then I'll just decide to risk it and play into the Ash Blossom. If I have a way to play around everything nicely, then I'll do that, but that's also kind of obvious, right? In general, it's just about how likely is it that your opponent has a certain card. That's going to lead you to making the decision of do I play around that card or not, which fundamentally, of course, makes it, in theory, better to play around cards that are at 3 than cards that are at 1, just to circle back around the question of the, should I play around the one of Called By or the one of Talons or whatever, which in most cases, I would say it's fine to not play around it, but only if you don't have an alternative that like really neatly plays around the card, right? It's hard for me to think of an exact example right now, but let's say you have the option to play around the card without completely inting into something else. Like if you have the option to play around Called By, but it makes you completely lose the game to Nibiru, then it might not be worth it. But this is where the other factor comes in, which is your knowledge about the format and the decks in the format in general, which determines basically how often a card is being played and also being played in certain decks. Like for example, Nibiru the Primal Being is much more common in something like Draco Tail than Infinite Impermanence, for example, because Infinite Impermanence is a trap card and Draco Tail likes to play monsters to fuse with. They typically don't main deck Infinite Impermanence. Some side it, but most of them don't main it, or at least this format I haven't seen anyone main deck Imperm in Draco Tail, which is an information that you only have if you're familiar with the format and the decks in the format. Whereas other decks might basically never play Nibiru because they don't have space and they prioritize cards like Impulse because they can't play that card or whatever, right? Those are all information that you have to gather before you actually enter the tournament because no one will tell you this during the game. Like no one will tell you like, oh, Draco Tail doesn't play Imperm by the way, right? Essentially, that's how you try to construct like this idea in your head on like how common are these cards. And of course, the more common a card is, the more likely is it that you should be playing around it. But on the other hand, you also need to keep in mind how punishing certain things are. Even though something might be less likely, it could still be way more punishing than an alternative. But like just to use an example here, let's say you're playing Draco Tail and you've opened with 2 potential ways to start your turn, but they are both your only play. Like you have a Blazing Cartesia, you have a Draco Tail Lucius, and you have 3 non-engine cards in your hand. The options you have is normal summon Lucius, add 5 mana, and use 5 mana to fuse, or normal summon Blazing Cartesia and try to fuse with that.
It's
in both
Cartesia,
cases,
right?
Dominus Impulse would be
It's Cartesia, right? Because you can like interact on your opponent's turn. Cartesia the GOAT, by the way. Though you still kind of need another card in hand. Okay, but like, okay, I'm just overthinking the question.
ending your turn because they would stop the Cartesia from fusing potentially, or they would stop the 5 mana from fusing, and then you'd have to pass. Well, the difference in these 2 scenarios is that Blazing Cartesia has a quick effect, so you could use it again on the opponent's turn to at least provide some level of interruption and follow up and guaranteed ways to play, unless your opponent has like another way to stop it again, like a second impulse or whatever. But that's besides.
I feel like that's not really reading, like a read or anything. I mean, that is using your knowledge of what your opponent can possibly have, but I feel like it's just like, you know, a consequence of just like knowing how to properly sequence. I don't feel like you're really reading or anything like that. I mean, it is kind of a similar skill, but it just like I don't know. Yeah, I'm not like this example is fine. I'm just like, I don't know, like when you're playing around hand traps, I don't feel like I don't know.
In those instances, of course, you might want to choose the Blazing Cartesia, even if it could end up leading to a worse end board in total. That's something that depends on the deck and the 2 cards in question. But this is essentially a risk management question, right? Like some cards are just way more punishing. Sometimes a scenario might be less likely, but far more punishing. So I would rather play into the more common card, but I still think I can.
I guess the point is there are situations where you would normal summon a Lucius over a Blazing Cartesia. I guess that's the thing I'm missing.
If that happens, whereas the other one I lose the game on the spot. And so essentially all of these things, how likely is the card to be in my opponent's deck? How often is the card even allowed to be played? How convenient is it for me to play around? Like maybe you're just risking way too much by playing around the card and then it's not worth it, and so on and so forth. Most of the things I feel like that I go through when I make decisions in this game, and the crazy thing is basically every single decision you make, you have to rethink all of this, which to be fair, it does become natural. It's something that you do subconsciously. It's not like I sit there and calculate the likelihood of this card being in my opponent's.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, the intuition gets built up. It's actually like very, very, I think it's pretty impressive. Like if you play enough, you don't have to be like, I feel, I mean, that's kind of obvious, right? You spend your most time thinking, learning a deck, and then you end up timing out XDD. But this is basic gaming for a guy like, no, that's not what I mean. The normal summon Cartesia versus Lucius feels kind of basic, but whatever. He's just using an example to explain his point, but yes.
And every single time I play a card, it's something I would say you develop a gut feeling for it, but I think it is really helpful to have heard of all of these ideas at least.
I'll talk. This is Vile.
Of, is it
We're almost done with
this
the
card
video,
here, or
so
is it
maybe.
not? I think the most important takeaway from this should
Deku's
be
actual
that you gain the
VA?
ability to evaluate your own plays after you've made them and after the game is done, right? Because like I said earlier, sometimes you decide to play around something and then your opponent doesn't have it and then you lose the game because of it. But if the card was very likely to be in their hand, then it's completely fine, right? Like let's say you're playing against Draco Tail and your opponent goes for a line that only sets 2 Draco Tail traps and then they set another card from their hand and you know Draco Tail, so you know they could have gotten all 3 traps. So you make the read of like, oh, that last card, that's Draco Tail Horn because the other 2 are Flame and Snake.
Ah, that's a Jesse example that I brought up. This is Jesse Cotton example. I like that example. That's actually pretty good. Doing consistently might be like at all times. Yeah.
And they didn't go for Horn, so this must be Horn. And then you end up making a play that plays around Horn, but then the set card was Forbidden Droplet because your opponent is one of the few people.
That's literally the Jesse Cotton play. I don't think he cut Horn anymore, but I think during the tournaments he did cut Horn. That was his like his intent to catch people off guard.
That don't play Draco Tail Horn in their deck, which is something, of course, you should have in mind. If you know the format well, you should be like, okay, well, there's some people, maybe it's not Horn, but even then, the chance that it just is the Horn is really high. In this instance, you shouldn't fault yourself too much for losing to that card. It's just a matter of, you know, I made a read on Draco Tail Horn. I think that read is reasonable, so I decided to play around Draco Tail Horn. I got punished for it because it was a different card that I didn't expect, and that's fine. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes you make reads that you shouldn't have made. Like sometimes you look back at a situation, you're like, of course, yeah, why did I make that read? That didn't make sense. And then you need the ability as well to say like, okay, I should not have made that read and should have played that situation differently. Right? It's something that I feel like the more you play, the better you'll get at it. But having heard of these concepts, I think is going to be helpful at least. Let me know if you agree. Let me know if you thought this was interesting. If you did, then feel free to let me know of what I should talk about next, and make sure to subscribe. It would appreciate if you did, and also leave feedback down below as always. Thank you for watching, Duelists, and I'll see you next.
Okay. Oh my god. All right, fine. I'll take it. Oh no. Okay, I don't know how much I can get through this because this is like. Let's see how far I can get into it.
So much. I never want to make these mistakes. I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed. Most of all, to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about.
Okay, this is oh my god. All right. I'll save this. I will say this is kind of funny though. No, it does. I don't know this. I think the this thing. Okay. MBT made a post riffing on this. That was really bad. That sucked ass. I wish I could like. It was very unfunny. I just like. I don't know. It's like the way he just rewrote everything and to make it about himself. I guess I don't know. It was I didn't like that at all. I'll save this, I guess. Oh yeah, this is vile. It's vile. Okay, making reads. All right, what's next on the docket? How much time? Okay, 1 more hour. Josh needs to make a guide on copy pastas. 62 minutes. The real unsung hero. Okay. Team APS.
Hey guys, Paul here. So I wanted to make this video to celebrate the individual that I think might actually be the savior of the modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
This video sucks. Sad.
Who could that possibly be? Well, you might have noticed in the last several months that we've gotten a lot of interesting and promising new changes to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Like, just across the board, right? In-game, out-of-game, we've gotten Genesis format, which is sort of a lower power format that takes out a lot of aspects of the game.
Is it the TCG Twitter community? Because hell nah. No, okay. I feel like... Okay, if it's that, I'll say my thoughts.
Like, that's to say, links and pendulums, but also just lowers the power level on like staples and engines and stuff that you can run. And it's supposed to promote the use of more diverse strategies. It's cool. It's actually been pretty popular and now it's actually getting YCS events and regional events. So there's a lot of long-term commitment to support from Konami. Awesome. We also got Justice Hunters format, I suppose. The Justice Hunters set introduced K9 and Yummy and Draco Tail, and many people who go to tournaments and stuff agree that these 3 decks are not only really like well-matched.
Kind of sound like password.
Sort of overwrite a lot of the traditional super powerful turn 0 long combo deck style like stuff that Yu-Gi-Oh's had up until now, and replace it with something that is more interactive. There are turn 0 cards that make it a little bit easier to play when you're going second, and yeah, people like these decks. They maybe overstay their welcome now, but I think that the design philosophy has carried forward into even the new archetypes that we've been getting, and so that's really cool. We've also gotten new tournament prize support both at the YCS and regional level. They have been introducing these like day 2 packs and top 16 and top 8 packs, and also these like new winner packs that are debuting. And then there's also at the local level the ultimate tournament packs. They double the rate that you can get an ultimate rare. They're redoing the ultimate rares, thank goodness. They're adding lost art cards in, and all in all, it just seems like they're kind of trying to make it feel more meaningful, just add more incentive to play Yu-Gi-Oh, whether it's just at your local
Wait,
shop
for
or
it
at
to
higher
sound
level
like
events.
that,
So
fast forward, did he
awesome.
say
And then finally, elephant in the room,
Genesis?
overframe cards. Never thought we would even necessarily get this in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like for the longest time, it's something that Magic the
Was he
Gathering,
trying to say
Pokemon had,
Genesis?
and even the Bandai games like One Piece, but we just never thought it could work for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It just doesn't seem like a Yu-Gi-Oh sort of thing to do, but we're getting them. We're getting existing cards as overframes, we're getting new anime-themed cards as overframes, huge for collectors, and they're also just strong cards to play in the decks by themselves. Plus, just a plethora of small little random stuff, right? Like the fact that they turned the Yusei structure deck into a triple threat of decks from 5Ds that introduced like reprints for Mulch Army cards and a bunch of staples. Now we got
Genesis.
legendary modern decks, which is like just amazing. This is possibly the best like
Genesis.
sealed, concrete, not pull random cards Yu-Gi-Oh product that we've gotten in years, if not like ever, maybe since Duel Devastator. So that's really great. And then things like the Chronicle series, all kinds of stuff, right? The point I'm trying to make here is that it seems like all these changes have just happened kind of together, and maybe that seems almost suspicious that it's all happening at once. But I think it can all be traced back to.
Wait, is he trying? Okay, is he gonna name a specific person? Like, but like it's more speculation and okay, is he gonna name a specific person or is he gonna speculate on like somehow the management changed and everything became better or something like that? Because first one I find hard to believe because like how would he know? Second one is probably more likely because this is like a Yapathon type video. Do you want to know? I guess I'm gonna find out soon, right? But if he starts speculating,
To the Konami 51st shareholder meeting that happened back in summer 2023. If you guys maybe don't remember this, basically, Konami is a company that has shareholder meetings, and one of the shareholders that spoke at the meeting, it was roughly translated from Japanese, so I'm just giving you kind of the gist here, but I'm going to link it in the comments where somebody did the full translation. One of the shareholders was worried for Yu-Gi-Oh's growth and cited two.
not the shareholders. I hate this. People use that shit for. Oh my god. So it. Not the shareholders. People, I don't know. This only shows up in TCG Twitter discourse. That shareholder document. I'm not even sure if it was like properly translated or whatever. It felt like, even if it was, like I don't feel like people read it. Oh. And I think that was specifically for like the OCG. I don't think it had any bearing on the TCG, if anything. It's been a while since I can't believe we're bringing this shit back. Such a nothing burger? I see.
The first concern being that it was difficult to actually get into the card game itself. Some people tried out Master Duel and played it and liked it, but had difficulty with transitioning over from Master Duel to the physical game. That's to say, going to stores and like getting their hands on the cards and understanding how to do all of that. And the
Actual
second
click
concern
farm
was the watchability of Yu-Gi-Oh! And they basically cited how games can feel extremely one-sided. This might sound familiar to you, where one player maybe goes first, does really long combos, and makes.
This is the annoying part because that's probably what was said in the document, but we're like, oh, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? And it's just like we're extrapolating like this like line. It feels like we're taking it out of context, applying it. It might not be correlated, like to me getting FDK by Drytron. All right, like I don't feel like I don't know. I from last time I looked into it, I don't feel like I got the same reading as other people. So I was very confused about why. But oh my god.
And the other player is forced to kind of just sit and watch, and it feels hopeless. And it made for also is a bad spectator like just thing, right? Like it's hard to watch as a spectator experience. That's what I was looking for. And so yeah, overall, these two complaints I think sum up a lot of people's issues with Yu-Gi-Oh! And you might be thinking, well, this is just stuff in Japan, it wouldn't really affect stuff in America, but we'll get to that because they did, first of all, address his concerns at the meeting and said, yeah, this is something that we're going to be working on. And I think that that's exactly what they did. I think that from the moment that shareholder voiced those observations or complaints, you could call them, they got to work. And
why would that go board member chat?
The labor, the seeds that have been planted then would start to sprout now. Because at a company like Konami, you have to sort of like work on things. You don't just get to like snap your fingers overnight, balance the game, and make better products and all that. A lot of products need to have like drafts written up that are just proposals, and then those have to be fine-tuned and tweaked and get approvals. And eventually, the stuff that you planned in 2023 will start coming out in 2025. It's no secret that right after this year was when we got Snake Eye, which kind of went down as one of the worst years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just in terms of like the power level of the game. Snake Eye had a bajillion one-card combo starters, and they made huge unbreakable boards full of omni negates and interruptions, and the turns took forever. Some of the formats were literally like hand comparisons. You had to run 20 hand traps to have a chance to compete. That whole thing. Yu-Gi-Oh's always resembled that to some degree in the modern day, but like Snake Eye really pushed it over the line. And I don't think that it's a coincidence then that
I don't think I have
we
much
actually
to
get
say
this
about
until
this.
about 2 years after the show came out. It's also not a coincidence that we got Genesis right about 2 years after it as well. In fact, if you look at the Genesis blog that Konami made, you'll know
The Genesis thing is, there might be a correlation, but I feel like, from my understanding, Genesis doesn't have anything to do with the OCG. It sounded like something that Billy Brake and other people within his department were like trying to push for a while. Thank you, hypothetical board member. Yeah, it feels like there are people in Konami that do give a shit, but I don't know, maybe the workings, red tape or whatever takes forever. I don't know. It's just hard to point to, like, I find it very, I already, okay. What's that one theory? The great man theory that people bring up? Arguments of the complaint open up the, okay. So I guess these people that were like, okay, I'm also speculating on a hypothetical group of people that were always trying to make the game better, but they could never do it. Until the board members showed up, created, the channels for open communication between. Oh my God. I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel like. I don't even really am like too like married to my own theory about what happened either. Like great woman theory when
for about 2 years.
Oh yeah, the great man theory.
Suspicious? Coincidence? I think not. There have also been some.
I don't know. I feel like that's like. Well, let me see if I can find it.
First of all, the fact that there even is a Genesis blog,
Great man theory of history.
But they go into things like card design and sort of balancing, like what goes into the balancing of the
history is primarily shaped by the impact of extraordinary individuals or heroes who possess innate genius and leadership traits.
Live stream viewing experience a little bit more tantalizing.
That just seems like, I don't know. I don't even buy into that shit. It doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense if you don't think about it. But I think that's just I mean, this stupid theory has been around for like hundreds of years, so it's not even like. But I don't know. It feels like it doesn't like capture. If you read history books or something like that, or like, I'll talk about the man theory, the great man theory: set, solemn, normal summon man, get ash, activate temple. Oh my God.
Want to have a big community-wide event happening all in one place. So again, I think that that's one of those small things that has grown from this desire to make the game feel like a more inclusive sort of experience. And I also think that Overframes coming out just about 2 years after that meeting can't be a coincidence either. I say it a lot, but I really do think Bandai put a load of pressure on Konami in this department.
This is the freaking video format that you love?
Legacy card games, Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! They've been around the longest. They've been the most successful.
I love.
To some degree, it would be pretty easy to just have Konami just get complacent, kind of just kick the can down the road, right? You can just continue to release, more and more power creepy cards, more and more underwhelming products, whatever, and people will just tolerate it because as Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, a lot of us have tolerated it. We'll complain, but we'll still just keep playing. We'll still just keep buying the stuff. And for a long time, I think that maybe that was just the case. But I think with the advent of more card games doing more things to cater to players,
unrelated psychology, I know.
Away from the game, I think that Konami was starting to really feel the heat and really got it together. And so now we fast forward and we've seen so many things come of the shareholder meeting. We've seen Genesis. We've seen Justice Hunters. We saw the tactical tri decks.
I don't know. I mean, there could be a correlation, but I just have trouble. Yes, this event happened in the past. And then we got good things happen before. But I don't know. Like, I feel like we had some improvements before that shit. Also, like, I don't know. Did history start beginning because of that guy? I don't know. The parody of making the great man theory for Orion's. Oh my God.
Actually in Japan, and that's something I still wish we could get here. But still, we've got like legendary modern decks. So
I feel like the OCG was already like I don't know, like.
That's been really cool. You might even think that, well, Genesis is just a TCG side thing, but Japan is actually getting Genesis format as well. They're starting to support it over there, too. So there's that. Even stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron now being sort of the de facto way that you sign up for tournaments and submit your deck lists and results and stuff. That's something that other card games have been doing for a lot longer, and now Yu-Gi-Oh! Is doing that, too. So, I don't know. I think that whoever this shareholder is who voiced her concerns about the game, I think that Konami listened, because that's sort of how these companies work, right? Like, we can show...
I feel like they also listen to, like, our feedback, too. It's like, sometimes, like... they're slow to act, but like I don't know. I don't believe this. I'm starting to believe. I'm starting not to. Maybe let's upload something. Sag. All right. You know what? All right. You got your click. You got. Okay. We're 50 minutes until OCG times. What's next? Hot take: ban branded fusion. Okay. I don't feel like this is a hot take unless you talk to branded players. Personally, I'm not. Okay. How do I feel about branded fusion? Branded fusion, very powerful card. I could be like, oh, this is just foolish burial. It's starting to act that way when people splash in Draco Tail. So like I guess the one argument you could say is like Branded needs this to function. But I feel like Albaz of White probably takes the burden off Branded from needing to play this card. You guys already playing Branded Fusion? Okay, so yeah, it is starting to get into that territory where you like, you know, people are treating it as like, I guess to use vocab from a previous video, you know, slop territory. Fine with it being with hit and with it not hit for the time being. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like it's not unreasonable to bring this up right now. And he's probably talking about the TCG, which I don't have that much experience in. Yeah, TCG. Okay, duh. I wouldn't call someone crazy for bringing this up if that's what it comes down to it. There's so many cards stronger than Branded Fusion. I don't think that's okay. We'll see what he has to say because I imagine this is not about a whataboutism. What should be banned before this? I'm sure there's like more like if Branded really needs this to function, then it's probably like not reasonable to get rid of it. But if they have cards that are releasing that like kind of match this card in power level or like provide different ways to play the deck, then I think it's okay to like, but whatever. I couldn't pop Albaz Revive and BB with the RB Shadow Effect. Sag. Luna Random Fusion.
Hello everyone,
Oh my
welcome
god.
to the lab and welcome to the new video. Today I'm gonna make everything quick. So I've been watching a lot of Banla's prediction wish list from other YouTuber recently, and I don't know,
Oh, that
I
makes
see
that actually makes sense. No one's talking about Branded Fusion in the ban list, so he figured he'd just advocate for it. Okay, I see you.
change that has, anyone has really mentioned.
Some ganja.
So today I'm giving my proposal.
Nah,
to
I'm
one
good.
system change to, well, more so just a wish
I'm
list,
sipping on
thinking
some
this
Baja
might be
Blast.
possible. So hear me out. My proposal is ban Branded Fusion. I know, some of you are already moving down to the dislike button already. Well, the people might question, why are we doing this to Branded, right? This deck is not even having any good results in the past format. Chooses, you're right, but no one really sees this as a Branded card anymore. At this point, this is more a Draco Tail card. And, I think...
Yeah, genuinely, I think I see this more in Draco Tail. But he's talking about TCG. So, I mean, it makes sense because the Draco Tail cards got hit. Which I guess is a net positive, right? You can regulate Branded Fusion. Maybe you can get some Draco Tail cards back. I don't know. More brands so the deck can finally catch up to dual avatar box.
In order for Konami to hit Draco Tail, but like some few other YouTubers have mentioned, maybe we have a possibility to just keep pure Draco Tail alive. So what's the really good way to do it? That raised me to brainstorm a bit and leading to the conclusion of let's just ban Branded Fusion.
Okay, see, this is more interesting to me than just like ban Branded Fusion because it's like too powerful on its own. I mean, I'll see what it is.
Done similar things in the past during, I guess, late.
If Draco Tail is, I guess. But like, if you could like, if you want to, like he just said, if you hit Branded Fusion, you're actually giving Draco Tail a meaningful hit. Like that's what he's saying right now. Not because it's okay. I know what you're trying to do here, but that's not. We're not gonna play no freaking games here. Okay, it's very clear to me that he's offering a trade. So like, okay, the point is, Branded Fusion isn't even in its regular deck. It's being used as like a vehicle, you know, a splashable, you know, people, you know, the slop bullshit that people complain about. Brandon has a need Brandon Fusion Wild to be playable. Yeah, maybe he addresses that.
2024, Konami made a move of banning original Simple Sport Snake Eye and cuts off the connection between Diabell and Snake Eyes. And that pretty much has just killed the whole Snake Eye deck for the fact we, Snake Eye Ash and Popular has been slowly coming back off the ban list, and they have not done absolutely anything.
Yeah, I don't know. If Konami does that,
yes,
I'd be very
Diabell
surprised.
engine is doing something in the current meta with the Azaminas, but that's more because of the release of the Dark Magician of Destruction. And since then, the Azamina / Diabell package also has not done anything since the ban of original Simple Sport Snake Eye. So let's just say I think this is like an okay approach just to cut the bridge between Branded and Dracotel a bit. It's not gonna be completely gone. Like the concept Branded Dracotel will still exist. And given more reason, one of my biggest I would say annoying thing when I play against Branded Dracotel is whenever my opponent activate like a Fallen Virtues in my turn, when we got to like a kinda I stopped him by hand trap, so we were in like a very minimum grind back and forth slow game kind of deal. Whenever my opponent activate Fallen Virtues, sending an Albion, I know I'm probably dead, because not like in other decks where the Virtues just getting another copy of Virtues against Dracotel, they are getting a Branded Fusion next turn, and Branded Fusion is one of the hardest thing to stop because it's a fusion spell, and it is weak to Ash. It's probably only weak to Ash, since not every deck can even play Impulse to stop this, right? And this is the part I don't like about Branded Fusion, or about the Branded part in Dracotel deck, is it's kind of hard to interact with it. Dracotel, with just the Dracotel engine, is also like a different attribute, not really light and dark, so Bestial is not as great. Like if we are in a very Bestial heavy format, maybe this Albion can be stopped by Bestial after mill before we get to the end phase, so everything's still in check. But Bestial are not naturally that great against Dracotel, to the point this sequence line is just nearly uninterruptible. And if we have Branded Fusion gone from the picture, they can still do similar things, but instead of sending Albion, they're sending another fusion target like Titanic Lag, like Sprint, and just try to summon Fallen White at the end phase. It will still achieve similar results, but it will make this line way more acceptable because Fallen White is way more interactable and like easy to prevent in a way. So this is the one way to, I'll say, if Branded Fusion is gone from the Dracotel deck, we'll make some good changes to how we can interact with it. And also, even for the Dracotels, it's fine. Like, Branded Fusion is not the best starter in the Dracotel deck because it locks you into Fusion quite early and for the whole turn. A lot of people who have played Dracotel probably understand, if you open Fallen White plus Branded Fusion, it's actually a pretty awkward
I actually don't know
you
this.
want to access the Synchro Ecclesia, but then that shuts off Branded Fusion completely. But if you do resolve your Branded Fusion, or you want to resolve Branded Fusion later in turn, Fallen White Dragon...
Well, I mean, now that he's explaining it, it's clear,
but... a weakness because you don't want to keep Fallen White Dragon...
Never considered that.
It will, especially in the mirror match, risking your Secretarian, which is one of the stronger piece, to be countered by opponents out by Lunatus. And this is one thing, like, as a Dracotel side, you have to kind of prevent it happen. But if you open with these two cards, you kind of drop into a very awkward spot where you just Alba Lunatus yourself at the end board for your own to make sure your opponent's not doing that to you. So honestly, losing Branded Fusion is not the end of the world for Dracotel, and it will make the interaction between Dracotel a bit more healthy than before. However, there's obviously the branded side of the problem, right? This is ultimately a branded card. So why are we doing, like, how is branded gonna recover from this? For the past 5 years, they've been relying on this card as their pure starter. Truth is, with the release of Fallen White Dragon, this is no longer as a big problem. If you have, I guess not really many of us have played Branded, because in the current meta, Branded is a strictly worse version of Dracotel, almost, and it also has a horrible matchup against Dracotel, for the fact Branded cannot really deal with Secretariat easily, and along with, like, Dracotel Flame, Dracotel Sting, it all gets annoying together. However, if for the Branded side, if you know any friends who does play Branded, they'll tell you Fallen White Dragon is actually just a better starter in the Branded deck, which this conflict between Branded Fusion and Fusion Lock and then Fallen White Dragon want to Synchro Summon do also exist in not just the Dracotel, but the Branded deck. If a Branded player starts Branded Fusion, the end board is actually quite small because they don't have access to Ecclesia, the Synchro, and then ideally it's more like you want to start turn with Fallen White Dragon and any other access to it, and then if things go wrong, if like the negate happens, extend with Branded Fusion. But because of that, a lot of people, if you know you are playing against a Branded deck, they will even hold their negates, just not even use on White Dragon, and just wait for you commit into the Synchro that shuts off Branded Fusion later in the turn, and then interact with you. So I would say losing Branded Fusion now in 2026 for the Branded deck is arguably okay, because your best starter now is Fallen White Dragon, or sometimes in the other form it's just branding High Spirit. High Spirit, because it access access White Dragon and also send one in the graveyard as process, will actually give you a bigger board and give you more wiggle room and play into a lot of other things. So yeah, and then how would Branded really look like after, let's hypothetically say I ban Branded Dragon if I'm Konami. I attempted a remote regional last weekend with So if you haven't watched that profile, you're welcome to go watch it. But the whole concept of that deck is like using a lot of synchros, kind of abuse White Dragon as much as possible, going to synchros and going to the White Ecclesia.
Oh, I guess
the White
Ecclesia is
using
the
Sorcerer card.
bridge.
So you go White Ecclesia bridge into the Sorcerer cards and then do a lot of level 8 synchro plays. And then in their turn, you use the OG Albaz that you can have variety access to from Ecclesias to super power your opponent. And that whole deck really plays like a branded deck that doesn't have Branded Fusion, which I guess it's a way to play in the meta, if hypothetically this goes dead. But ultimately, there is still some questions, right? Like, the biggest question that a lot of people probably have in mind is, why are we even doing this? Why do we even care about banning Branded Fusion, but keep Draco Tail alive, right? There is a way easier and honestly, in my opinion, more likely thing to happen, is they just gonna gut it Draco Tail. In my opinion, they probably just gonna limit Rahu, so now we have one of
Dueling Sword Slow? Oh, shit.
and Mululu, to the point Draco Tail has less starter as well as nearly no grind game, to the point the deck is pretty much just gone from the meta, which I think that's more likely to happen. But let's hypothetically ignore the question of why we even keep Draco Tail alive. Let's just brainstorm of what if we can keep Draco Tail alive? What are the good ways to really tackle it? This question. So my solution would probably just be ban Branded Fusion, cut the connection between Branded and Draco Tail a bit. Then maybe either semi or not even touch anything about Rahu. We'll see how it goes, right? So that's one thing I thought about, and feel like could be making a fun short video about a banlist prediction / wish list. So let me know in the comment section down below if you agree or even disagree. Feel free to let me know, and I will see you in the next one, and hopefully the banlist soon. And goodbye.
Okay. I mean, I don't really care either way. One could go, one the other go. I think, like Shun just said, it's more likely Draco Tail is just gonna get hit anyway. So one lion hit Ash. Branded Fusion to 6. Ban Albaz so every card in CH01 is playable. Branded currently has better lines for Synchro Albaz. You have to commit, however, actually just one Brand is necessary to play better through things. The deck before had a big issue of even concentrating and resolving rather than needing to have multiple cards with enable. Holy moly. Unable to play generics and often resorted to bigger engine count with breakers. Branded would undoubtedly be playable, but it would receive a decent hit, which I consider unwarranted at this time. I would agree that you could re-hit Brafu to 1, but which makes sense to remove splashability, but it wouldn't solve the issue have searching Branded Fusion for turn 3. Oh, I mean, I guess he said ban. Okay. From the video, it seemed that you cared exactly about Draco Tail searching Branded Fusion for turn 3, which means it makes it seem like Branded Fusion doing it is not that big of an issue, or else it would be set as a problem for both. In any case, I would say that the issue is also the fact that Draco Tail in itself is hard to interact with, gains much more advantage than Branded does at this time. This isn't only in regards to specific interaction. For only one Branded Fusion turning into everything, on average, Detail will get recursion with their strong and hard to interact engine. In both bouncing sort and having pseudo Branded. Okay, you're just describing the deck. Okay. All these cards are hard to interact and forcing you to do all the way to do pop and graveyard banishes. I think this is kind of missing the point. Like, yeah, the Draco Tail stuff, but I think it's like you can do both. Like, you just do both once you open like a Branded Fusion. It's very hard to push. And like the turn 3 thing, I kind of get what like what he was saying, how like when you get hit by in a grind game, you get hit by Fallen and Virtuous, it's easier to deal with searched White Albaz than the Branded Fusion, because there's only one card, only 1 to 2 cards that he named. Well, not only. I don't want to go ahead and say that, but having to have Ash and or Impulse ready for that seems kind of unreasonable. 2 points for Draco Tail should be if you think that Branded is an issue. I don't think he was saying Branded. I think he was talking about the Draco Tail specifically. Should have its Endboard nerf. Okay, I don't know. I think he kind of missed it a bit. All right, whatever. Okay, Sunstar Tonic.
デュエリスト諸君、今サンスタートニックシャンプークールバーストがキャンペーンを開催している。クールバーストと踏み出すロード、それが未来となるのだ。行くぞ、アルティメットクールバースト。粉砕、玉砕、超爽快。ク この爽快刺激を味わうがいい。限定コラボグッズも見逃すな。サンスター。
Okay. That was pretty funny. Over analyzing Cool Tune. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if he's gonna have. I'm gonna start paying. Once I start paying attention to what he says, I usually have some like. I feel like he overgeneralizes a lot. I'm not expecting him to be like perfect knowledge, but I just get the sense that he gets his ideas from like Reddit threads for these videos. Did bro credit the artist, or do we have to take him out? No. I don't see credit. At least remember that one guy who had the Laundry Dragon Maid Cupsy art? I forgot their name. And like the thumbnail purposely cut off the watermark. Like that was crazy. Get his ass. Oh my god. It's transformative. You put the Millennium Eye.
Welcome, Kaiba, to Toon World.
Oh, wrong tunes. My bad. Yeah, so originally I thought it was Toon as in the Toon monsters, not Toon as in tuner, because I originally heard about this deck verbally and not written down, so I guess that's my fault. And was I disappointed when I found out that it's not Toon support, but instead of Toon support? Yeah, maybe a little, but after playing the deck, I think I can forgive the people who led me on to make me think that this is Toon support. And I know I'm a little late to the party when it comes to talking about this deck, but it's not going to stop me from doing this. So welcome to Overanalyzing Cool Toon, and let's break down what seems to be the current best deck in the game. I want to add a little bit more structure to my overanalyzing videos, so we're going to break this down into 3 different sections. Its themes, its strengths, and then its weaknesses. And I'm not going to bother with any combo guides. There's people who make those videos way better than me. So what exactly is Cool Toon? Cool Toon is a mid-range deck focused entirely on tuners. In fact, the deck locks you into tuners. The deck references different parts of
Using
electronic
the
music
AI
culture, with
round?
each
This
card
did look a little bit.
also being a representation of an aspect of music production itself. And some of these are pretty obvious. Mix is audio mixing. Clip is audio clipping, and cue is audio cueing. Playlist is a playlist, and remix is
The AI generated. You guys have probably seen before. There's this like channel that does AI generated like. Here, let me find it. The fucking Cool Tune theme AI. Fuck. Yeah, Cool Tune music to Duel 2. This person like. This guy's whole channel is making AI generated like. Look at the chairs, don't give it clicks. But yeah.
a remix. And also loudness war is apparently
That's
just a
just
straight up
whack.
music production term as well, which is apparently a trend in increasing the audio levels in recorded music. So I guess I learned something new. But some of them aren't as obvious, like Cool Tune RS being a reference to Red Seal Records, which were popularized in 1901, over 100 years ago. The field spell stands for juke joint, which is an old 1900s term for an informal establishment that had music, dancing, drinking, and gambling. They're similar to speakeasies in the Prohibition era, except without the whole organized crime part of it. And this is the underground club that all of the monsters in this archetype actually attend. Furthermore, each pair of Cool Tunes represents a different genre of electronic music, and bear with me, I haven't heard of most of these. So Mix and Remix are representative of classic EDM music and J-pop. Clip and Crackle are representative of digital hardcore music. Reco and RS are representative of underground hip-hop. Q represents futurecore and pop kawaii EDM. And finally, Rotary represents gothic hardcore and dark techno. And to be honest, when I first wrote this script, I was just thinking that it was all just EDM themed, but I guess this is why we do research. And it's implied that each monster is actually the DJ at the juke joint for the genre of music that they represent. And I think that's really cool. We've had music-themed cards before, but none of them being DJs. I think that's just like a fun
Oh
little
my
concept.
god, the
And based on
R
the records
Master
of
Duel
Cool Tune Rotary,
memes.
We can also assume that these girls are assassins outside of the music club. Now, I can't read Japanese myself, so I just have to trust my Japanese friends that one of these speech bubbles here is Rotary getting recruited into the group because she killed one of the group's targets already. Which is why I think their OCG name is Killer Tune, which is way better than Cool Tune. But, I mean, whatever, we got what we got. But with all that fun stuff out of the way, let's jump into the deck itself and actually see what makes it the best deck in the game. Now, like I said at the start, this is a mid-range deck, so there's more of a focus on consistency and generating card advantage.
Yes, I love the word mid-range. Yes, I love Oh my god. I mean, it is close. I don't know. I'm just choosing to believe mid-range is basically make a half board with the searchable spell and trap interaction. I'm choosing to believe that's what they mean by that, but like, but it is basic. I mean, I feel like you get away with like a lesser end board because of like part of it is because of the information gap. But I mean, it's not even like the end board is like The cards themselves are pretty overtuned too. Like back to back is kind of crazy.
End board. In fact, this end board only has like 4 or 5 pieces of interruption.
4 to 5. Yeah, okay. We're calling this shit mid range. This is 4 to 5 interaction. Is not what I. Okay, like we need. Okay, honestly, I think the metric for interactions is. This is free material. I see. It's cute. Oh my god. KT dies to a lot of board breakers. Kind of. They're not that useful if you know what you're doing. If you can see them coming. There are lines to get around what's called. Requiring more than one board breaker is not that, like, I don't consider that dying. Cause I don't know. I feel like if you have a hand trap plus a breaker, it's still not that effective. I feel like you still need more than one breaker to deal with this. And you have to deal with hand traps as well. So, like, the whole, like, dying thing, it seems very, very, like, even with this hand, you could probably, like, Zarin negate the breaker by chaining clip. 1 super poly? That's fair. Super poly, sure. But that's not even dying to breakers. It's like losing the super poly, which is already a really good, like that's just specifically losing the, like, poly. RT literally counts very hard, especially Sidetracker. Sure. So, like, the deck that opens multiples, like I said. Gotta smoke some ganja. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining. Hello, Festa. Breakers and more breakers. But you don't... What I'm trying to say is not every deck has the option. You do have to run hand traps at some point. But yes, you want to play critical massive breakers. But, like, there's not every deck can afford that. Have you watched this video? Which one? Me click. Yeah, I already did. I did at the beginning. That was the first thing we got out of the way. Yeah.
Like, at a glance, this doesn't look that bad to deal with at all. But it's not always about the ceiling of the end board.
I hate this, like, we're describing mid-range deck as, like, decks that, like, master interactions too. I don't know. I think we gotta stop, like, describing decks with, like, their on a surface level. Like, I'm not saying he's perpetuating this, but, like, it's just a pet peeve of mine. Oh yeah, Naturia. There is Naturia Rose Whip, so you do have that option. If you choose not to, that's fine. But it's not like you don't have options into that. And you can. I wouldn't run Rose Whip myself, but if you really are worried about that, I think you can just play it, especially when Recco exists. Like, so I don't know. It's not like fucking Killer Tune is starving. The point is not to, like. I'm not even trying to say their end board is that, like, scary anyway. But you also have knowledge obtained while you perform your combo.
More about how consistently this deck can make this end board. Almost every Cool Tune monster in your deck can reach this end board either on its own or in combination with basically any other card in your deck, with the exception of Clip.
Yeah, RS, yeah, Red Seal, yes, not Recco.
Kinda. We'll get to that in the weaknesses. It's no Draco Tail 5 mana though. That's for
sure. 5 mana obviously doesn't exist in Yu-Gi-Oh.
If you would synchro summon, you can use a monster in your hand as material as well.
I think people just use it to, like, if you run into enough people, they'll describe every deck as mid range. That's, like, no one really agrees on it. That's, like, what bothers me about it. Like, I really don't like for a while people called, like, Mathmech mid-range. It's like, this is not a mid-range deck. It is absolutely, I just don't believe it. You're literally comboing you're literally trying to set up, like, an FTK board. The only reason why it feels that way is because you can ignore certain hand traps and still end on a decent half board, you know. But not every hand trap you can beat. But, like, it's like that is like there's no way. No way.
say effect, but it's really a summoning condition. It can't actually be negated by cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence. As long as you can stick a Cool Toon monster onto the field, then for the most part, that's all you really need to happen. If its effect gets negated, then it's kind of just whatever. Along with that shared effect, they also share a disruption effect when they're used as synchro material and sent to the graveyard.
Holy
Things like
crunch.
destroying a monster, destroying a spell or trap, or bouncing a card. And this is actually the deck's main form of interruption. Like, I know a lot of people point to Cool Toon RS's level modulation effect, or Crackle's ability to rip a few cards out of the opponent's extra deck, but that's actually not the deck's game plan. It's all about being able to quick synchro and then use those graveyard effects to pick apart the opponent's board, whether you're going first or second. Think of it like Draco Tail, where the card you're making is kind of less important than the materials that are being used, which is why Amritara is played in the deck. What Amritara does actually doesn't even matter until we get Harmonia. The only thing that actually matters is that he's level 8, giving us a synchro in that bracket to actually make, so we can trigger more graveyard effects.
From what I understand, this card is usually used in the mirror. I think people kind of overvalue that's a tuner. But I think it is true that, like, you don't really care about this guy's effect. But from what I've seen Amritara being used, it's because you have no choice. Like, you're getting level modulated, so you have to make Amritara. So it's not even like that interesting of a reason to play it. It's like literally you're getting like floodgated and this guy is the guy. But it does add to his point of like you need him to trigger your effects so that you can, you know, start your game plan. Old Mathematic is mid-range? Okay, I'll give you Link Disciple Devotee. I'll give you that. 800 buff beats over B2B. That's nice, actually. I didn't even think about that. That's cool. But yeah, I think people kind of like... I've only seen this guy summoned in the mirror. Because I've also seen people be like, oh, what's the point of this guy? And that's also kind of a reasonable question because, like, if you're not running into that or you're not forced to make it, you probably aren't making this guy anyway. As a meetup mid-range? Whatever. Okay, you can use the word, whatever. Use the word to describe what you want. I'm just going to get pet peeved. I'm going to be in my corner crying.
And similarly to Draco Tail, because these are effects that are triggering when they're used as material, you can chain block them to make sure the cards that you want to resolve do resolve. Like
that was just for refraining? Okay, so that is fair enough. But some people just don't even play refraining, so that doesn't even hold anymore. But yeah, that for sure is at least the reason. Like you like to make it if you play refrain. Toon sauce hooer. Oh my god.
But mix on a lower chain link to pop a card on the opponent's field can go a long way in breaking through a board. And speaking of quick synchroing, let's talk about the best card in the deck, Cool Toon Synchro. And it's twice.
This card's so good. This card's insane.
For whatever reason. This card is a starter, an extender, an interrupt, and a way to dodge interruption, all in one card. It's the deck's bread and butter and allows you to push through all different kinds of board states. And you can get really creative with the card's application. And one other benefit I want to talk about is the ability to recycle hand traps. Since most hand traps are tuners, the deck allows you to recycle them back to your hand with cards like Remix. Now, it's not recycling a Max C, but recycling Effect Veiler that's not once per turn is still very effective. So okay, so far this deck is just
what the fuck was that mean?
And the ability to recycle some hand traps. It's not doing anything that other decks aren't already doing. So what makes this deck stand out as the absolute best? And that would be information. See, both Rotary and Q allow you to respectively look at your opponent's hand and look at the opponent's top of the deck. This gives you information on literally everything in your opponent's hand and what they're going to draw, so you know exactly what to pop and what not to pop. And in the hands of a good player, you're able to take.
Was that a Gigi Murrin clip?
Literally everything in your opponent's hand.
This is just Gigi Murrin recolored. It's the Coomer Wojak. You guys see this? This is kind of funny. I don't give a shit about the rest of the meme.
And what they're going to draw, so you know exactly what to pop and what not to pop. And in the hands of a good player, you're able to take that information and then tailor your limited forms of interrupts to exactly what you need to do to stop their hand. And this kind of information is extremely strong in a game like this and gives you a massive advantage over your opponent. Now, Kanon can do this too, but they need to sacrifice a card to be able to do it.
Dude, his entire fucking video has been peppering in these Master Duel meta memes. I can't, bro.
Toon just does it as part of a search. Like Rotary could just say search for a Cool Toon spell or trap, and it would still be ran as a 3 of. I don't really know why they felt the need to include seeing that hand knowledge as well, but whatever. I'm not a card designer, and don't get me wrong.
I think it's intentional. I think like they wouldn't. I think they want you to. I don't know whether it's good design or not. I don't really. That's not what I'm like. I think okay. I can probably. You could probably agree that being able to see your opponent's hand and formulate a board against that to pretty much check your opponent is bad design, but I think it's intentional. It's not. I don't think they would have like they literally gave they gave the deck effects to stack your opponent's hand and look through their extra. So it's like I was talking about. I hate that hand just turns games solid. It does do that, yeah, but like, that's not the question. I feel like it's to me it's kind of like they did the hand reveal on purpose, right? Like. It's not like they could have made it just spell and traps, but it just seems to be like a theme that they're like designing around, which has its own like, you know,
you look at your
The
opponent's
Roy
hand, you
looking
just
at
see
my
inevitable
hand when
death
it's
on the horizon.
rotary looking at my
But I
hand.
really
Oh
can't
my
undersell
god.
how strong of an advantage this actually is. It takes agency away from the opponent and limits how they can actually play around your end board. There is no bluffing or baiting in effect when your opponent knows your whole hand. You basically just have to brute force your way through the interrupts. Or you just hope that the Cool Tune player decided to not read your cards, but that's generally not going to happen at higher levels of play. But if you're playing with or against this deck, just know that this deck's game plan isn't to make an unbreakable board, go into these crazy combos, or FTK you. Their plan is to chip away at your resources and win in the long game. Because this end board is usually not enough to end someone's turn outright, but it's still enough to make sure that you don't lose on the crackback and allows you to keep playing into the mid game. And that's all it needs to do. The deck is really good at rebuilding this tiny little end board, so as long as you can just keep pressuring your opponent, you'll eventually run them out of gas and win. And that's the deck's whole game plan. So then what do you do about this? And for that, let's go over the deck's weaknesses. Now, while I'm not going to just sit here and spit out hand trap choke points
Oh
because it
my
honestly
God.
depends on their opening hand, the first weakness is actually hand trap related. You see Q, Rico, and mix effects being able to target cards in the graveyard as well is a blessing and a curse.
No, okay, we get it. It's weak to Bell, but like that is still contingent on them not having the extender. Like, okay, one card combo loses to fucking one hand trap. Yippee. But like, what's the difference between it being a like? I think Bell on mix is like more impactful, but like getting to the point where they don't set up the rest of the board is easier said than done.
It's great that we're able to recycle our spent cards, but that also means that all of our starters are vulnerable to twice the amount of hand trap.
I don't think this is real. Like, okay, you're vulnerable to Imperm, you're vulnerable to Baylor, you're vulnerable to Bell, you're vulnerable to Ash, but you're still just 1-for-1ing. Like, they still have cards in hand that they can still synchro with, and you just lost the card. Like, what you basically, I feel like you're bleeding cards when you do a 1-for-1 trade like this. Maybe you will get the, like, you have no choice because if they get, it goes through, they're gonna combo off. But like, if they get the track maker, your hand trap didn't really matter. And it's not like holding the hand trap mattered anyway. So it's just like, I feel like this is not a weakness. All right, let's not hype this shit up.
Like, if you draw Ghost Spell against Cool Tune, it's just as good as drawing an Ash Blossom. Bringing Ghost Spell stonks up to an all-time high. And this is a card
This
that's
is
really...
not like Bell on Draco Tail Flame, where there's actually some meaningful like trade where you're trying to push a card effect and they're trying to choke you on that with Draco Tail Flame, and then you Bell that. This is not. I don't think this is very
easy for people to slot into their non-engine slots. It's not a hyper-specific tech card like Artifact Lancia that only works against a couple of decks. And while we're talking about hand traps, let's actually circle back to
oh my
14.
god. Like, Lancia has nothing to do with this. Bell, okay, this is like I don't okay, like I said, I think Bell's good into mix or remix. That is actually a pretty strong interaction. But it still presents the same issue of having to have like a bunch of hand traps that you force them to just end on that. So, I don't know.
The deck's in-engine turn 0 interruption, the Femena of Cool Tune. And Clip is it's kind of bad. Let me explain. Clip basically reads like a custom card that's just absolutely bonkers until you read all of the Cool Tune Synchro monsters and realize that they each need a specific name. When you're going first, Clip is amazing to search at the end of the combo, but it's only really great because you have all your Cool Tune names in rotation already, giving you more flexibility with what you can actually make with Clip. But when you're going second, Clip just entirely depends on what you draw, and it can just be so awkward. Like, if you draw Clip and a hand trap, yeah, you can make Crackle and go for a hand rip, but most of the time I'd rather just use that hand trap as a hand trap. I'd get more value out of it that way. Maybe you drew Clip with Rico, it can make the turn 1 Cool Tune RS and pop a Speller Trap at the same time, but that usually leaves you with no follow-up on the next turn, and you either have to already have another Cool Tune card or hope you draw one. And unless your opponent drew a subpar hand, one negate is not going to stop them from building an end board anyway. The best combination is probably Clip and Mix, allowing you to blow up a monster and then make Track Maker to allow you to search for some follow-up. But again, this is like best case scenario, and it's just a monster pop and searching for some follow-up. It doesn't do anything close to what Draco Tail Femena can do. And it's why you see a lot of deck lists only using 2 Clip. It's not a card you actually want to see in your opening hand. So if you see someone use Clip on turn 0, don't actually panic like it's a Femena.
Please don't put Q to 1 right. I need to flex right. Bell doesn't remove the monster from the field. That's the important part, yeah. I think that's the actual choke, right? If you can get rid of the monster on field, they don't have options. They actually have to jump through hoops to get to. So like, I think that should have been more like, if you're gonna talk about weaknesses or whatever, like that actually is impactful. To me, that's why I would consider running Gamma, because Gamma on their normal summon, maybe they chain Cool Tune Synchro and you got goobed, but whatever. But like, you're actually forcing them to like. There's not that many cards. But I don't know. I feel like people would still be upset at running Gamma because they play Driver, So, and I just assume like the general audience wouldn't take kindly to that kind of like, I don't know. Like, I've seen what people say about fucking Gamma, right? Like, I've heard it all. Gotta like Ogre Chain Veiler, which is, I guess, fine.
Just kind of so-so. On top of all of this, Clip's effect is only usable during the opponent's turn. So during your own turn, it can't be used as an extender. It can't be used as a way to dodge interruption. It's just a level 2 meatball named Cool Tune Clip. And let's talk about their synchro summoning in general as well. Because while it's an excellent way to synchro summon, it's not foolproof and still has some vulnerabilities. Because you need a Cool Tune monster in play. You can't synchro with exclusively cards in your hand. This makes the deck extremely vulnerable to spot removal, and is probably the best way to smother the deck. Now keep in mind the deck does have ways to extend past its normal summon. The field spell and
I don't know. Like, that definitely matters going second, but I feel like it's really trivial. Like if your opponent's going, I mean, okay, Cool Tune cards have pretty decent options going into a board, you know. But if you have the quick play spell, you have Synchro Overtake, you know, to offset, you know, that normal summon. But I think that's trivial. Like, yeah, when your deck has to go second into a board and potentially hand traps, like, yeah, of course you're gonna have an easier time with the deck. But I don't feel like that's what people are complaining about. You know, it's just like the options you have to deal with playing into the Cool Tune board that makes it really difficult. And it's not even like the hand reveal. It probably does play into it, you know, going second, you know, but you know, they're less effective. But that's a less important point. That's like whatever.
Rotary both give additional normal summons.
Chain
but
Orange
if they don't
Light.
have a Cool Tune monster in play, then they have literally no plays to make. So if you're playing against Cool Tune and you have a choice between a negate that doesn't destroy and a piece of
I don't know. This kind of annoys me because sometimes people will conflate the weaknesses between like going first and going second. So he's talking about Cool Tune's weaknesses going second without actually like, you know, like mentioning that. And then he went, you know, earlier he made a point about Cool Tune going second in the board being more vulnerable to Bell or whatever. But they're like two different scenarios. Like okay, obviously you just, you know, probably use this advice of like spot removal and modify your end board accordingly and use your interactions better that way. But I don't know. I feel like people I don't know. I think this point is very, very, very like less important. RT with a special summon going first? Yeah. Oh yeah, that is true.
It's probably better to go for the spot removal. You'd be surprised how much work a card like SP Little Knight will do against Cool Tune in a simplified board state. And finally, if you want to be that guy, the deck does hard lose to cards like Defissure and Macrocosmos, since all the effects need to...
Like, again, this is all trivial. I mean, like, okay, if you're man, you have more pointed cards against... I'm bringing up man, but, like, these are the ones that... The one deck I can... Like, yeah, okay, you can play cards that win going first, with exception of Shifter. Like... Well, duh. I don't know. This isn't like... To me, I don't know. I've never really feel like... Yeah, going first card versus... Going first, specific going first card into... Like, it's not that, like... The real is... Going second to Killer Tune is what you should be worried about, you know?
Like going to the graveyard. So I guess Cash Tier is
There's
back
decent
again if you
combos
wanna
in
try to choose some
Shifter,
games going
yeah.
first. Now, not every deck can use cards like the
That's
Dimensional
true,
Shifter,
yeah,
but the decks that
back-to-back
can
is
and actually
kinda
draw against
crazy.
Cool Tune, it's basically a free win button. So now that we have some of the good and some of the bad laid out, I want to talk about the biggest talking point around this deck, which is this deck toxic? And here's the thing, I love mid-range decks, and I've been having a lot of fun with Cool Tune. But when I say that I enjoy Cool Tune, people act like I just endorsed a war crime. And overall, I think my answer is actually
You
no.
gotta stop posting on Reddit, bro. I swear this guy gets like his like ideas from the Master Duel Reddit. Like this guy. Like, I don't know. Maybe Twitter too. Like, okay, who cares? The Redditors get mad at you. Oh, boo-hoo. I don't know. It's just like... Maybe we'll throw Master Duel Meta under the bus. Maybe he's in the Master Duel Meta comment sections. I don't know.
I don't think it's toxic. I think it has a toxic aspect, but that toxic aspect isn't what a lot of people actually think it is.
I'm
A lot of
not
people think
gonna-
the Captain's ability to rip
this
cards out of the
does
deck
not
or
seem
RS's
like
level
a-
modulation effect, but these are actually just gimmicks that only work against a very specific pool of decks. Like everyone points to how it makes the Yummies level 2 and makes the deck completely unplayable, but then people ignore the fact that the same effect is turning cards like Vanquishal Raisin into a level 5, allowing K9 VS to just extend way easier than they normally could have.
That's pretty flimsy. I'm not gonna lie.
And it's the same with the extra deck ripping. Like, yeah, if you're playing Malice and use a bunch of one-ofs in your extra deck, then it's probably really gonna suck. But a lot of the decks don't really care about that. Like, does Radiant Typhoon really care that you just pulled a random card out of their extra deck? No, not really. And that's the case with a lot of modern decks right now. K9 Vanquishal barely cares either, and then decks like Mitsurugi are just completely immune to it. It's really not this game warping effect that everyone on Reddit
He just name dropped Reddit. He is arguing with Reddit right now. He's literally okay. He just said it. Okay. Oh my god.
it seems to make it seem like. But that aspect of the deck is so hyped up that you even have people on Reddit asking if Flu is the secret anti-meta tech because they don't use their extra deck. Which, if this is your post, hi, welcome to the video. The answer is no. But I don't blame you for thinking that because this part of the deck has just been blown
I
way
think that's just a common pitfall that people... I think it's kind of interesting. Yeah, how did I say it? Like, okay, we have 10 more minutes until what's called OCG times. But during ban lists, whenever there's a deck that's hit, a lot of like, I will say, less experienced players will jump to the conclusion that, oh, there's less reason to play this deck, and let's move on to the next unhit deck, and they're the true winner of the ban list. When in reality, you could probably just still perform with a nerf version of that deck. But I don't know. It's just interesting. I'm not like, this is not a critique, but you just see that a lot. Like, yeah, there are people in chat that are like, oh, you know, with this new ban list, with this new deck coming out, yeah, like Cool Tune, should I play a deck without an extra deck? Yeah, there's more. They become more valuable, but like, I don't know if that like addresses the issues those individual decks have, like Radiant Typhoon, right? Like, okay, yeah, you don't care about your extra deck, but you still have to deal with like low quality hands. And then like Radiant Typhoon, sorry, you go into Cool Tune, which has better quality hands more often, and you're just you're getting gooed by that anyway. So they're saying Twitch chat is better than Reddit. No, I actually, no, I don't think so. I think the conversations I have on stream are better than what I would have on Reddit. I will say that. But as a whole, Twitch chat, no. I don't think I like definitely watch what's called Josh Schmidt with chat turned off, all right? Like Habakiri. Like so anyway, I'm just noting that's kind of like, I've seen that. To be honest, it's kind of reasonable to me. I don't really blame people for thinking that way. It's not really, to me, it's not really stupid. It's a little bit like wishful thinking, but it's not like, I mean, these guys aren't working with that much information, all right? So I'm not gonna like expect too much, right? Sorry, that comes out wrong, but I think it's just reasonable to be like, oh yeah, flu is the next meta strategy or something, whatever. To give again, to give more credence to the flu example, it does play defissure, it does play shifter, so there is some, you know, merit to it, but obviously the same issues will persist, right? Like if you don't have like the deck doesn't have that many pushes, and its hand quality is really bad with map at lower quantities. So it's like, so the same, even though you presumably have a better matchup, like you're probably losing to the same things anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I don't blame people for thinking that. It is kind of like a fallacy though.
Out of proportion. The part of the deck that I do find toxic, though, is that information aspect. That is a game warping effect. And like I said, it takes agency away from the going second player.
I'm going to be honest, like, why make the distinction? I think it's reasonable to be like, yeah, my deck can't function under level modulation. This is not like cool. It's not as ubiquitous as like information, you know, and being able to checkmate your opponent. But I don't think that diminishes that, like I don't think anyone enjoys getting hit by Clockwork Knight if their Dragon Link deck can't function. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Dragon Link can still cook I don't know, make SP to kill the Clockwork Knight. I think it's like, even though, yeah, I think that's still a reasonable thing to call toxic.
Me, card games are just as much mental mind games with bluffing and baiting as just the mechanical execution of cards are. And Rotary takes away all of those mind games. A lot of games can end up boiling down to looking at the opponent's hand and seeing if you can beat it and how you can.
You want to close Moon is Light Machine? Oh, another one that is like Runic, right? I actually don't value the Runic banish that much, but I think it's still reasonable to get upset when it does banish something. Even though the chances of that are kind of low, but you know, if it happens, people are just going to be upset and like, they're like, okay, nice game. Why do I even bother? So while I think the Runic banishing is probably less of a impactful part of the game plan versus like a Floodgate that a Runic deck would play, I think, again, it's still kind of reasonable. I wouldn't blame someone for being upset. Closed Moon, Light Machine, Sag. My 3 engage got banished off Runic Funny card. Or a Rise Heart, too. Again, Rise Heart, from my experience, has not been that like impactful. Oh, okay, this might... Okay. All right, you got it. You got it, okay.
information takes agency away from the opponent, so they can no longer try to bluff and bait out interruption. The opponent just knows everything.
Runic
But
Madness,
outside of
yeah.
that, I think the deck is actually a lot of fun, and I've really been enjoying it. And something that I find interesting for the future is that currently in the OCG, Cool Tune is the best deck. And outside of cards like Harmonia, Master Duel is kind of caught up to the OCG meta. And the thing is, Yu-Gi-Oh players on this side of the world, we've always been able to look at the OCG and know what the next best deck is going to be. But that's not the case here. For the first time in a long time, we all don't know what's going to be better than Cool Tune. And I think it's cool that we can play in a meta where we actually don't know what's going to be the best deck next. This hasn't happened for players in our territory for years. And that makes me pretty excited. We're either going to get a bunch of cool new decks, or this is going to be like Snake Eyes format where we're stuck with 2 years of Cool Tune. But for once, we don't actually know. And I think that's pretty exciting. If you guys made it to this part of the video, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. While you're still here, why not consider liking and subscribing? It goes a long way to help small creators like me, and each and every one of you makes a huge impact. As always, thank you to my channel supporters.
All right. No. Okay, I'm keeping this one to myself. Ermi. I gotta keep this to myself. Oh my god. Okay, it's almost ready. Hold on, let me refresh. Share with the class? No, it's like personal. Real Patriot I5R. Please give extra deck Toon Monster. Toons need more than one really good ED-mon. Wow. Yeah. I don't think there's... Okay, let's check out this. Is it from your manager? Maybe. Alright, how long is this? Ermi. Okay, this is kind of long. I don't know if I'll get through the whole thing before OCG. We're getting new reviews? Yes, we are. They have the voice of Pegasus J. Crawford. Oh, he's hosting. No, guest. This is guest. Guest Pegasus J. Crawford. So presumably we're getting tunes from not just Revolution Booster, but from Chaos Origins. That's what I'm assuming here. Tragic support could happen. Never say never. Is this? I think I recognize him. These look like a stand-up comic duo. But yeah. All right, Duel Links and the FTK problem. Hello, I am -1, a Duel Links player from North America. I have been playing the game since the worldwide release in January 2017. Please understand the concerns I will outline in this document using this context. This write-up is about the recent FTK problem in Duel Links and why I'm considering stepping away from the game permanently. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen it. There's, like, Destiny Hero hand loop, Destiny Hero, like, end board. I think there's an FTK with Dogma, I think. And then there's also Therions, which they both have an FTK and like a Unbreakable board or something like that. I feel like I'm in a fever dream. Yeah. An FTK is simply defeating the opponent on the first. Okay, I don't think we really need to know what an FTK is. All right, like, all right, exercise to the reader. A pattern of behavior with FTKs. Before 2024, it was actually quite rare for an FTK to exist in Duel Links. Yeah, I think the first one I heard about was the Equip one with the Woodland Sprite, I think. And they regulated that. And if they did exist, they were often gimmicky and had success rates below 50%, and even when uninterrupted. Yeah, Woodland Sprite Bamboo FTK. The only competitive viable FTK before 2024 at the beginning of 2018, which resulted in 2 emergency banlets hitting Woodland Sprite and Golden Bamboo Sword in succession. However, 2024 and 2025 saw the release of more robust combo tools that enabled more FTK possibilities. Content creators of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG or Master Duel would check Duel Links during this period because of a new deck or ban list release and would learn of these FTKs, and Duel Links jokingly earned a reputation for being a game with many FTKs. Like, I don't really remember that. Reality was that most of these FTKs were gimmicky at best, but over time they increased in consistency. I don't remember, like, maybe there was some discourse around that, but, like, honestly, that's just some tourist bullshitting. Like, who open up the app and, like, all right, I don't know, like, I don't take that much stock. FTK Go, yeah. After 2024 World Champion qualifiers, the Skill Revolution at Floor was released and led to an unbelievable number of FTKs. Okay, I don't know what this does. Is this RY? No, this is probably someone else. RY has one of the most, like, most Duel Links impractical combo FTKs I've ever seen. Oh, it is RY. Yeah, I'm 90% sure half of these are impractical. I watched this guy before. While the number of videos is impressive, these combos can be solved by almost any hand trap, Effect Veiler, DD Crow, Skullmeister. There were many answers to these combos, so while they were annoying, they didn't really see much use outside of people spamming games on ladder or making YouTube videos for entertainment. FTK combos were becoming extremely consistent, but the truth is they struggle with two things. Hand traps going second. Yeah, same as usual. Business as usual. It's the same case for TCG. FTKs that can play through hand traps and can go second. First instance of this phenomenon is Utopia FTK during the 2025 Championship qualifiers. This is largely because Utopia was an existing strategy that could independently set up 4 negates and Abyss Dweller. But the FTKs existed as a supplementary option to win the game immediately and avoid the opponent breaking the board. Additionally, the ideal point to hand trap Utopia was often by negating Astrotopia, but doing so left the opponent open to getting FTK by Catapult Turtle. There wouldn't be another competitively threatening FTK until Dinosaur FTK in December 2025, which was made threatening in large part due to Miscellaneousaurus. Oh my god, though. Okay, I heard about this one. Yeah, I heard about this one. This guy's not OPT. If you need to read. Okay. Dinosaur monsters were unaffected by opponent's activated effects during the main phase, which means Infinite Permanence Effect Rail, Ghost Mortar, Moonlight Chill, and Nibiru the Primal Being were all effectively useless. The hand traps people choose to use were DD Crow and Droll and Lockbird, but the truth is that with the right hand, it's possible to FTK through Droll or Crow as well. What was most ridiculous was that in some instances, it was also possible FTK to go second because most back row were cards that could be ignored by miss. The only way saving grace of Dino FTK was that it was released after a KC Cup, so there was ample time to hit the deck and prevent its proliferation in the next competitive deck. Yeah, I think there is a KC Cup coming, right? And they just released these decks with all this bullshit. Proliferating G, yeah. My goat. Multiplying G. Okay, we're not gonna get through all this. We have one more minute. Maybe we come back to this, but I always find it fascinating. During the February KC Cup, Dark Magician FTK started seeing heavy success, and first global for most days of 1 and 2 was using DM FTK. What made this deck so insidious was the preparation Rise could search both Illusion Chaos and Sarvis, the Ancient Ascendant. Hand trap installation. This means you can either add a starter or add targeted protection play through a hand trap. On top of this, Red Eyes Arctic Dragoon was played as a 5th summon, meaning it was possible to FTK through Veiler and Nibiru. Additionally, Small World was added as a way to add a starter, Lava Golem or Blizzard Prisons, because the skill offered easy access to Dragoon. The turn 2 was honestly quite formidable. The deck did not win in the end, but it was a clear sign that Konami was not being proactive enough with these FTK tools. Puppet skill restrictions, Sag. Come back to it. I kind of want to like fuck off after the end, but whatever. Okay, should be ready.
吉野でメゾンです。お願いします。ありがとうございますね。頑張っていきましょう。はい。さ、
はいはい、
この前女友達からめんどくさい相談されてさ。
めんどくさい相談。
そう、まあミキってやつなんだけど。
ミキ。
彼氏のふりしてほしいみたいな。っていうのもそのミキが女友達に彼氏いるって言っちゃったらしくて、でそれで俺に
Good one
その子の前で彼氏のふりしてほしいって頼んできたんだよね。いやこれバレないようにするのむずいよな。
本当にめんどくさいと思ってる？女友達の彼氏のふりするだけだもんな。
嫁もそうだけど。
楽しいことじゃない？
楽しくないよ。
親密な女友達がいるっていうアピールに聞こえるんだけど。最後にできた女友達が小6の時に男子に混ざって遊戯王カードやってくれてた高田さんで終わってる俺への当てつけ。
もう違うよ。そんなつもりないけど。
I used to have like an auto translate.
何言ってんの？は？
そうだ。楽しいことじゃない。
But it ain't working.
楽しくないって。
だからその女友達に紹介された時にその女友達が二人って本当に付き合ってるの？なんかよそよそしくないとか言ってきて焦ったミキがお前の腕を組んでそんなことないよ仲良しだよとか言ってお前もおい勝手なことすんなよしょうがないでしょ合わせなさいよじゃんちょっと待ってくれよすぎるだろ。
何今の急に。
こうなったとしたら こうなったとしたら楽しいだけだが。
まずそんなことなんないし、なったとしても俺嬉しくないから。俺ミキのこと女として見てない。
Are the same bowl cut?
女として見てない、女と思ってない。いやいや、お前が女と思ってるとか関係なく、その子は女の子だから。神様でさえ人の性別を決められないこの時代に、お前が勝手に人の性別を決めるなよ。もしくはメガネの度が合ってなくて本当に女の子に見えてないとか。だとしたら今すぐ外した方がいいよ、その色メガネを。
何言われた？どういう意味？
そのキモい色メガネを外せよ。
つけてねえよ。
いや、お前がなんて言うとミキは女の子なんだから、腕を組んだら嬉しいじゃん。
いや別に。
どう思われたいの？
何が？
強がんなよ。
強がってないから。
じゃあその女友達の家に行った時にね、その女友達がもう遅い時間だし2人とも泊まっていったら、そっちのベッド使っていいよ。付き合ってるんだし別に同じベッドでもいいでしょって言われて、ミキと2人で添い寝することになったら、
マジで何も思わないな。
さすがに強がり
Is this like the act where they do like a straight man?
あ、違う。
今お前が自分
I can't wait for the day you get what's coming for
焦っ
you.
て強がって
A
返
hug?
事間違えちゃってるよ。
強がってないから。ミキのこと
A
そういう
bowl
目
of
で見てないから。
truffles?
ミキはどうだろうね。は？お前さっきからミキの気持ちが置き去りだよ。
お前誰なんだよ。誰目線？
いや、ミキはお前に彼氏のふりをお願いしてんだよ。他の友達は違うだろ。そのミキの気持ちを考えろ。
ミキも何も思ってねえよ。
わかんないだろそれは。
何も思ってないって。
The creator will never die. Not even Master Duel has anything to say about it. Manzai? Okay. Yeah, it's like straight man and like.
今俺の目の前で何が起きたんだ。
いやだから俺から告白した時に友達にしか見えない。
I think that's like the. Let me look it up. It's like the name of the comedy act. Manzai comedy. Typically featuring a duo, a funny man and a straight man, who engage in rapid fire dialogue, puns, and misunderstandings.
頼んできたんだろ。
お前本当に強がってたのかよ。ごめん。お前偉いよ。本当の敵はミキだ。おいミキ聞いてるか。こいつはな、あんたの彼氏になりたかったんだよ。でもそれが叶わないから彼氏のふりをするんだよ。こいつはな、あんたなしでも生きていけるよ。でもあんたなしじゃ生きていたくないんだよ。いきますよ。世界はそれを愛と呼ぶんだぜ。涙の中にかすか
ミキー
明かりが
好きだー。
君の目の前で
俺さ、お前ともし腕を組んだらドキドキする。
昨日の
俺はお前のことを女としてしか見れない。
というなら
色眼鏡はもう外した。
Can you add this amount of points? Alright, share it. Share with the class.
でもな、振りで終わると思うなよ。新しい日々をつなぐのは新しい君と僕らのさ。僕らなぜか確かめ合う。世界じゃそれを愛かでろうね。ここ愛をつなぐのは
Okay, fine.
なんだこれ。もういいよ。どうもあざした。
アニメソンのお二人ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。いやもう今までいろんなコーナーからこの遊戯王 OCG タイムズ始まってきたんですけれども、突然の漫才からのスタートはさすがに
そうですね、
見てくださっている皆さんも相当驚いたんじゃないでしょうか。こちらの番組一応ですね、遊戯王 OCG に関する最新情報を伝えていく公式番組となっております。その証拠にですね、漫才の最後の方にちょっとね気になる、
最後の最後
一番最後まで普通に見てたんですけどね、ワードがなんか飛び込んでまいりましたけれども、まず宮下さんのメゾンのお二人の。
いや俺すごいなと思います。やっぱ宮下草薙だったらやっぱ草薙が NG 出してると思うんでね、この漫才は人の前で漫才をするっていうのはやっぱ
人の前で漫才するの NG。
Okay, I heard them say manzai.
なんですけど、いや本当にだって漫才してる最中にね、だからこれカメラには映ってないですけど、もうこっちの目の前におじさんが5人立って見てたんですよ。そんな中ね、
What are we missing from Chaos Origins, actually?
漫才をやるっていうのは大変なことだと思うんですけども、素晴らしいパフォーマンスでした。本当にさすがでございます。
いや嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
楽しかった。
いや嬉しいですね。
しみじみとしみじみと、
はい、
持ち帰りそうな、
かなり褒めてもらえたんで
素晴らしかった。あと目の前でねこう、実際やってるところ見るとエネルギーがもう波動が、
画面で見るよりやっぱ生の方がね、本当に劇場に足を運んでください皆さん。
そういうことですね。
生が一番なんです。
そういうこと。
そうなんです。
なんか劇場でやるよりもやっぱり目の前
Have
に
we seen it? No. I don't expect them to reveal it here, but they
5
could.
人の方が向いてたんですね、おじさん5人
で今だいぶ喉がやばいです声出しすぎました
ね
ね
ネタねすごいんですよ、やっぱ
それぐらい全力でやってくださった、
全力でやらさせていただきました。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
はい。
はい。ということで
Like, I don't know. If we were to see something from Revolution Booster, it's probably going to be tunes. But I don't know if we're going to see that either.
漫才で。
そうなんですよね。
そっか
はい。みんな忘却してると思いますが、ここで改めて番組始めてまいりましょう。いきますよ。新パックカオスオリジンズ発売記念遊戯王 OCG タイムズ。
Let's fucking go.
はいということで改めまして当番組の
Oh, he's wearing the Paris Exodia.
よろしくお願いいたします。そして今回も番組にはたくさんの豪華ゲストの方々に来ていただいております。まずはなんといっても遊戯王 OCG タイムズといえばこの方です。バトルトイグランドマスター、宮下草薙の宮下さんです。
はい、よろしくお願いします。もうこうなってくるとやっぱそのお前も漫才しろよって話になってくると思うんですけど、僕はこの番組は漫才師としては出てません。デュエリストとして出てます。
デュエリストとして
本当にすいません、足からずということで
明確にね、
すいません、
枠を決めていらっしゃる。
はい、
すいませんね。よろしくお願いいたします。さあ続いては、またねどんどん遊戯王カードをやってほしいよというこの方々です。2025年 M1 ファイナリストメゾンの吉野お稲荷くんさんと原一国さんです。
お願いします。メゾンです。お願いします。ありがとうございます。
一応僕たちデュエリストとカードでやってます。
誰がカードだよ、おい。カードだったんですね。
手札だった。手札です。
俺手札じゃないですよ。刺激すんな俺の。
完全に
モベと一緒に
はい
モベじゃないです。ありがとうございます。コンビですからお願いします。
ということで始まりました遊戯王 OCG タイムズ。4月の25日土曜日発売となります新パックカオスオリジンズの最新情報ですとか遊戯王の関連情報盛りだくさんとなっておりますので最後までお見逃しなく。という
Alright,
こ
let's
と
see
で
it.
いきなり漫才からね。
Okay,
最新情報
we already got the Manzai done, I think.
最後の最後になんか言ってましたよね。
でなんか吉野さんが先ほどなんか最後何とおっしゃってました。
いや僕もほぼ記憶
Alright, I think next is Duelist Report. I forgot what that section is.
高田さんに向けて叫んでたら気づいたら高田さんにやっぱメルフィーが強化されたよっていうのを伝えたくなったんですね。
あの時のね。
高田さんメルフィー使いだったんだ。
高田さんがメルフィー使いここで
いやここでまさかね、いや知れると嬉しいですよ。やっぱ M1 からこう引っ張ってきた情報がついに。
Oh yeah, it looks like there's doing Chaos Origins at the end.
そうやったんです。
So we have basically we have
メルフィーの新規カードが収録されます。
we have to do the Duelist Report, then they're gonna have like a guessing game after that. Fuck, I forgot what Yu-Gi-Oh information was. But that might just be like announcements for like, you know, like YCSJ or something like that.
はい、メルフィーはですね、レベル2のまあ本当小さな動物。
Is it when they announce new cards in OCG?
書
Yes.
かれてるテーマなんですけど、まあ相手の行動にこう。
Oh shit, it's the Melfi.
手札に逃げ戻ったりとか。
They did tease Melfi with that fucking
で仲間を増やしてい
bunny
って展開
dancing.
していくと非常にこうメルヘンで可愛いテーマ。まあまあ本当
Oh yeah, yeah. At the end is the full set review. Yeah.
感じがしますね。
ありがとうございます
はい。でまあ自分のエンドフェーズにもこう場に現れては自分相手のターンをまたいで
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be like, it's gonna be either Melfi, Link, or Fusion, but that's about it. I'm not familiar with Melfi to know their patterns. But Melfi, Link, or Fusion, trust.
やはりこのイラス
If they get another synchro, that makes sense
ト
too.
圧倒的な可愛さ。でまあ新カードともなるとまた
Count Toso was reprinted? Okay, that's further evidence.
非常に楽しみでございます。
Dude, do you think you can have like a effect that like ignores the turn delay for fucking Melfis?
バトルトイグランドマスターって何ですか。
確かにさらっと言ってましたけど、もうねセンターマイク置いてきました。
ありがとうございます。ということで新カード見ていきましょう。まずはこちらです。メルフィー・ラビーズ。こちらはレベル
Oh yeah, new Melfi. Yeah, this is new.
のチューナーモンスターで攻撃力300、守備力100です。
Alright.
このカード名の丸1、丸2
Relinquish Overframe? Yeah.
一度いずれか一つしか使用できません。
Wow, they just straight up revealed
相手がモ
a.
ンスターを召喚、特殊召喚した場合に発動できる
First and second effects once per turn. Special summon this card from your hand. If your opponent normal summon or special summon a monster, then you can fusion summon. I told you, fusion. Easy. That was easy. Okay, that was like easy. When this card normal summon or special summon, you can activate this effect. Add one Malphite monster from your deck to your hand. If you add a normal monster to your hand, you can special summon any number of beast type monsters from your hand. Well, they have a synchro and exist. This was easy. This is easy. It was either a fusion or a link. How does it always know? This is the fun part of these fucking reveals. People be like, Konami has method to their madnesses. Where do you read? Can you post it? I'm just reading off my machine translation phone, so I can't really do that. If this card is fusion summon, you can get the same number of Melfi cards on your field and the same number of cards on your opponent's field. Return those cards to your hand. Okay. If your opponent normal summon or special summons a monster, or if this card is targeted for an attack by an opponent's monster, you can target one beast type monster in graveyard, reduce this card's level by 2, and special summon the targeted monster. Turn 0? Oh yes, it is a turn 0 card. Oh, they got an Xyz. That's crazy. So they ended up getting another Xyz. Is this 3 level 2s? 3 or more level 2s. I imagine it's gonna have a rank up or something. You can also Xyz summon it by placing on top of a Melfi Mommy on your field. Oh my god. Yeah, there's no way. If this card is special summon, you can activate this effect, add one Melfi spell or trap card from your deck or graveyard to your hand. This card's attack is equal to the attack with the Melfi monsters this card uses as material, increased by the sum of attack and defensive position. You can activate this effect by detaching 5 of these materials from this card. Return all cards from your opponent's field to their hand. Ayaslav. Level 4 can't summon a Melfi Sprite. Really bad. This seemed pretty decent. Okay, so yeah, the turn 0. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, if you can summon this on your opponent's turn, that does offset the turn delay. It's not Q-Slop, it's P.
そういう意味で本当にただただメルフィーでこう固めればできることだし、そもそもこのメルフィーマミーがね、まさか神ゴッドがついてね帰ってくるとは思ってなかったんで、いや可愛い。やっぱイラスト。
Oh, this is Melfi God Mommy. Melfi God Mommy.
先生のような可愛いねイラストというか非常に可愛らしいです。
はい、ありがとうございます。しかしメルフィーの新カードはですね、まだございます。まだございますので見ていきましょう。こちらです。メルフィーが転んだ。はい、こちら通常魔法カードです。このカードを発動するターン、自分はメルフィーモンスターしか特殊召喚できず、このカード名のマルチターンに一度しか使用できません。
Let me check this. Again, this is machine translation.
4体まで手札に加える。
Don't like take too much stock, but during the turn you activate this card, you can only special summon Melfi monsters. Add up to 4 Melfi monsters from your deck to your hand, only one of each card name. Then it is the end phase of this turn. That doesn't even matter. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 2 Melfi cards in your graveyard, then other than Melfi fall down, then add one, I guess that's the card itself. Add one of them to your hand and return the other to the bottom of your deck.
自分のフィールド墓地のメルフィーモンスター1体を対象として発動できる。そのモンスターを手札に戻す。その後、
They all summon themselves at end phase for what it's worth. You can activate this effect by targeting one Melfi monster in your field or graveyard. Return that monster to your hand. Then you can special fusion summon one beast type fusion monster using monsters in your hand and or field as fusion material. If you control Melfi monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard. During this turn, Melfi monsters you control that were special summoned from the X-ray are unaffected by your opponent's activated effects.
たくさんの効果ですが、吉野さん。
Sag, not sprite support.
このカードたち。
いや僕シンクロ召喚までやってたんですよ。昔。でエクシーズからやってなくて、でエクシーズから習ってない問題出てきたみたいに頭が混乱して。
If they didn't know, that means trap tricks will be soon. I think it's possible. Trap tricks are reasonably popular.
融合シンクロ。
They're not as popular
メルフィーが飛ん
in.
だで、まあターンは終了してしまうんですけど、このメルフィータイムを
They're not as popular as
それ
like
も
Heroes, for
こう
example,
苦
but
じゃなくなるというかね。
そうですね。
はい。
or as Charmers. Charmers are insanely
エ
popular.
ンドフェーズに飛び出してくるね。さっきの
Tourists and TCG be like, oh, why did they devote an anime to Charmers?
結構
Well,
ね、すごい効果してますよね。4枚まで。確か
you ain't tapped in. That's all I'm saying.
4枚加えるのは相
に。
当パワー。
4ドローのようなものですから。
ありがとうございます。以上が新規メルフィーのカードでした。いきなり未公開カードの公開となりました。引き続きこの番組ではですね、遊戯王の最新情報をお知らせしていきますので、お見逃しなく。特にカオスオリジン
Okay,
ズ
what
の
are we
未公
look?
開
Okay,
カー
let
ド
me
に関しまして
find
はこの
the.
番組で全て公開する予定ですの
うわ
で、はい、ご注目ください。
ぜひ。
そしてですね、今回も番組の感想を募集しておりますので、どしどし感想ご意見お待ちしております。今回この番組
Okay, this is usually some like Twitter contest or like.
X でポストしていただく際には、ハッシュタグ遊戯王 OCG タイムズをつけてポスト
Yeah,
していただきますと
you'll win a box or something like
抽選
that.
で10名様にカオスオリジンズ1ボックスをプレゼントさせていただきます。
Charmers?
そ
Ah,
して
yeah,
さ
yeah.
らにリポストキャンペーンも実施しております。X にてこの番組のライブ配信ポストをリポストしてくれた方の中から抽選で10名様にカオスオリジンズ1ボックスをプレゼントいたします。ポストキャンペーン詳細をお読みの上、ぜひリポストをお願いいたします。
I didn't pay attention to the set numbers. I should have probably done
見てい
that.
きましょう。こちらです。はい、まずは先ほどのメゾンの漫才披露。
Wait, that's all the effect monsters, I think.
漫才が。
It looks like slots number 20 through 22 are Melfi monsters.
さあ、そして続いてがデュエリスト
We know all the monsters now.
そして進行は
As in like the main
思い浮かべ
decks.
たカードを当てろマインドスキャンゲームというものがありまして、さらに遊戯王インフォメーション。こちらでは遊戯王の商品
There's two extra deck monsters I don't think we know.
遊戯王 OCG のスケジュール等を発表させていただきます。
I think we're missing one spell and one
こ
trap.
れは何をするんでしょうか。ミッションソルブファクター極秘情報を保護せよというものが
ミッション。
で、はい、最後にカオスオリジンズ全カード公開となっております。今回も盛りだくさんですので最後までお楽しみください。それではですね、コーナーに行く前にちょっとだけゲストの皆さんと、近況についてお話しできたらなというふうに思います。まずはメゾンのお二人、改めてよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
まずのコナミさんが本当に
Yeah, so I don't think we're getting
デュエリスト特有の殺気を感じるとこのゲー
a
ム
monster overframe or anything like that for tunes or whatever.
ですので
There's a chance it could be
がいらっしゃったきっかけっていうのはおそらくその M1 でのネタになるんですかね。
a link. That'd be very odd.
僕たちしかいなかった。
そう
それはそうだけど。
僕も M1 で戦いながら思いましたね。そのこの中にデュエリストいないんだっていう。
Take like a year before this comes empty? Yeah, it'll take a while. They might bump it up depending on how they split. But I wouldn't expect this for a while.
かなり加点されてた。
だいぶ。
It's over.
吉野さんは
Link one tunes.
歌出しハウスという
I don't-
YouTube チャン
I
ネル
don't
の方でも
well-
遊戯をネタにしてくださったりしてる。
It's
そうですね
possible.
やっぱなんか世代なんでやっぱ遊戯王が子
Actually,
供の
no.
頃に三人
I don't think it's possible.
それでなんかよくなんかあるあるとして出しちゃったりとかしますね。
ああ、そうですか。それは遊戯王好きな人たちはすごい魅力に感じたりするというところですけれども、さああとは宮下さん。
はい。
Tune Meow Meow
タイムズ
Moo.
は
Yeah.
昨年の7月ぶりと。
そうなんですね。
意外とこう他のイベントとかでご一緒させていただいて、
確かに
先月もお会いしてるんですけど。
That feels kind of powerful if you get a Link 1. Doesn't that make it like, if that's a tune, doesn't that close the loop for
でも僕もこのグランドマスター
Blue Eyes Ultimate?
名乗ってたわけですよ。はい、いやだから僕はてっきりね、俺のために用意されたレアなんだってすごすぎるで思ってたんですけど、
確かに。
はい、でもね結構何箱か開けましたけど、一切僕の元にグランドマスターレアは来てくれてないです。
そうです
やっぱりなんか来るか運命かなと思ったんですけど、ね。
そうですよね。持って叱るべきですよ、ね。
そうなんですよ。
コズ。確かにちょっと順番的に
なんか僕に
関係ある。
そうなんかやる前に僕に一言をくれてもよかったのに。何ですか。
We should release a Sahur Tune
グラ
Monster.
ンドマスターって何なんですか。
本当に何なんですか。僕もそれは10年ぐらい疑問に思ってます。何なんだろう一体。
ということで皆さんにお話を聞けたところで、番組初登場のお二人には、遊戯王についてもっと詳しくね、今後聞いていきましょう、そのコーナーがやってきます。それはこちらです。デュエリストレポート戦いの流儀。はい、こちらのコーナーではですね、遊戯王 OCG タイムズに初登場のデュエリストの方に
Yeah, I don't remember what the duelist report
キャラですと
does.
か好きなカードとかテーマとか、遊戯王のいろんなことを取材しようというコーナー。
素敵な、
はい、別名殿崎の部屋という名前を勝手につけてやらせていただいて、はい、よろしくお願いします。ということでね、お二人来ていただいたので早速お話聞いていきましょう。
Fuck RDA and S-Force. That's what someone.
遊戯王っていうカードゲームをそもそも触ったこととか見たことってございますか？
僕も相方の吉野と一緒で、やっぱ世代というか小さい頃は遊戯王というか、まあなんか最初に収集したものが遊戯王カードだったみたいな、男の子ってこう収集癖みたいなのあるじゃない。
Why do your chat only has pink names? That's what I'm saying, bruh. I confuse y'all with the y'all pink names. I confuse you all.
はい、なんか
I don't know. I think you get to choose that.
多分その記憶ないんですけど、
Maybe I'm wrong.
そのサンタさん
I don't know.
に遊戯王カード欲しいってお願いして、クリスマスプレゼントで届いたんですよ。遊戯王カードのボックスかな、バカのボックスが届いて。
Yeah, I genuinely don't know why y'all are pink.
サンタさんが来たっていうのをで、お母さん
You didn't choose it?
としてお母さんと一緒にこう
I was pinky first.
でなんかこたつの上で。
Saikuno Riz, Big Mommy.
デッキ組むとか
Sus good.
バトルするとかまでは分かってないみたいな感じなんで、こうお母さんと一緒にこうカード同じ絵柄とか好きな絵柄とかこう並べてみたいな、その七並べみたいにして遊んでましたね。その
別のルール
別の上で
まだルールわかんない、
バトルとかじゃなくてそんな感じで収集してましたね。
でも子供の時はね、オリジナルのルールで結構遊んでたりしてますもんね。
そうですね、公式のルールじゃない遊び方というか。
それもいいかったんですよね。
Here, I'll show you what. Oh shoot, I lost the page. Fuck me,
3
bro.
兄弟男兄弟3人全員顔
Here, I
が
found the
全く一緒
page.
なんですよ。だからなんか
Here, this is what I was looking at earlier.
カードダブったと思ったらしいです。
吉野さんもカードだと思ってるし、親御さんもカードだと思って
So
る。
we should know 20 through 21. These are the.
3枚まで入る。
Actually, we might be missing one. I think we only saw 2 Melfi monsters. We already saw the fusion. This is a fusion slot. We already Melfi God Mommy is here. So there's 2 open link slots. We got 1 spell and 1 trap. So we're missing 2 spells
吉野さんはいつなんか遊戯王に
and 1 trap.
タイミングとかあったりしますか？
僕
Pretty sure we only saw 2 Melfi monsters.
で中学生多分高1ぐらいまでやってたんですよ。
結構やってるね。
それが多分シンクロぐらいまでやってたんですけど、でも一番やってたのは多分 GX の頃に僕掲示板デュエルをやってて。
掲示板デュエル。
結構掲示板とかが好きで、そもそもなんかその2チャンネルを模した掲示板とかに僕いた。
Yeah, I wish I was in on the joke. They're all saying LOL.
そのなりきりチャットとかのキャラクターになりきってチャットをしたりとかしてたんですよ。まずアニメのキャラになりきって、でそこからさらに遊戯王も好きだったんで、遊戯王の掲示板デュエルっていう掲示板があって、それがデュエルアカデミアだっていう掲示板になってて、でそこに寮みたいに本当に分かれてたんですよ。
なるほど。オシリスレッド、
オベリスクブルー、ライエローみたいな分かれてて、でなんかその階級によってでチームみたいなのを自分たちで作ってて、で僕は不死鳥の騎士団というチームに入って、
俺ちょっとそういう名前が
チーム名はもうなんかそれぞれみんなオリジナル
ギルド的なのができて、めちゃめちゃ楽しそうだ。
で僕イソジンっていう名前だったんですけど、イソジンハンドルネーム。
不死鳥の騎士団の
How do you get that Iku? What does that mean?
周りにはジンって呼ばれてたんですけど、
知らんよ。
なんかかっこよくなって
Oh, it's Uma Musume
高弘
meme.
君というお
Ah.
兄ちゃん的存在の人が掲示板の中にいて、そこが同じ不死鳥の騎士団のチームだったんですけど、なんかこう掲示板デュエルって自分でデッキを置いて、でその自分で引いて、でそこから先打ち込んでくるんです。その出すカードと
現実世界で引いたカードを僕はこれを引いたよって
でこれ出すとかを打ち込むんですよ。なんで正直ズルし放題なんですよ。正直言うと
言ったもん勝ち。
見えないリモートデュエルみたいな。
確かに
信頼のもと行われるんですよ。でもバトルになってるんで敵が僕明らかにイカサマしてるだろって思った時あったんですよ。絶対このカード今さすがに都合いいみたいなのを何回もやられて、
What are they yapping about? I don't know, actually.
僕もデッキから神の宣告を出したことが
I'll probably like this doesn't happen too often for me to like warrant me finding a workaround to figure out, you know, to caption this, but
個別チャットが来て、ジンお前最近やってるよな。
ちょっとそういう統率があるんですね。
お前最近やってるよな。
ちゃんとあるんだ。
で僕もなんかいやでもあいつらが
Zoo
やってるから
enthusiasm? Yeah.
だったら高弘くんがでもさそこでちゃんと自分でズルせずに戦うのがデュエリストだろう言われて、まあ僕がちょっと泣いたっていう。
そんなにすごい話だな。顔も知らないやつ。知らない世界だったね。掲示板デュエルの世界。
青春の頃あります。中学生ぐらいの時ですね。
その掲示板デュエルでちなみにそのどんなデッキを使ってたり？
僕はアンティークギアゴーレム。
There must be a way to translate those cards. I mean, there's YGOR, but they take their time when it comes to translating, so they don't make mistakes. Which is not to say they're immune to mistakes. They've made some mistakes before. I mean, there's probably I don't trust the early translations because they made like more like egregious mistakes in my opinion. They just don't get called out for it because they're not public facing.
D ヒーローとかもめっちゃ好きです。
はいはい、かっこいい、かっこいいですよね。掲示板デュエルしてたらもうマスターデュエルなんかびっくりしますよね。
びっくりしました。
あれがネットでできるっていう。
もうわざわざやる必要ないんですよ。
マスターデュエルの存在自体はご存知？
あ、知ってます。リリースされた時ちょっとやったりとか。
あ、そうですか。ありがとうございます。今ねリリースから1500日キャンペーンみたいなね。
今ね全部いっぱいもらえます。
で吉野さんはなんかラジオ番組とかもやってらっしゃるという。
I heard Master Duel. Yeah, there's some Master Duel music
それのタイトルがラジオで
in the background. Oh, you mean like they mentioned it in their dialogue? I wasn't paying attention then. Nice. Nice catch.
我々と聞いてる方、スタッフの方、5枚が揃った時に勝利が確定します。
大丈夫ですか？許可取ってんのそんな。
今日許可取れればなと。
何ですか？取れればな。
今日許可取らせてもらえれば。
どうだろう。まだ取れてない。高弘さん的な存在いるかな。いいぞって言ってくれ。
僕らの。
Surely Unicorn doesn't spot it when it's all. Oh yeah. That's a classic.
確かに公式になってる可能性があります。
ここで公式をお願いします。大好きです。
ということですね。
大好きです。今アピールしても間に合うかな。
好きです。はい。ありがとうございます。吉田さん、原さんのご質問にいろいろお答えいただいてありがとうございました。ということでいろいろお話聞きましたが、続いてのコーナーにそろそろ参りましょう。続いてのゲストがいらっしゃるんですが、お二人ももしかしたら知ってる。
Alright, are we gonna see Pegasus?
かもしれません。こちらのコーナー、思い浮かべたカードを当てろ、マインドスキャンゲーム。
Okay, we got to the mind scan. So some card game guessing. So there's a little bit of participation. Just a little bit.
早速お呼びいたしましょう。インダストリアルイリュージョン社の名誉会長であり、デュエルモンスターズを生み出した天才ゲームデザイナー、ミスターペガサス J クロフォー。
すげえ。すごい。
ナイストゥミーチュー。遊戯王 OCG タイムズをご覧の全世界のデュエリストの皆さん、お会いできて嬉しいです。
Are they gonna make the Pegasus VA like guess? That's kind of cool. He's got the Millennium. No bat chest. This guy's the GOAT. No, we do not bat chest the GOAT. That's Temu Pegasus? This is the GOAT, bro. Tune Sahur, yeah. Tune Sahur. This is your first time hearing like the sub?
その回答をもとに私の思い浮かべているカードを言い当てられたら皆さんの勝ちです。
なるほど。
見事2回当てることができたら新しいカードの情報をお教えします。
なるほど。
ゲーム本番の前にまず
A batches can be genuine? Okay, my bad.
私がユウたち誰かの思い浮かべたカードを当ててみせましょう。
マインドスキャンしてくれんの？
それじゃあペガサスさん、僕今ちょうどカードを1枚持っていますので、はい、こちらにありますんで、これをちょっと当ててみていただけますか？
ちょうど
はい、ちょうど持ってました。
なんで持ってたの？
I support for Evil Eye. Not even Millennium.
では
Just straight up skip the I.
はいかいいえで答えてください、
どうぞ。
そのカードは戦士族ですか
はい、そうです。
そのカードは人型ですか
あー、部分的にそうです。
オーケー、こういった感じで質問をしてください。
はい。お
ではそろそろ当てましょう。
まだまだわかんなくないです。情報ないですよ、そんなに。
宮下ボーイ、私は最初から分かっていました。マインドスキャン。
うわ
殿崎ボーイが持っているカードは暗黒騎士ガイアですね。
そうです。
すごい。
Okay.
マインドスキャンだ。すごい。マインドスキャンだ。たまたまガイア持ってたんですか？
たまたまもうちょうどいいとこにガイアが。
I mean, this feels scripted.
ちょっとして遊んでたんですか？メガサスは。もう知ってたんだ。最初から分かってたんだ。いらなかったんだ、質問なんて。
How did he? I know,
カ
right?
ードを読み取るなんて私には簡単なこと。ユウたちはもっと質問をしてカードを絞るのです。
なるほど。
そうですね。僕らはね、もうちょっとたくさん質問したい。
そうですね。情報全然今のじゃ分かんなかった。
じゃあルールは分かったという形ですね。ということでゲームそろそろやっていきましょうか。ペガサス会長。
オーケー。では早速第1問。
Toon Gaia?
思い浮かべたカードを当ててください。
Oh shit, here comes.
マインドスキャンゲームスタート。
はい、ということでゲストの皆さん、ペガサス会長がはいかいいえで答えられるような質問をちょっと考えていただいて、受け答えを聞いてカードを。
If he's in a duel with me, all he would see in my mind is, yeah.
5分。はい。
Fair enough.
まずモンスターカードですか？
そうです。
モンスターカードだいぶ絞られましたよ。下級モンスターですか？
Why are people talking about Rotary? Are people bringing up Rotary because of the hand reveal?
ペガサス会長は
People are just bringing up Rotary.
手札を除く能力を卑怯だと思いますか？
何聞いてんだよ。関係ない。関係ない質問。
その質問は分かりません。
はぐらかされた。
そう。
じゃあ僕も聞いてみていいですか？
はい。
人型ですか？
違います。
違う型じゃない。ってことは結構モンスター系だ。
Rotary mentioned again.
聞いた方がいいのかな。
お願いします。
ドラゴン族ですか？
Again, another Rotary mention.
ドラゴンだ。ドラゴン？ちょっと待って。
Yeah, picking a hand.
行ってみようかなもう。
もう行けます。
ここで行けないかな。マインドスキャン。
マインドスキャンだ。
分かったぞ。
マインドスキャンした。
マインドスキャンだ。
そのカードはブルーアイズホワイトドラゴンだな。
ノー。
ノー。
違うんだ。ぽいですけどね。
僕もそうだと思う。
マインドスキャン。
行きましょう。
レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。
ノー。違います。
違うんだ。
方向性はね、
No way, this is Toon Dragon Captain Jar.
じゃあ僕からもいいですか？ペガサさん、それは
No way.
トゥーンのモンスターですか？
イエス。そうです。
マインドスキャン。
Oh, it is a Toon monster? Maybe it's an existing card.
ブルーアイズトゥーンドラゴン。
It's an existing card, okay.
私が思い浮かべていたのはブルーアイズ。
Yeah, it's an existing card. Okay, it's not a card reveal.
サイバボーイの切り札を私が
So who are?
変えてあげた姿ですね。
はい、ということで吉野さん正解です。おめでとうございます。
そっか、ペガサスだからトゥーンだ。
わお、さすがです。
I got myself hyped for a reveal for no reason.
嬉しすぎる。嬉しい。
さすがです。
言ってくれた。
なんかね、トゥーンドラゴンエッカーとかね、いろいろ言いますけどね。
確かに。
その中でもブルーアイズだった。
やっぱトゥーンなのか。
はい、ということで、では次のゲームお願いします。
次のカードはこれにします。マインドスキャンゲームスタート。
ではまた質問をお願いします。
これはもうね、次モンスターじゃなさそうだな。
確かにね。
魔法カードですか？
違います。
じゃあはい。トラップカードですか？
違います。
じゃあまたモンスターだ。
はい。モンスターカードですか？
そうです。
またモンスターだ。
モンスター。
なるほど。ってことはでもちょっとさっきのが結構効いてる気する。はい。
はい。
トゥーンですか？
No 違います。
なんか脳の言い方するパワフル。
なんかパワフルな脳。
違うよ。
ねえ、
そこの癖もあるのかな。
なめんなよみたいな。
じゃあはいはいと背中に爆弾を背負ってますか。
もうあれじゃないですか。
来た。爆弾カメムシなんです。背中に爆弾がある。
Stalling.
部分的に爆弾があるかもしれない。何？どういうこと？
We're almost done. There's like 20 minutes left in this broadcast.
爆弾カメムシ。
No 違います
すごいけどこれ当てられた。
背中にか爆弾か、なんかその辺の何か。
背中に何か。
背中に何か。
マインドスキャン。
お、宮下さん。
カタパルトタートル。
No
おー違うか。
はい。
吉野さん。
高田さんが好きそうなカードですか？
わかるかな。
部分的にそうです。
なんだそれ。
高田さんを知っている。
ちょっとじゃあ可愛い。
あ、なるほど。
ああ、そうですね。
可愛いげもちょっとある。
可愛いげのある感じかな。はい、ペガサスさんはそのカードを使ってますか？
違います。
使ってない。
じゃあ
使ってない。
すみません、ペガサスさん、そのカードを使われましたか？
イエス、そうです。
使われた。
多分戦いの相手が使ってる。でモンスターで背中
に
背中に
何か背負ってる。はい。あ、はい。はい。そのカードはインセクターハガが捨てていますか？
ポイントだな。
おお、その質問はわかりません。
ああ、わからない。あ、見てない。
見てないからだ。
ちょっと忠実なんですよ。
そうかそうか。中の方ね。
中の方。
そうだ。
ペガサさん、遊戯が使ってますか？
そうです。
お、
遊戯が使ってる。
マインドスキャン。
お、宮下さん。
カオスソルジャー。
No
違うか。
違います。
マインドスキャン。
はい、吉野さん。
クリボー。
おお、正解です。私が思い浮かべていたのはクリボーだ。
すごい。2回も当てた。
Damn, tricky.
モンスターですね。
それか。
吉野さんまた正解です。おめでとうございます。
連続で当てるとは驚きです。
嬉しい。
羽が入る時も。
Yeah, Kariba.
背中に何
Capital K. They might reveal one card though, but I'm not holding my breath. What if he guesses an unreveal card? I think it's possible.
トゥーン、ウィッチクラフト破壊の新しいカードを紹介しましょう。このパックには私が愛するパーフェクトな生命体トゥーンの
My keyboard can't do capital Sag.
新カード。
戦術の要は
Okay, these are all revealed.
フィールド魔法。完全なる世界トゥーンワールドです。そして新しいトゥーン
Baimon.
登場します。
Hey, don't lose hope.
トゥーンによるダイレクトアタックで相手を圧倒するのです。おお、2枚をまだ公開してませんでした。ダークアイズイリュージョン
あー
フェイスとマインドスキャン。どちらも新たなトゥーンデッキに欠かせないカードとなり
Use a revolution booster.
すごい。
Okay, so they revealed the final two cards.
楽しい。すげえ。
では殿崎ボーイ、詳しい効果の紹介をお願いします。
I forgot what it's called. It was like something
かしこまり
illusionist.
ました。今会長がですね、公開されたカードのうち
Like Thousand Eyes Illusionist or something like that. I forgot. Or Millennium Eyes Illusionist or something.
新たに公開されたこのカードの詳しい効果。
Toon Jongler.
まずはこちらです。ダークアイズイリュージョニストノーフェイス。こちらはレベル4闇属性
No face. Ah.
攻撃力、守備力ともに0です。丸1、このカードを手札
Alright, what does this do?
以下の効果から1つを選択して発動できる。かっここのカード名の以下の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度しか選択できない。
You can discard this card from your hand, activate one of the following effects. Place one Eye of the Mind from your hand or deck face up on your field. Add one monster from your graveyard that has Toon World in its card name, excluding this card, to your hand. Then you can special summon that monster from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. If this card battles a monster, neither of the monsters is destroyed in that battle.
丸2、このカードがモンスターと戦闘を行う場合、
They're not letting them dogs
その戦闘
out?
では破壊されない。続いてこちらです。
Alright, what does this Mind Scan
こち
do?
らは永続トラップカードです。このカード名の丸2の効果は1ターンに1度しか使用できません。
The second effect of this card can only be used once per turn. As long as there is a tune card in your field or graveyard, your opponent must keep their entire hand revealed, and you can check all face down cards on your opponent's field at any time. Okay, so you just do Pegasus Larp. You have a tune monster or a tune spell card in your field or graveyard. You can declare the name of one card that has not activated an effect in the same change and activate this effect. While this card is face up on the field until the end of turn, any effects activated by cards with the same original card name as declared card are negated. That seems pretty okay. I mean, the effect's fine. I like how they tied it in with the Chaos Origin cards.
カード名の2の効果は1ターンに3度まで使用できるとあるんですけど、これ2は1ターンに1度ってどういうことなんですか？
あ、2の効果の方ではね、1ターンに1度と。ですね、それは完全なる世界トゥーンワールドはトゥーンカードを手札に加えるよって効果があるんですけど、それはこのトゥーンワールドだったら1回しか使えないんですけど、手札に3枚同じカード持ってて、1回ずつ張り替えて効果を使えば1回ずつ使えるんで3回まで。
ああ、なるほど、なるほど。
Is Revolution Booster.
したりできるってことですね。こう、こっちをして、こ
Hello,
っちをして
Firo.
みたいなのが可能になるという。
そうですね。で、トゥーンワールドのそう今宮下さんが言ってたようなかわしたりする効果も。
I think they need to reveal like 7 more cards from Chaos Origins.
サンダーボルトを使ってきて相手のモンスター全部破壊っていう時にトゥーンモンスターを一時的に除外していなくならして、落雷が落ちます。トゥーン戻ってきます。かわせる。
なるほど。そういうことか。完璧な。
6, 7.
その漫画の
Okay.
世界に逃げて戻ってくるよっていうテキストも。
I just said 7. Come on.
昔やってた時もめっちゃ強かったイメージあります。
そうですよね。
さらに強い。
そうですよね。そうです。で、昔のトゥーンモンスターたちって結構その出てきた時は攻撃しちゃダメだよ。
This was already revealed? Yes. Yeah. This was already revealed.
一回この効果でどけて戻ってくると、出てきたターンだよっていう記憶がなくなるんですよ。なので
They just revealed the final 2 cards of Revolution Booster for tunes. Yeah, there's an Illusionist card, and then there's a Mind Scan Trap. Yeah, this one.
やっぱこのミレニアムアイをこう入れないと使えないものですからね。もう本来本来はマインドスキャンってやっぱこう入れないとですから、それがこうカードで疑似的にでも使えるっていうのは嬉しいですよね。
相手のカードを覗けるってすごい気持ちいい。
その子供の時ふざけて、本当にデュエルしてる時にそのマインドスキャンってやってました。相手の手札
ガキ大将みたいな。
見てそれダメだろう。
それができるようになったってこと。それが実際に結構ね、なんかバカにできない効果ですよね。やっぱ手札を見られるって。
いや、そうです。だから掲示板デュエルでやっても、もう
そうですよ。
できない。
そうてか
無理ですよ。
これてるから全部。
これ掲示板デュエルかなり難しい。
確かにマインドス全部書かないとですね。今手札全部書かないと。
嘘情報。
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't treated as the tune, so I'm not sure
こんなハイテクになる。
what you're supposed to do with this card.
封印できるんだズルを。すごい。
ということで、以上が新規トゥーンの紹介でした。
The Illusionist card grabs this, but
パーフェクトな生命体トゥーンを使いこなすのです。
いや、貴重なご意見、ペガサス会長、本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
はい、ということで、次のコーナーに参りましょう。続いてはですね、私と宮下さん、そしてペガサス会長の3人で、遊戯王に関するさまざまな最新情報をお伝えしていくインフォメーションのコーナーでございます。宮下さん、ペガサス会長、準備はよろしいでしょうか？
はい、お願いします。大丈夫です。
ノープロブレム、構いません。
はい、ありがとうございます。
機嫌だな。
はい、では行きましょう。遊戯王インフォメーション。
わかりました。
さあ、こちらのコーナーでは遊戯王に関するさまざまな最新情報をたくさんお伝えしていきます。そうですよね、ペガサス会長。
新たなトゥーンが登場する5月のパック。
I imagine they're gonna announce some like upcoming tournaments, campaigns.
オリジンズも素晴らしいパックになっています。デュエリストの皆さん、楽しみにしていてください。そして遊戯王 OCG の情報はまだまだあります。遊戯王 OCG の商品、イベントスケジュールやジェネシスのイベント情報など盛りだくさんです。この先ボーイ紹 解をお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。ペガサス会長が今おっしゃっていただいた通り、今回の遊戯王 OCG タイムズではですね、多くの情報、そして2026年度これからの遊戯王
that's Pegasus VA
と思います。まずは遊戯王 OCG 商品スケジュールをまとめた画像がありますので、そちらをご覧いただきましょう。こちらです。はい。すごい表が出てきましたけれども、まず4月25日土曜日には基本パック
Oh yeah, World Premiere Pack. They're getting this really early. This is very early. Beyond the Brave. Utility Selection. Are there new cards announced for that? Oh, I guess Limited Pack Raw Yellow. I think we already got the root.
そして7月には次の基本パックビヨンド・ザ・ブレイブが発売と。そして8月にはユーティリティセレクションが発売され、ちょっとこの先はクリボーが勝手に隠してしまって、
9月に何か結構重大な、
そうですね、
ありそうですよね。これ
そうですね、ちょっとそこも楽しみです、
楽しみですよ。
ではこの中で一つピックさせて発表させてください。7月に発売しますリミテッドパック GX ラーイエローにカード名が青文字仕様となっているデスティニーヒーローが収録されます。はい、今回特別にその開発中のサンプルが宮下さんの手元にございます。
こちらにあるんですけど、こちらね見るとわかるんですけど、はい、ブルーディー、こっちの方がいいのかな。ね、これよーく見るとね、これ
ブルーディー、
本当だ、
ちょっと青いんですよ。名前のところが
はい光ってますね。
ね、でさらにですね、
さらに
こちら、はい、大集合でございます。
おお、こんなにたくさん。
もうみんなこれ全員青文字です。
Is this like a specific rarity?
そうなんですよ。
The blue text looks different.
それを踏襲しながらの
I guess they're like purple.
非常にカードみたいなヒーローということで、非常にかっこいいカードになっております。ありがとうございます。そして気になるのは新商品だけではありません。イベントのスケジュールの方もたくさんありますので見ていきましょう。今年度もですね、大会イベント目白押しでございます。ランキングデュエルですとかデュエリストキングカップはもちろん、世界の頂へ手をかけるデュエリストたちの祭典、日本選手権個人戦やチーム戦、そして8月には WCS ワールドチャンピオンシップス世界大会の予選も
Ranking Duel, Duelist King Cup.
こちらの商品イベントスケジュールを参考に
Genesis
ご自身の狙うタイトルへ照準を定めてご友人たちと調整を図ってみてはいかがでしょうか。そして世界各国で楽しまれている遊戯王の新しい楽しみ方が上陸いたしました。遊戯王 OCG Genesis.
They announced God Mommy. Yes, that is literally the kana in its name. It's literally Melfi God Mommy.
今年度から新たに始まる遊戯王カードゲームの新しいデッキ構築フォーマットです。ジェネシスフォーマットにはですね、特徴的なルールがいくつかございます。
I imagine it gets localized to like Melfi Queen Mommy or Melfi
禁止制限純制
Giant
限のカードが存在
Mommy
し
or
ないんです
something.
ね。そして最も特徴的なのがポイント制を採用したデッキ構築を行うということです。カード1枚1枚にポイントが割り振られているんですよね。でほとんどのカードはポイント0で使うことができるんですが、一部のカードにポイント3とか10とか20とか割り振られているというものになっています。で自由にデッキを組めるんですが、メインデッキ、エクストラデッキ、サイドデッキの合計のポイントが規定の数値を超えないようにしなければならないというルールです。その規定の数値というのは大会ごとに設定されたりしています。でさらにペンデュラムモンスター、リンクモンスターは存在しないです。
Oh, I guess they're listing the rules here.
とエクストラモンスターゾーンも存在しないという形になっています。シンプルで全てのデュエリストに楽しんでいただけること間違いなしの新しい遊び方です。特に初心者の方ですとか、復帰勢の方ね、久しぶりにやってみようかなという方、そしてデッキ作るのが大好きだよという方、
いっぱいいますよ。
いろいろやりようあるルールですので、そんなプレイヤーにぴったりな遊び方となっております。遊戯王 OCG のイベントスケジュールにも示されています通り、今後国内でも数々のジェネシスフォーマットのイベントが予定されておりますので、この機会に皆さん触れてみてはいかがでしょうか。まあでも殿崎さんと、このポイント制のデッキ構築 ポイント調べて管理しながらなんかデッキリストを作って、やっぱ違うからこれ抜いてとかやるの大変だよというコメントが今殺到してるんじゃないかなと
そうですよ、これ
思うんですけれども、ご安心ください。遊戯王ニューロンのデッキ構築画面にですね、ジェネシスフォーマット用のポイント計算機能が追加されました、ということで、宮下さん、お手元のスマホでジェネシスフォーマット用デッキを開いていただけますか。
はい、じゃあちょっとこれでデッキ見させて、これもいいですか。はい、
あ、電動してますね。
で、はい、エクゾディアのデッキがあるので、
はい、こうやって自分のデッキの欄から、
で編集をします。で、まあ普通だとこれがね、この画面になるんですけど、ここの
I'm guessing they're showing the Genesis point totals or whatever.
リミットレギュレーションというところで、
There's like some Genesis integration.
ジェネシスポイントリスト。
はい。
はい、でこれを押して完了しまして戻ると、で一覧を、出そうか。これで確認でいいかな。はい。はい、これでこうやって一覧出すと、まあ大体のカードに何もついてないんですけども、こういうね強欲な壺なんかにはこの30ポイントと、
はい
はい、ポイントがねこうちょっと出てるんですよ。これ5ポイント。はい。これだと左上のところに出てるんですけど、
画面でっかく、
はい、でかくするとここに、
名前の下、カードの右側のところですね。
ここにポイントが出ますんで。
Yes, MD?
なるほど、千年の十字が3ポイントだ。
Here's hoping.
でこれの、ポイント数が、まあ、ここに出てるんですかね。これですかね、
合計が
右上が、はい、100ポイントちょうど
このデッキが100ポイント、
はい、なっているという感じで、まあ、こんな感じでデッキをね結構簡単に組めるんですよね。
これあれですね、現在 X の方の遊戯王カードゲームインストラクターさんの公式アカウントの方にて、インストラクターさんが作成したジェネシス用フォーマット用デッキ、
はいはいはい、
そのデッキがこれっていう、
なるほど、
はい、サンプルの一つとして、
すごい、ちょうどだから100ってことですね、これはね。
そうですね、
使い切っての
100以内とかそういうふうに大会の規定があるらしいですので、はい、これを参照しながら使ってもらうと。
強欲な壺を入れられるんだ。
はい、ということで宮下さんありがとうございます、このように遊戯王ニューロンを使えばジェネシスポイントの参照やデッキの作成が簡単にできますので、ジェネシスフォーマットのデッキを作る際はぜひ活用してみてください、2026年度の遊戯王 OCG 新たな楽しみが盛りだくさんです、デュエリストの皆さん一緒に今年度も遊戯王 OCG を楽しんでいきましょう、遊戯王 OCG の商品イベントスケジュールいかがでしたか、ペガサス会長。
アンビリーバボー、多くのカードがセットイベントにワクワクが止まりません。
ありがとうございます。すごい、ペガサス会長と一緒に
今番組やってるんですね。
お届けできるのが新鮮でたまりません。はい、ありがとうございます、それではですね、イベントそれぞれの詳細の方を見ていきましょう、まずはこちらです。デュエルで上位を目指せランキングデュエル、全国ランキングの順位に合わせてスターチップを獲得。
Okay, we got some accessories. Those sleeves look nice for the Witchcrafter.
景品は定期的に追加されております。今この画面に出ているものはですね、
The field spell has some really good art.
2026ファーストの集計後、今年
The mat looks pretty good too.
から中旬に追加予定の景品が今出ているものですね。はい、これをご紹介いたします。スターチップ6つでフィドラウリス・ハルモリアのラバー製デュエルフィールド。そしてスターチップ2つで混沌の三元魔の特製プロテクター、同じく2つでウィッチクラフトワルプルギースの特製プロテクターが交換可能になっております。で、景品交換のためもそうですし、デュエリストとしての力を試すと、そして示していくというためにもランキング上位をぜひ目指してください、続いてはこちらです。とことんデュエルを楽しむデュエリストの祭典、遊戯王デュエリストフェスティバル大阪2026開催。
The heck is this duelist festival?
優勝者にこちらのラバー製デュエルフィールドのどちらかをランダムで配布いたします。
はい、こちら、お、ドミナススパークか、まあほんの新しく出たね、
そうですね、
マジシャンブラックカオスの
今回の
ね、
はい、光と闇の選手カオスソルジャーもいらっしゃいます。
It's a nice mat.
そしてラッシュデュエル部門の方では、
Yeah, this looks. I don't know if I like the spheres being bifurcated.
先ほどイベントスケジュールにもあったんですが、ジェネシスフォーマットに関連するイベントも予定されております。ここでね、早速作ったデッキで参加してみてはいかがでしょうか。そしてデュエリストフェスティバルと同会場で同時にこちらですね、遊戯王 OCG 日本選手権2026と遊戯王ラッシュデュエルギャラクシーカップのチーム戦大阪予選も開催されます。 日本選手権とギャラクシーカップはそれぞれ個人戦とチーム戦がございます。 OCG からシデュエルの頂点をチームで目指すもよし、個人の力で上り詰めるもよしです。ギャラクシーカップの個人戦に参加しますと勝利の騎手グラディネスのノーマルパラレルが、チーム戦に参加しますと勝利の騎手グラディネスの色違いがもらえるということです。それ本物がこちらにございますのでお見せしていきましょう。こちらでございます。はい、こっちですね。こっちがチーム戦です。ちょっと青い色が加わってるグラディネス、はい、こちらがチーム戦の方、でこちらが個人戦の方、金を基調とした金と銀のような高級感のある方、本当だ、はい、こちらのグラディネスがもらえますよ、ということでございます。はい、そして、デュエリストフェスティバル日本選手権ギャラクシーカップの会場は、インテックス大阪6号館 A で、開催日は6月14日の日曜日になっています。参加はですね、こちら事前応募の抽選制となっております。4月24日12時から5月11日の23時59分まで受け付けております。ぜひイベントホームページよりご参加ください。続いては毎月恒例イベントです。毎月遊戯王の商品発売日は遊戯王の日ということで、全国の遊戯王カードゲームオフィシャルトーナメントストアで開催する遊戯王の日、今月は25日26日の土日に行います。参加された方にはもれなく特製カードプロテクターを抽選で 1,2 名様にラバー製デュエルフィールドをプレゼントいたします。この中の抽選賞のラバーフィールドが宮下さんのお手元に今あるようでございます。
こちらですごいですよ、これ。
お、
ど
うお、
見てください。
キラーチューンですね。
キラーチューンのかっこいいね、可愛くもかっこいいイラストが、
最近 OCG でも活躍してますし、
Damn。
マスターデュエルにも入ってましたね。ということで、ぜひイベントに参加してゲットしてください。続いては WCS についての情報です。なんと本日遊戯王 WCS のキービジュアルを初公開いたします。こちらです。はい、
あらまあ、
これが今年のやつでございます。
めちゃくちゃいいな、このイラスト
ですね。
Oh,
今年は
I like this poster.
観戦募集もあるようでございます。世界レベルの熱い戦いが見られるだけではなく WCS 記念商品の発売もございますので、続報詳細は OCG の X をフォローしてお待ちください。各種イベントの紹介はイベントホームページをご確認ください。続いてはこちらを。
Is this the key art?
学生が開発した AI 同士の戦い。
Alright, AI。
天文学的な選択肢を持つ遊戯王マスターデュエル。その AI 開発に学生が挑むという未だかつてない試み。全国から選ばれた24名の精鋭。誰も正解を知ら
Nah, AI flop. Nah, you guys hate this shit. Oh, I must have not read the room correctly. I thought this shit is hype. Don't you see this?
力を注ぎ生み出した AI が頂点を目指す舞台に立つ。
見事チャンピオンに輝いたのははい、ということで先日遊戯王 OCG チャンネルで公開されました
Oh, this is the AI contest.
遊戯王マスターデュエル AI コンテストのティザー映像でした。
They mentioned it before, but I don't know if like they announced the rule set for it. What is it about? It's an AI contest. They mentioned it when they first revealed the MDA AI thing. Alright, we're not going to talk about the AI commentary because it's not like people are super clueless about that shit, and I'm like people are like deriving random shit that like makes no sense. But yeah, they did announce the contest. I think they're like it's a high school or project oriented type thing where they construct an AI and then like I'm like, it's not even about knowing how AI works. It's like conflating what was the point of that like whole showcase with like people were bringing up like anime, like replacing voice actors or like commentators, which had nothing to do with that. Alistair, yeah, Melfi, yeah, Melfi.
はい、ということでご覧いただきましたのは来週の24日金曜日に公開されます遊戯王カードゲームザ・クロニクルズマギストスの予告映像でした。いかがでしたか、宮下さん。
Other kind, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're implying. I hope it's like.
ナイト召喚獣としても僕使ってたんですけど、まあそういう意味でも思い出のカードだ。それがついにこうやってアニメになる。いや嬉しいです。劇場で見たいな。
The non-generative one? I don't know. If I'm being honest, I don't know.
楽しみです、マギストス。
はい、ありがとうございます。そして続いて紹介するのは
It was pretty ass, I'm going to be honest, but like
こちらですね。ドドン。はい。
people were just making up things to criticize that didn't make sense.
2026で配布されました遊戯王カードゲームザ・クロニクルズのキービジュアルがイラストになったトークンカードです。こちらは今後ですね。
Like you could literally just listen to the commentary and like realize it's ass. That's it. You don't need to bring in random shit about like, you know, like replacing commentators, which was not the case at all. More spellcaster, yeah.
さあ続きましては遊戯王ラッシュデュエルの情報です。5月23日土曜日に新発
Damn.
極光のライジングが
Is that supposed to be my
アニメ
the harpy?
ラッシュの主人公ユーディアスをイメージした新たなフュージョンモンスターが登場し、光属性ギャラクシー族のデッキが評価されます。さらにラッシュデュエルオリジナルのヒーローモンスターライジングヒーローの新カードも登場してライジングヒーローデッキの構築が可能になります。最上級レアリティのフルオーバーラッシュレアはラッシュデュエルで登場したテーマと OCG で登場したテーマから1枚ずつ再録カードを選定し新たな構図で書き直して収録されます。また特別なイラストのオーバーラッシュレア
Is it Harpy Dancer? No, I think this is a new Harpy Dancer does not have that hair.
とってもね豪華なパックとなっておりますのでぜひお見逃しなく。
Or I guess like could be no. I think that's a new like Rush Duel original. Harpy has gotten Rush Duel originals for quite a bit.
オシリスの天空竜とラーの翼神竜のスミエバージョンがもらえます。はい、さらにミッションクリアでオベリスクの巨神兵も同じくスミエバージョンでもらえるというものになっています。他にも豪華なプレゼント盛りだくさんとなっておりますのでこの機会にぜひデュエルリンクスプレイしてみてください。続いてはデュエルリンクスのキャラクターデッキ戦のご紹介です。こちらはですね新たに常設された対戦形式となっておりまして各キャラクターになりきってそれぞれのテーマでのデュエルが楽しめるようになっています。さらにですねこのキャラクターデッキ戦の追加に合わせて、ランク戦などでも使える各キャラクターのキャラクターデッキが無料でもらえるというものがございます。でいこうと思うんですがこちらが闇遊戯デッキと海馬デッキということなんですが、ほぼ
Oh, this is the character duels.
これが無料。
I need to do those. They're kind of fun to log into Duel Links for a bit.
261枚。
めちゃくちゃもらえる。
もうカードがもらえるということですので、プレゼントも非常に豪華な内容。
I've been playing the Yumo one. The Yami Yugi one feels kind of weak without.
デストロイフェニックスです。ボックス名からもわかる通り、デスティニーヒーローデストロイフェニックス
feels really weak without the circle. Like if you pop that, they can't do too much.
ドラゴンメイドラティスなど強力なカードも追加されました。いかがですか宮下さんこの。
来ましたかデストロイフェニックスが。
来ましたね。
もうやっぱね紙の方でももう。
Okay, so I think this box is already out. I think. So they're just doing the cross promotion. Check out what's new in Duel Links and all that shit. Jazz.
ね、だんだんと追いついてきてるというかね。
時間の関係が結構
ね、面白いですよね。
入ってるという感じになっております。はい。そして最後にですね、ラッシュデュエル用のデッキビルドボックス結束のグラディマギアが4月、20日月曜日に登場いたします。ロードスターグラディマギアや
You don't like? Yeah, there's an article we were looking at earlier by -1, detailing the situation.
トラップカードの1枚としてね、使われてたカードなんでね。
More Primite Melody? Oh, I guess you can, huh? Because of Rabby.
みたいなカードではあったんで、それがもう来たというね。
Yeah, we might go to that, back to that after this.
10周年のデュエルリンクス
Dude, we're still on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Information segment. I think after that should be the Chaos Origin reveals. What's good? Forgot about this? I did message you about it, but I was just like, if you care, you'll say something. So I wasn't gonna bug you or anything. Don't worry.
さらにですね、キラーチューンのコレクションセットが登場しています。
It's almost over. I think. I forgot that I saw their AI pose. Oh, you saw their AI pose. Yeah. They're doing the contest still. I mean, before they didn't mention anything. Oh, they mentioned it at the beginning, right? When they announced the AI. And I was like, okay, I guess we're going to expect that at Worlds or something. They didn't do anything at Worlds, and now they're finally starting to... You remember? Because OCG blocked me. Yes, okay. That's so sad. You said the K word. Yeah, he just dips. Yeah, we'll see. I don't remember what they were planning on doing with the... I think they were going to involve like a research, either research or like high school students or something like that. They're going to involve students to develop their own AI, and then they're going to pit them against each other, some tournament contest thing. I don't know what they plan on doing. They didn't mention any rule sets. Okay, Twitter campaign. What are you doing? What do they do? Like retweet the main OCG Times post? Bot tournament? Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, like the Farfa tournament. That's what I'm expecting. But it's been a while since they followed up on that. Oh, we have to do this segment. Never mind. We're not done yet. The trailer? I forgot when they did that. Negate my opponent's maxi. I forgot where I read that. It might have been an announcement in one of the Master Duel. YouTube support? Yeah. Yeah, 3 years ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I don't... To be honest, I'm not expecting much from the AI. It just seems like trying to flex new technology. Like, we still haven't heard much from the VR that they showcased a long time ago. I mean, like I said, the AI commentary was not very impressive. Was just a tech demo? Yeah, I didn't feel like they were gonna get much follow-up. S-Force? S-Force Link? We're getting an S-Force Link. The VR thing? Yeah, that makes sense. S-Force Link. Maybe we get a main deck. Yeah, the WCS vision. I do like it. That's a key art, right? I like the... It looks like colored pencil. Chiyomaru Link 6. Oh my god. Yeah, we might get a main deck S-Force. S-Force Link. Did we get a Chiyomaru? That'd be interesting. New Justify? He better be shice, bruh. I think regular Justify is cool. Yes, no. I think they might announce it next month. That is when the pack ends up debuting next month.
セキュリティフォースリーダーなんですよ。もうほんとトップ中のトップ。僕らなんかがこう話せないような人物ですから。
なるほど。
そうなんですよね。ということで、ちょっとこの端末もね、いただいたということですので、司令官からちょっと送られてきた添付データの方を見てみましょうか。これです。
Okay.
からこういう風になんか。
Oh my god, I love this kayfabe. Or like, I don't know, maybe it's LARPing. Whatever, it's funny, it's funny, it's funny.
あるんだ。ヒントね。
ちょっとじゃあ見てみましょうか。はい。
Alright, we need to know the password. Tag with Uncahined. Coming out in late May. Yeah, it is. It's coming out next May. So they might still do reveals like a week or two before. Yeah. No, yeah. You're right. Like.
なるほど。そしたらちょっとねあの会社ですね。
So will I regret dusting too? I don't even have Royal Justifies to my name. I'm lucky I dodged that.
確かに実は一瞬だけ紹介で言ってたよ。
なんかねすみません。
Okay, where is the
インダストリアルインクルージョンインセンティブ
すごいインが
イニシアチブインフォメーションみたいな。
インフォメーション長かったな。
もうさすがにそもそもの文字数がダメだ。
あんな入らないです。
ちょっとダメでしたね。ちょっと
そんな感じでした。
will make you regret it crazy.
あ、そうです。
そうです。そこまでは。
インダストリアルまでは。
インダストリアルまで合ってます。合ってます。
インダストリアル
インクルージョン。
絶対入れたい。それが。
クリストロンの。
それがね確かに。
はい。
プリンセス天功さんがやってます。
Yeah, I guess we can expect the spell in the trap. Yeah, one main deck, one link, one spell, one trap. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know what to expect. Like, I know if you open Chiyomaru, like, this is file. No, for
あら、またなんか今度ボタンが出てます。
なんだ色のあるボタン。
はい。で、パスワードのヒントをとにかく見ないと。確かに。
Yeah, overframe, XDD.
なるほど。
はい。
カードが書いてありますね。
そうですね。で、しかもナンバーも書いてます。1、2、3。
Aren't these like all referencing some color? Black Magician, Red Sherry, Black Feather, Green Ninja, Yellow Ojama, White Dragon.
全部のカードが色にまつわるカードですよね。確かに。マジシャン黒だし、赤シャリは赤だし。
This is super funny.
でまあ若い。
They are edging. They are edging us.
そう、ちょっと難しいですけど、グリーン忍者とか
でまあお邪魔イエローだし、ブルーアイズホワイト。白。
ブルーアイズホワイト。
なので多分この順番に教えたらいいんじゃないですか。
なるほど。
Brown Skilled Magician. Yeah, the chestnut one.
黒。
Actually, White Dragon is blue. Fuck.
で銀。
You're right.
黒赤銀
でグリーン。
グリーン。
緑でイエロー。で
RE puzzle. Isn't there one where you like you
ホワイト。
Damn, You're right, it was blue. Isn't there like one where you have to mix chemicals? And like there's another one where like it's like the Tower of Hanoi. Dang, they still put white at the end instead of blue.
少し違いそうですね。
あれ？
バイマン。
意外と難しい。まだなんか
黒赤
ブラックマジシャン。
Dude, if it's the fucking attributes, that's crazy.
ブラックフェザーのブラックじゃない？
ブラックフェザー。
ブラックフェザー。なるほど。ね。
Wait, did they miss the Blackwing Black Feather thing?
黒、銀、グリーン、イエロー、ブルー、ホワイトじゃないですか。なるほど。それだ。あ、いけ。
They said, wait, one of them was silver? Oh my god, the Blackwing was silver. That's what it was. The Blackwing was silver. Oh, that's troll. That's troll. They got my ass. Geen. I know. Clever. I will say that.
もう何にもわかんない。全くわかんない。全くなんだこれ。もうヒントを早く見ないとこれは。見ましょう。
Is this just matching? There's no way.
っていうか属性というか職業というかが書いてあって、セキュリティフォースのこのメンバーなんですけど。あ、そうなん。
Is this? I think this is just matching names. What's this? Cyborg. This is Cyborg. Wait, no, it may not be matching names, but Cyborg. What is this? Psychiku? Psychic. Oh, it's types. This is types. Psychic. Cyborg.
確かにね、オリフィスは保安官っぽい
Night Chaser Cyborg? Oh, fair enough.
サイボーグはなんかちょっとね。
This is Time.
レトロアクティブあたりサイボーグなのかな。
Shin.
なんかイメージ上の。
Oh, characteristics? Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. She is Cybasu. Psychic. Yeah. What is this? Time. Time Jumper. Only because he said it. It's Time Jumper. Is that Orifice? Is Orifice a Time Jumper?
いやどうだったかな。いやでも確かにサイキックっぽかったっすよ。確か
に。ニューロン見ながらやりたい。
確かに。そうですね。サイキックっぽかった気がするな。
He's a space time sheriff.
右から2番目のエッジレイザーは結構こうなんか傘みたいの被ってます。あ、確かに。被ってる。はいはいはい。ちょっとなんかこう昔の剣士みたいな。
Oh,
Oh,
this guy looks like a time jumper to me, actually. Like, he reminds me of Back to the Future, like especially the skid marks. I guess the dimension hole also kind of.
出しちゃった特殊な説かもしれないですけど、どうなんだろうっていう。なるほどなるほど。はい。サイキック族だった気がするっていうだけなんで。
じゃあ今サイキックに置いてみて、はい。オリフィスが保安官、グラビティのサイキッカー、ラッパ千代丸が忍び、ここまで決まり、はい。でレトロアクティブさんですね。レトロアクティブ。科学的な感じですよね。
そうですよね。
Who could the Shinobi be? Oh yeah, Shinobi. Shinobi. Early on the morning of June 17, 1972, 5 time thieves broke into Nifcourt Committee headquarters at the Dragon Maid Hotel and Office Complex in Narnia. A laundry Dragon Maid discovered the team and alerted the S-Force, who failed to accomplish anything while the burglars carried more than 35 as hell in cash, and Nif's autographed Abyss actor Mellow Madonna poster.
がちょっと幻想的にも見えますよ。
ああ、まあじゃあタイムジャンパー。なるほどなるほど、確かにいいんじゃないですか。レトロアクティブがタイムジャンパー。超えてどっかに行ってるんですかね。レトロアクティブがタイムジャンパー。
エッジレイザーが鎧武者。鎧武者。でナイトチェイサーが消去法でサイボーグ。消去法最後サイボーグ。ちょっとそれで入れてみます。
それでやってみましょう。
一番もう僕が入れたやつが。
Damn, first try. These guys are fake as hell.
仕事できすぎますって。
とにかくなんか大丈夫だったみたい。よっしゃ。ということでこのファイル開いて。
Industry plan.
はい、極情報 ましょうか。はい。あ、これですね。ブリッジヘッド奇襲作戦のメンバー。
なんだどういうことだこれ。
敵のねメンバーの奇襲作戦メンバー見てみましょう。相手の情報がわかるかな。見ていきましょう。
Two links
の情報だということですね。こちらですね、詳しい
Who is this MF?
記載されているみたいです。これでね、見てくださっている皆さんにもやっと新しい情報をね、報告することができます。ただまあその前にですね、一旦このセキュリティ
S-Force
どんな効果なのか、どんなカードなのかっていうのを
Knight
バトルというグランドマスター説明
Knight
わかりました。
Surya
まあ本当各隊員がこう縦列
That is Night Chaser, yeah. I don't know. I think the link 2 is also might be Night Chaser, but I can't tell.
位置で縛りながら戦うという。本当に結構こう頭を使う制圧寄りのテーマになっています。
Didn't get a main deck monster, but I guess they gotta have enough.
相手に意識させることで、まあ相手の展開ルートをこう狭めたりとかね。まあ自分は隊員同士のこのサポート
Night Slayer? Ah, Night
でき
Slayer.
るというテーマになっております。
When they come into MD, probably in a year. Maybe they do bump it up or something, but I usually assume
セキュリティフォースナイトスレイヤー。
Night Slayer.
サイバース族リンク2のリンクモンスターで
6-7 months. Thank you.
召喚条件はセキュリティフォースモンスターを含むモンスター2体です。このカード名の丸1、丸2の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度。
2 monsters, including the S-Force. Also, this is machine translation, so don't treat it as a tourist translation. When this card is special summon, add one S4 spell and trap card from your deck to your hand. During you or your opponent's turn, you can activate this effect by banishing this card from the field and one S-Force card from your hand. Special summon one S-Force monster from your deck or extra deck except S-Force Night Slayer. Can't see that card art, really?
こちらは光属性サイバース族リンク3のリンクモンスターです。攻撃力2700。召喚条件はセキュリティフォースモンスターを含むモンスター2体以上です。このカード名の丸2の効果は1ターンに1度しか使用できません。丸1、このカード
2 or more monsters, including S-Force. Second effect, once per turn. First effect, as long as there's an opponent's monster in front of this card, your opponent cannot target this card, I think. You cannot special summon a monster by the effect activated by another. You cannot special summon a monster by the effect activated by another monster. What the fuck? During either player's turn, you can target one monster on the field, move that monster to another main monster controlled by its controller.
このカード名の丸1、丸2の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度しか使用できません。
It might be Justify. It's not Night Chaser, now that I see the fucking trap art.
代わりにデッキからセキュリティフォースソートワールド以外のセキュリティフォースカード1枚を墓地へ送ることができる。
You banish a card to activate. If you banish a card from your hand and activate this card, the effect of an S-Force monster on your field, instead you can send one S-Force card from your deck to the graveyard, except the name of this card. If another card is banished, you can target one card in your opponent's field or graveyard, banish to that card. Then you can move one S-Force monster you control to another of your main monster zones. Did I miss any crazy toxic? I don't even know what kind of question that is. Another card is banished, you can target one card in your opponent's field or graveyard.
やっぱこの縦列を意識するデッキが僕大好きなんで、そういう意味でもやっぱちょっとジャックナイツと合わせられないかなとか、こういう時いろいろ。
Where's my 300 internet point or Congratulations.
セキュリティフォースだけでこれ
I don't know if I like this guy. Look at his feet, bruh. Goofy clown shoes. He looks like Joel's friend. He's got little fucking duck flippers. It's an insector. Stop feet shaming. I'm not feet shaming. I think he needs better kicks. He looks like Insect Knight. He does look like Insect Knight. Justify was already foreshadowed to be evil. Like, I think it was like you didn't even need the solo mode. I think it was implied through.
そしてですね、パスワードを解読できたことをジャスティファイさんに報告したんですけれども、その返信がございましたので、読み上げさせていただきます。臨時隊員諸君、 パスワード解析任務の迅速な遂行を感謝する。君たちの働きで状況把握が一歩進んだのは確かだ。だがブリッジヘッドは依然として適正力
From his perspective, thank you.
状況は厳しい。
Thank you,
とはいえ
Anakin.
まだ終わりではない。私は最後まで戦い続ける。諸君には今後も必要に応じて協力を求めることになるだろう。その際は今回同様協力を期待する。以上だ。改めて任務への協力感謝する。セキュリティフォース司令官ジャスティファイト。
いや嬉しい。ジャスティファイからこんな風に言ってもらえるなんて嬉しいですよ。
ちょっと好きですからね。はい。ということで、ジャスティファイさんからですね、その決意表明とともに新たな情報が添付されておりますので、こちらも紹介させてください。こちらのカードですね。セキュリティフォースオリジン。
Oh, so there is a
通常魔
spell.
法カードです。このカード名の丸1、丸2の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度しか使用できません。丸1、
Oh,
自
fuck.
分の手札、墓地、除外状態の
That's Justify on the right
この
or
中
left,
で
I
特殊
mean.
召喚したモンスターはフィールドから離れた場合に除外される。丸2、このカードが墓地に存在する状態で他のカードが除外された場合、このカードを除外して発動できる。デッキからセキュリティフォースオリジン以外のセキュリティフォースカード2枚を選び、そのうちの1枚を除外し、もう1枚を墓地へ送る。
Bro, boot up Pokemon Pocket? My
1
bad.
枚がこちらです。セキュリティフォースシグナス。こちらは光属性戦士族レベル3のモンスターで攻撃力1600、守備力0です。このカード名の丸1、丸2の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度しか使用できません。丸1、このカードが召喚、特殊召喚した場合
Wait, maybe Justify isn't evil.
デッキからセキュリティフォースシグナス以外のセキュリティフォースモンスター1体を手札に加える。このカードの正面に相手モンスターが存在する場合、さらに自分は1枚ドローできる。丸2、自分フィールドのモンスターの正面の相手モンスターが効果を発動した場合に発動できる。自分フィールドのすべてのセキュリティフォースモンスターの攻撃力は
Is literally Power Ranger? Yeah.
吉野さんいかがでしょうか。
Is the presentation boring you? What do you mean?
このイラストとかのキャラクターが
I got a notification that my
そうですよね。
what's it called? My Wonder Stamina filled, so I'm like rushing to use it.
まあ下というか部下に今回なったってことですね。はい。
そうですね。実質
ハラティファイと名乗ってもいいんでしょうか。これは僕から言います。ダメです。もちろんダメか。はい。もうそれは
Okay, I didn't machine translate these, but I'll just wait for the.
そうですよ。
Okay, so we got a main deck monster, we got a spell, we got a trap, and 2 links.
ハラトイグランドマスター。
So that leaves, I think there's 2 cards revealed. I think we're missing 2 new cards.
もうついにカード名もついちゃう。完全にカードの手をということで、ありがとうございます。またね、性能も非常に、新しく出たカードたち素晴らしかったですね。任意のセキュリティフォースにアクセスする手段と、あと盤面にねモンスターを供給する手段っていうのは本当に今喉から手が出るほど。
はい。シグナスはだいぶでかいですよ。
そうですね。ドローもついてる。
ね、ドローもついてる。
はい。ね、オリジンの魔法カードの効果もね、除外と墓地にモンスターを置くっていう効果なんですが、そこからモンスターを呼び出すことができるカードがセキュリティフォースにいろいろあるので、そこからつなげてモンスターテックにできるという良さもあるカードとなっております。
Well, Digamma and Cyframe's
以
true.
上が新規セキュリティフォースの紹介でした。それでは後のことはジャスティファイ司令官に任せるとしまして、最後のコーナーに参りましょう。カオスオリジンズ全カード公開。
Okay, this is the final segment. I think there's only 2 more cards to reveal. They also have to reveal the +1 expansion pack or whatever. But I don't think anyone cares about that shit, unfortunately.
ですがその前に今回の基本パックからの仕様変更についてお知らせさせてください。
I wonder if they'll do something similar to like the, Dragon of Pride and Soul. No, we're not doing Unchained. That's next month. It's not Revolution Booster. Sorry, it's Revolution Booster and they're clearly... Yeah, there's the +1 expansion pack.
デッキ構築に必要な汎用カード、テーマデッキのレアリティを高めるカードに加えまして、 コレクション性のある新規のイラスト違いのカードも収録される豪華な内容となっております。プラス1エクスパンションパックはプラス1アシストパックと異なりまして、初回生産分のみの封入
Unchained got shooters.
カードある方はお早めに購入をご検討ください。欲しいカードがあるかどうか。
Yeah, to me it's not that long of a wait, and I'm already like, I think Unchained is very well positioned into receiving the support, so I'm not too worried about whether it's good or not either.
ドン。
はいはいはい。
はい。召喚獣とかね、メルフィーも。
確かに今回のパックで強化される。
What's that Gaia card? Oh, that's probably one of the.
ということで、これだけじゃなくてですね、カオスオリジンズのプラス1エキスパンションパックのラインナップに。
Yeah, that's probably one of the cards from. Did you get your NL Super Cruise refund? Dude, I did not know if that was a real thing.
こちらです。
Oh. That looks nice.
僕も初めて見たんでかっけよ。
That's sick.
オーバーフレームカードとして初の
Dude, I thought that was fake.
なっております。
Genuinely, people kept new card. No, it's a token. People kept memeing about that shit. But yeah, it's a token overframe.
そうですね。これで皆さん基本パックに新たな
Like genuinely, I thought people were memeing about that. Like there was too many memes around the Super Cruise, but it turns out it was real. But then people brought up like security concerns, and then NL was like, I think it like made him reconsider.
嬉しい。はい、こうやってねエルフの剣士がパワーアップしたりとかいろんなカード出てますが、宮下さん、この中で注目のカードとは。
僕はやっぱ
How worried he get killed?
気になって
Only 3 signed up.
はい
今出てますけど。
そうなんですよ、あちらのね今。
非常にねモンスターの。
Imagine being afraid of death. My bad.
のあるデッキなのにさらに展開力が増してね。
Sometimes people cling too tightly to their mortal coil.
カードかっこいいね。あと僕はあれですね、クラウンっていうカードが強化されまして、
お目が高い。
そう、お目が高い。そう、クラウン
So we got the two
トラッ
links.
プカードが追加されて、
Where's that spell? We're missing a
た
spell.
くさんドローできるカードだったんですけど、そのドローしたカードをどう
Is
す
it
るか
this?
っていうところ
Fuck.
が考えどころだったんですが、フィナーレを使って手札のカードを捨てたらその回数
I didn't pay attention. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're missing this. Okay, we're missing a spell. We already got all the main deck monsters. I think we're missing a trap. Though I could be wrong. Let me see.
そうですね。
メルフィー。いやミキティみたいに。
Never mind, we're missing only one card. I can't count to 12.
何怒られる。
いやメルフィーね。メルフィーでもやっぱたくさんメルフィーが出てきて嬉しいですね。
そうですね。
メルフィー言えたんで。可愛いし。可愛いな。
原さんはいかがですか。
でも僕もちょっっと今こう見てたらやっぱカードが気になるんでちょっと僕もちょっと叫んでいいですか。
Did you miss the monster?
カメムシ。
Oh, okay, so I can count to 12. So yeah, we're missing 2 cards.
多分一生強化されないです。
そんな俺のカメムシが
テーマではないですからね。
あ、そうかそうか。
カメムシ段階がちょっと必要だ。
いやでもどのカードもやっぱかっこいいかったり可愛かったりするんで、もう集めたくなりますね全部こう。
非常に魅力的なカードでした。
まあちょっとね僕からもう一枚実は気になるカード。あるんですけど、言ってもいいですか？ちょっとここにはないんですけど、
ここに未公開の
うちのはいちょっと特別に僕知ってるカードがあるんですけども、
お願いします。
こちらです。はい、カオスオリジンズに
Oh my god, what the fuck is this?
来ましたよ。これぜひちょっと紹介したくて。
これは期待できますね。
ちょっとまず公開。
What the fuck is this, brother?
通常魔法カードです。相手フィールドのカードの数だけ自分
Holy. What am I looking at? Draw cards equal to the number of cards on your opponent's field. If you draw 2 or more cards, choose that many -1 card from your hand, return it to the bottom of your deck in any order. After activating this card, you cannot activate Pot of Sloth until the end of the turn.
怠慢な壺を発動できないという効果なんですけど、まあつまり相手が展開すればするほど
Bro, that fucking
カ
tongue.
ードを引き込めるという。
Oh my god, though, bro. Pot of Sloth, yes.
残してあとデッキの下に戻すということなんで、非常にこの高校で使うと強力なカードになってるんですよ。でやっぱ高校
Go second pot. It is more interesting.
ここから相手の番
そうなんですよ。僕はじゃんけんで勝っても高校を選ぶんですよ。
Is that an O face? That is not an O face. I don't know what kind of activities you're performing in the bed, but to obtain a face that face like that, that is not an O face.
最後の未公開カードが残りました。今回のパックに
I'm stealing that O face. You guys are.
仕様のうち4種類はオーバーフレームカードになっておりまして、そのうちの3種類すでに発表しておりますので、最後の未公開カードは当然その、プリズマティックシークレットレア仕様のオーバーフレームカードだと言いました。はい。
You just give your opponent a monster, but giving opponent a monster is like dedicating a card to perform that. But yes, you can do that.
はい、それがこちらでございます。ドドン。
Oh!
はい、こちらが
That looks nice.
始まりの神ファーラと。すごい。めっちゃ光ってる。
I'll give the Dark Angel. But
だいぶねかっこいいカードなんですけれども、こちらですね、イラストがかっこいいだけではございません。詳しい効果も非常にいい効果ですのでご紹介させてください。
知りたいです。
はい、こちらになっております。始まりの神ファーラ。こちらは闇属性魔法使い族レベル8のモンスターで攻撃力守備力
hair blending into the frame.
このカード名の丸1、丸2、丸3の効果はそれぞれ1ターンに1度しか使用できません。丸1、手札のこのカードと手札の魔法トラップカード1枚を相手に見せて発動できる。次のターンの終了時まで見せた魔法トラップカードおよびその同
This is a free agent, right?
対してお互いは効果を発動できない。
I see the word Kami
このカードが魔法トラ
in the
ップ
name.
カードの効果で手札フィールドから墓地へ送られた場合に発動できる。このカードを特殊召喚する。丸3、このカードが墓地から特殊召喚した場合に発動できる。相手フィールドの攻撃力が
始めりの神。
カードになっております。ですので、基本的には手札の魔法トラップと組み合わせて動かすカードなんですけれども、儀式だったり融合だったり魔法カードを使うそういうカードと非常に相性がいいです。
そうですね。
融合儀式を邪魔されずに通しながら自身を素材として
始め。
ったら蘇ると。
Yeah, it's like Fada, but
非常に相性がいいのと、個人的に気になっているのはその儀式つながりで、今回のカオスのデッキたちですね、光と闇のデッキたち。
It's always difficult for me to because I have no formal. Yeah, Hajime. It was Hajimo.
ファーラが蘇る。なるほど。トラップカードですので相手のターンに蘇って相手のモンスター1体蘇ります。でさらに、そのマインドシャッフルのもう1個の効果でレベル7以上、このファーラレベル7以上ですから、その子を手札に戻して別のモンスターを手札から出せるという動きがありますので、でまたファーラ
Okay, I'll do my bullshit machine translation.
相性の良さも非常にありすぎですよというふうに思いました。皆さんちょっと考えてみてください。さあこんなかっこいいカードを見て
Alright. 3 effects, all once per turn. You can activate this effect by revealing this card in your hand and one spell and trap card in your hand to your opponent. Until the end of the next turn, neither player can activate effects in response to the activation of the revealed spell and trap card or any cards with the same name. Second effect. You can activate this effect if this card is sent from your hand or field to the graveyard by the effect of a spell and trap card. Special summon this card. Third effect. If this card is special summoned from the graveyard, you can activate this effect. Gain control of the monster with the highest attack on your opponent's field. Speed spell 4, branded fusion. Reveal engage. I know. It literally says name. But it does summon itself. I didn't check if the summon was mandatory. If the summon is mandatory, that's kind of funny. Fuck you. Ship? I know, yeah, the balls? Either the ball, you know, like, their staffs meet. Like, the magic emanating from their sword and staff, they combine. Deception fodder? True. Actually, that is deception. Actually, is deception fodder.
プリズマティックシークレットエア仕様のオーバーフレームカードについての情報なんですけれども、こちらのレアリティのカード、 今後の基本パックにも収録が決定して
You reveal the new spell going second?
今後も出てくるパックでも
It's interesting. I will.
はい、楽しみです。
I don't know how I really feel about it, but
収録されている80枚のカードが
are they connected with one pelvis? They
こちらのコーナーで
might be.
パックの使用編
I will entertain you just this once.
全カード公開など、楽しみな情報をお伝えしてきましたが、最後にもう一つ、アニメ遊戯王デュエルモンスターズの主人公武藤遊戯役の
Reveal Raigeki. Yeah. It seems very.
お手紙盛りだくさんだな今日。
私がちょっと読ませて
Like,
いただきます。
it actually does not seem terrible to pair. Like, it is the board breaker pair that I was like saying you kind of need.
はい、読み上げさせていただきます。皆さんこんにちは、風間俊介です。この度遊戯王 OCG デュエルモンスターズカオスオリジンズの CM で再び闇遊
It's
戯
not that
を
bad.
担当させていただきま
I
した。
think it's pretty potent.
今回パッケージに闇遊戯が久しぶりに登場ということで、あの時少年だったデュエリストの皆さん、そして今なおデュエルを愛してくれている皆さん、全員の心に闇遊戯がやってくるのではないかなと思っております。 CM の中で君も魂を宿せという言葉があるのですが、皆さんの心に千年パズルがなくても闇遊戯がやってくる、そんな特別なパッケージとなっておりますので、あなたのデッキに加えてみてください。これからも引き続きみんなでデュエルを楽しみましょう。デュエル。
素晴らしい。素敵なコメント。
Commercial. Oh, okay.
風間さんから
Thank you.
メッセージがあるときは、
Oh, are we gonna see it?
みんなこうなるんですよ。
I think I remember they would showcase that.
なんかみんななんか浄化されたように。
なんか今一人になりたいです。
そうだよね。
すごい。
Cross duels meta.
処理したいというかね。一人で聞きたかったぐらいです。はい。
そうなんですよね。はい、非常に貴重なお手紙いただきました。ありがとうございます。はい、ということで、カオスオリジンズ商品 CM の公開日ですが、カオスオリジンズの発売日4月25日土曜日に公開いたします。商品とともに CM もお楽しみに。というわけでお送りしてきました、遊戯王 OCG タイムズですが、そろそろ終わりの時間がやってまいりました。最後にゲストの皆様に本日の番組
They got Yugi VA to announce it? That's crazy. They're not surprising because they because of the card back, the card
もうあの頃遊戯王をやらせていただいて、今はちょっとやれてなかったので、今回こういう機会をいただけたんで、これを機にまたやってみようかなと思います。今日見たカードとかもすごいかっこよかった。
Oh my god,
やってみようかなと思います。はい。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Yippee!
お願いします。
僕もやっぱり10年ぐらいやれてなかったんで、なんかもうこれを機にもう一回、カオスオリジンとかもからちょっと始めてみようかなと思って、で一回始めたらまずは僕のいた掲示板に戻ってみようかなって
あるかな、
みんなの元に
ない、
はい、戻ってみようかなって
もうないですよ。
ちょっと思ってますね。
メルフィーダメだってダメだよ。だとしても高弘さんでしょ、じゃあ。それは
高弘
それは絶対さん。
すみません。
ありがとうございます。はい、そして宮下さん、
はい、
お願いします。
いやでも本当になんか今回のカオスオリジンズって特別なパックなんですよ。
Alright, I recognize that
後ろの
song.
ポスターにもありますけど。
Alright, let's see if Y Georg has translations. Okay, they do have the Melfi stuff.
なんか非常にこうなんだろう、デュエリストたちにとっては熱い。
Okay, they have the tune stuff. I don't know if they'll have. I'm very interested in that new free agent they revealed.
多分こっからまたね、このアニメ見てた世代の人とかが帰ってきたりとかする結構歴史的なパックになると思いますんで。
This guy, hero support when? Not like they revealed anything from the raw yellow pack.
嬉しいです。はい。本当に嬉しかったです。もうまたデュエルをね始めてほしい。
The average starving hero player.
はい、いろんなね始め方がありますから、気の向いたところから触れていただけたらなというふうに思います。はい。いや。もう本当に宮下さんもね今言ってくださった通り、ちょっと特別なパックになってるなという感じがします。
Okay, chat. Are we happy with the new cards or are they L?
共にこうやってやってくるという。
Did they? Okay, this guy is talking in English. I don't know.
7 分だったかな、なんかクジャクマイが
I'm assuming he doesn't have the
表紙に入ってたんですよね。
translation.
そうなんか幼少期の時の
そうなんですよね。
キャラクターたちが
Hero players want circular,
思い出が
don't we all?
蘇る。
本当です。心新たに。
That pod is going, yeah, for now it's going second. It might be... The new pot is broken. Draw cards equal to the number of cards on your opponent's field. If you draw more than 2, you shuffle the difference plus 1 card in your hand into your deck. Hard once per turn. This card is broken. Repeat the text.
今からワクワクしております。皆さん一緒に楽しんでいきましょう。ということで皆さんありがとうございました。この番組ではですね、皆さんからの感想も募集しております。X にて感想をポストされる際には、ハッシュタグ OCG タイムズをつけてポストしていただきますと、抽選で10名様にカオスオリジンズ1ボックスプレゼントさせていただきます。皆様からたくさんの感想をいただけますと、番組制作の励みになりますので、ぜひ感想をお願いします。番組放送後にアンケートも実施しておりますので、YouTube の概要欄からぜひご覧ください。さあ、本日紹介した遊戯王 OCG デュエルモンスターズカオスオリジンズは4月25日土曜日に発売です。
Why are they posting
発売日
dolphins?
当日には X のキャンペーンも行いますのでお楽しみに。ペガサス会長にご紹介していただきましたレボリューションブースタートゥーンウィッチクラフト破壊はですね、5月30日土曜日の発売です。それではまた次の遊戯王 OCG タイムズでお会いしましょう。今日も皆さんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
That was cute. Alright, got Melfies. I'm guessing we're gonna see S-Force next. Okay, I'm interested in the S-Force stuff. I need to read Retroactive and Chiyomaru again. And I guess Night Chaser. No comment. These are a little odd, just from what little I saw. All right, YGorg, where is your reveal yourself, YGorg? Da, 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 da. Okay. The jungler's funny going first versus VSK9. Oh, cause yes, yeah, you can't even like jokel, which is pretty funny. All right, we can all return to our childhood for a while. Melfi is a fairy tale marching theme of little level 2 creatures based around a growing number of friends who can activate their effects in response to your opponent's actions. During your end phase, they can appear, and during their either turn, you can perform various actions to bring out a variety of Xyz and synchro aces, which is part of their charm. It's been a while since we had Melfi support. Not that long ago, but it was like at least... Well, it was around the time we got tier elements, right? We got the synchro, Melfi synchro. All right, Melfi Rabbies. It's just Rabby, but 3 of them. Your opponent normal or special summons a monster. You can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can summon 1 Melfi monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add 1 Melfi monster from your deck to your hand. Then if it is a normal monster, you can special summon any number of beast monsters from your hand. Okay, this is actually not too crazy. If you open all engine, you can actually do something with it, but I realize you're not going to get the trigger if you use itself as fusion material. Which I imagine you'd want to pair with this fusion. Add 4 end turn? Yeah. Like 3 years? Yeah. I guess it's still a long time, but not that long ago compared to what... At least from my perspective, something like Jurax getting support is like, I don't know, it's arbitrary. 1 Melfi monster plus 1 beast monster. Okay, so you don't need all these Melfis. If this card is fusion summon, you can target any number of Melfi cards you control and cards your opponent controls, return them to the hand. If your opponent normal or special summons a monsters, or this card is targeted for an attack, you can target 1 beast monster in your graveyard, decrease this card's level by 2, and if you do, special summon that monster. Okay, that does give you something to do with the Calantosa. I remember drawing it as fucking ass. So I guess you can fuse it off and summon it or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there's other things. Oh, this has no level cap. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Melfi God Mommy. 3+ level 2 beast monsters. I saw this. I'm like, there's going to be an alternative summoning condition. And there is. You can also Z summon Melfi God Mommy by using Melfi Mommy you control. This card is special summon. Add 1 Melfi spell trap from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Gains attack equal to combined attack and defense of all Melfi monsters attached to it. You can summon Yummies. Oh, yes, you can actually. I mean, it's conditional, but yeah, you can summon. Yeah, it's any beast. You're right. Yeah, that's interesting. That's actually interesting. I'm not sure what you do exactly, because this isn't synchro and it's not like summoning like Cookie on your opponent's turn. Is that impactful? But it is, and I do like it. Detach 5 materials. Return all cards your opponent controls to the hand. Cool. Melfi Statues game. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this card except Melfi monster. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Add up to 4 Melfi monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. Then it becomes the end phase of this turn. Banish this card from your graveyard. Target 2 Melfi cards in your graveyard except Melfi Statues game. Add 1 of them to your hand. Place the other on the bottom of the deck. Elephant in the room. This card's kind of funny. It's kind of crazy. You can special summon them all at end phase. Target 1 Melfi monster in your field or graveyard. Return it to the hand. Then you can fuse summon 1 beast monster from your extra using monster from your hand or field. Control a Melfi Xyz monster. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Your Melfi monsters, special summoned from the deck, are unaffected by your opponent's activated effects this turn. That's kind of obnoxious. Because, like, I think the only option you really have is to run them over, but they all have effects to just tag out or whatever. I don't know if this effect is that crazy. Oh, wait, it's banished from graveyard. Huh. That's not bad, actually. Night Chaser gave up the Chaser life. Okay. Next batch. Mind Scan. Even when tunes die, the curses still plague the opponent. You can discard this card to activate one of these effects, but you can only use each of these cards. Place 1 Mind Scan from your hand or deck to your field, face up. Add 1 other monster from your graveyard to your hand that mentions Toon World. Then you can special summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions. This mentions Toon World by default, right? It's funny that just by mentioning Toon World, this should count as mentioning Toon World, right? That's really funny. And an illusion clause. Yes, that's so fucking funny. Little bit brain bending, but whatever. Yeah, this is not bad. Mind Scan. When you have a Toon card in your field or graveyard, your opponent must play with their hand revealed. Also, you can look at their set cards. So yeah, this is just the Millennium Eye LARP. If you have a Toon monster and a Toon spell in your field and or graveyard, you can declare the name of one card that was not activated, did not activate its effect in this chain, negate the activated effects of cards with that original name until the end of this turn while this card is face up on the field. So this doesn't mention Toon World, but I think it doesn't matter, right? Because you're going to bridge into it with this card anyway. It's kind of weird. It's a weird card. Very roundabout way of tying it in. His ass is not a Toon engrave? Yeah. Yeah, he's not a Toon. Yeah. That's true. There's like literally only one way to bridge into this, right? You have to call in advance? Well, yeah, but you see their hand. So it's like trivial. Like you don't have to guess. Yeah, you can't just review. Yeah. Yeah. I think you have to play tune cards. It's really weird. It's a weird card. You can do it with like Toon World or it's weird. Yeah, it's not that splashable. Dang, they got rid of the comment section. Oh, okay, the new pot. You sometimes check draw, yeah. Pot of Procrastination. You cannot activate Pot of Procrastination for the rest of the turn after this card resolves. Also, draw cards equal to the number of cards your opponent controls. Then, if you drew 2 or more, place the same number -1 from your hand on the bottom of the deck in any order. This is pretty strong. But yeah, it's not solely just going second. As mentioned previously, you can put cards on the opponent's field. Yeah, this is like... And if you drew... okay, I guess you want to draw 2 with it. You can't really use it turn 1, right? Well, it's upstart, right? Okay, no. If you draw 1, you just keep it. It's only specifying 2 or more because you're putting back -1. Prof on crack going second? Yeah. Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, it's only good goings. It's mostly good going second. If you have a gear suit, I guess you can get an upstart. There's not really any this effect here. This line is just saying if they don't negate the effect or activation, you can activate a second copy, right? This is just making sure you don't snowball a second time. Snowball after activating the first. But if you open multiples, then they negate it with Barone, which I imagine they would. Because this is a lot of advantage. Yeah, they need to do something turn 1. But technically, yeah, you could do Gearsu. Summon a token on their field. There's a chance it can be used going first. Anyway, I get, yes, but like, I think Gearsu already exists. So I think we don't have to speculate. Cool tune seeing this. Oh, yeah, that's actually kind of... Well, I imagine you can, like... Yeah, it's it'll be interesting. We'll see. I don't think this is a bad card or anything. I'm just curious if he becomes like, you know, like every deck runs it. I don't think there's the opportunity cost for this is pretty low. It's mulligan, yeah. Epic Mimigul combo. Oh my god, yeah, Epic Mimigul combo XDG. Yeah, you're right. Every spell and trap can be super polymerization these days with a little divine intervention. Farah. Ah, someone did say Farah. Nif did say this was Farah from Overwatch. Hajimari. No Kami. Okay. It was not Oh, was it really Ma? I thought it was Hajimori. Whatever. I'm not like, okay, I'm not that proficient. I'm not formally trained. You can reveal this card in one spell and trap card in your hand. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to the activation of a card with the same name as a revealed spell and trap or its effects until the end of the next turn. It's interesting because your opponent has to respond to this then, but then you also have to do. This is pretty. If this card sent, you can special. Okay, this is not. This is optional. Justice rains from the sky. Yeah. I'm assuming that's a line from Overwatch. Yeah, reveal engage. So yeah, you can actually. So if this was mandatory, you couldn't do that. But holy, if this card special summon, take control of the monster your opponent controls with the highest attack. Your choice of type. This is very. Yeah, this is really. This is a lot. Like this, I think this effect was already good enough. But yeah, like someone mentioned, like Zoli mentioned, there's Azamina Deception. That's a lot of value. It's their ultimate? Yeah, okay. This is also a strong card. I think all we're missing is what's it called? The S-Force shit. Yeah. I do like this card. Wait, this is usable going first, right? Okay, I dislike the card a little bit. I like it a little bit less. Yeah, S-Force on their Twitter. Oh my god. Making me open up Twitter. But it's 4 separate posts, I'm out. 1.6 seconds, I'm out. You can go into Dmod? Oh, is it really a spellcaster? Oh wow. That's pretty that's wild. What can I say? This does put in more work going second, but we'll, you know. Okay, we'll go back to. I'll return to this, to the S4 stuff. There's some Duel Links bullshit we're going through. We're kind of gone through it. Earlier, he introduced some FTKs that were viable. Woodland Sprite was mentioned. That's the one I remember. Utopia FTK was Catapult fucking Turtle. I know there's like a Makura. That might have been. I remember like. Yes, Tyranno's not once per turn. What's this? Firecracker. What's the FTK here? Oh, Atlantis? Uh-oh. You put something on opponent's field and make Dragoon? Bruh. Alright, limitation of recent FTKs. I have picked out the FTK related on 2 hits on 2 recent battles below. January 2026. Tyranno, Jormungand, the Nordic Serpent, Ceruli, Guru Dark World, Elephant Statue of Disaster. The balance hit Dino FTK as well as many gimmicky FTKs. In addition, the skill used for the Dino FTK combo was nerfed to prevent effect damage. March 2026. Galaxy Wave, number 6, Chronomaly Atlantis. This balance hit Chronomaly Atlantis to prevent the DM FTK and also hit another gimmicky FTK using Galaxy Wave. While not included here, October 2025 observed a balance containing 17 hits to different cards, all related to FTKs. I won't be listing them all out. If you want to read each card individually, please check in game. There's one issue though. Saying Dino FTK and DM FTK are dead is a lie. Dino FTK is still possible, albeit less reliable, and DM FTK is still possible, but albeit less reliable. This demonstrates that Konami can see the combo and identify an enabler, but the resistance to banning cards leads to FTKs and degenerate combos remaining in the game and returning whenever new combo tools are added or discovered. Okay, what do you got here? Okay, Therion. Alright, dump. Regulus or the reptile. Oh, that's a rank 8, bruh. Bruh. You just search the stupid irregular? That's funny. Ermi. Oh my god, Fiend Eagle. Get out of here, Fiend Eagle. Oh my god, who invited Fiend Eagle to the function? Oh my god. Air Raid. Drag Luxion, yeah. Roughly 72 hours after the box release, an FTK was discovered with Therion. This truly opened Pandora's box, as Therion is a deck capable of summoning Therion King Regulus before committing to any other plays, which means one hand trap will almost never be sufficient to stop the combo. I was also theorizing FTK combos at this time, and I even found a different one-card FTK that hasn't been posted yet. Not long after the discovery, I and many other players said game inquiries could to Konami in hopes that an emergency ban list could be implemented before the KC Cup, but no such ban list came. As of the time of writing, 3 other FTKs have been discovered with Therion, and maybe more. Atlantis. Bruh. Oh my god, redirecting me to Twitter. Alright, what's this? Yep, Dragluxion. Tachyon. Overtex. Quaddle. Oh, okay, Dino. Fiend Eagle. Gimmick Puppet. Oh, yeah. Fiend Eagle into Air Raid. Okay. I've seen enough. But don't worry. Therion is not the only deck FTKing. D-Hero Hand Loop. Okay, I've already seen this. Disturbance strategy. Shuffle your opponent's hand and then chain roll. The combo shuffles opponent's entire hand in the deck. While this combo can be stopped by hand traps, it can still end on plasma and DP if it gets interrupted. A board most decks already struggle to beat. The sad part is that Disturbance strategy was limited to 1 back in 2022 alongside the release of Droll and Lockbird, meaning they were completely aware of this interaction, but because there was no combo capable of drawing both of them, it was not giving much thought until now. Alternative combo payoff. Phew, I was worried for a sec. Yeah. The problem Duel Links is facing is both accumulation of overly robust combo tools and the repeated "we will limit this card to 1" being done too many times with too many degenerate cards. So now even if you ban 1, the engine is still capable of drawing a different combination. If Disturbance strategy is banned, Give and Take will be used to prevent special summons. If Give and Take is banned, combination of game-winning floodgates will likely take its place. If D-Hero or Therion are hit, then cards released in the future will eventually reawaken the sleeping FTK cards. The solution is that Konami needs to be proactive with these cards, not reactive. Hello. A pattern of behavior with pre-hits. Some cards are given restrictions before the release if they are judged to be too strong relative to the current power level of the game. However, another notable trend is that for many years, Konami has pre-hit monsters and traps that only function to negate attacks or prevent damage destruction in some way. All of the following cards were released with limitations remain limited to various degrees. Battle Break. Battle Boxer Chief Second, Begone Knave, Command Performance, Construction Train Signal Red, Damage Condensers, Dimension Wall, Ghost Trick Jack Frost, Ghost Trick Lantern, Giant Crackborn, Hedge Guard, Tutor Alarm Yellow Alert, Morphtronic Bind, No Entry, Perform Foul, Fireflux, Pinch Helper, Perform Foul Showdown, Photon Jumper, Pinpoint Guard, Salmon Great Perros, Scrap Iron Scarecrow, Shield Burst Salvation, Snowplow Hustle Rustle, Spear Critin, Golden Sorcel, and Zero Gravity. Why these pre-hits memory? Yeah, I remember they took this was like a more proactive approach, right? All of these cards were hit before release, and it demonstrated clear intent by Konami to prevent a specific playstyle where only one player only uses defensive card, and the opponent is forced to spend each turn waiting for these defensive effects to subside. Have any of these cards actually seen competitive play? Mostly just search targets in the respective archetypes. Ghost Trick searching the Ghost Trick monster, Sword Soul running the Sword Soul monster. It implies that the cards are not actually that powerful. Konami can use to limit these cards before releasing them. On principle, I think this is completely fine, but I'm bothered by the implication. If you demonstrate the willingness to pre-hit cards that promote toxic playstyles, the repeating existence of FTKs can only be interpreted as intentional. There's no other excuse for so many cards that deal effect damage to remain legal. What if you just stop playing FTKs? Won't you have fun? It's an idea I had, and one that I think others have also had, but so I would like to just address it. Okay. I imagine it's just, there's no other option. Even if an individual player stops using an FTK, if the FTK is the most effective tactic available, other players will still use the FTK. Role of the game developers make... Yeah, why is this even like... Why does this even... The question need to be addressed? Like... The role of the game developers is make the game fun. The role of competitors to win. There's nothing wrong. Why is this... Okay. Why do... Okay. Anyone can take the game as seriously or unseriously. Taking the game as serious as possible is punished with the miserable experience. Something needs to change. Either the developers improve the game or you stop taking the game seriously. Okay, I guess that's the important part. That being said, I still want to enjoy playing Duel Links. I participated in World Championship twice and once in the COVID-19 replacement event. I have participated in every KC Cup except for February 2021 due to life obligation. I want to keep playing this game largely because when I take it seriously, I have a lot of fun. If management is unable or unwilling to adequately address these concerns, the game will stop being fun for me. Thank you for reading. Okay. FTK's Ja. Alright, I have one more and then I'll call it. Well, actually, let's check if the S4 stuff is... Nope. Okay. Okay, we'll do one more video then. And then, yeah. Maybe the S4 stuff comes and then I call it. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. It's here. I don't trust those translations. Well, I imagine they're grafting. I'm just gonna wait for YG.org to... Is it Farah as in Pharaoh? Oh, could be. Oh, yeah. Huh. All right, what am I? There was something I had saved. Oh, I think I know where to find it. Fine. Okay, if they source where they got these, translation YG organization. So I think they just got it from their Twitter link and they compiled them. S4 Cygnus. Like the bird? Or like the constellation Cygnus? I know that's spelled with a CY. Farah as in pheromones. Level 3 Light Warrior. If this card is normal special summon, you can add one. Pheromone? True. That is an individual. There's an individual named Pheromone. True, 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 true. You know, if this card is normal or special summon, you can add one S4 sponsor from your deck to your hand, except S4 Cygnus. Then if an opponent's sponsor is in this card column, you can draw one card. That's pretty solid. If an opponent's sponsor activates effect in the same column as your monster, you can make all S4 sponsors you currently control gain 1000 attack. That does not sound trivial. This seems... That's nice. Two monsters, including S4. So this card special summon, add one S4 spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can banish this card you control and one S4 card from your hand. Special summon one S4 sponsor from your deck or extra deck, except S4 Night Slayer. S-Force Mystify. Justify, Mystify. That's funny. While an opponent's monster is in its column, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. Also, they cannot special summon with activated monster effects. Yeah, this was weirdly translated, but that's what I get for relying on machine translation. Also, they cannot special summon with activated monster effects. What the fuck? Like, they can extra deck summon, but that's like... That cuts off a significant amount of options. XDD. Target one monster on the field. Move it to another of its controller's main monster zones. Cygnus did. Why are you reading new cards, I assume? Yeah. New S-Force. So it's self-feeding. That's really stupid. Like, okay. Not a big fan, but whatever. I think S-Force good or something? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But someone S-Force monster from your hand, graveyard, or banishment, but banish it when it leaves the field. If another card becomes banished while this card's in your hand, you can banish it. Take 2 S-Force cards from your deck. Banish one of them, also send the other to the graveyard. I think, is it Gravitino that special summons itself? Your S-Force Royal are playable? I don't have any S-Force Royals. It's all Time Thief. I have 0 S-Force Royals. Well, I do have Dog Tag, actually. But that's like a super. Is it Gravitino that summons? Or is it Platina? I think Platina's the one that summons. Like, she has an effect to summon from banished. All right, let me do S-Force. All right, Platina. Oh, hold on. So yeah, it's special summons from banished, but what does Gravitino do? Oh, it just adds. S-Force can play under shitter. Yeah. What do you do? Lapswell? Discard special summon target 1 S-Force in your graveyard. Banish 1 S-Force from your hand. Destroy all your columns. Okay, that's whatever. One of the traps summon from banish? We'll see. If we banish a card from the hand to activate the effect of an S-Force, you can send 1 S-Force card from your deck to your graveyard. If another card becomes banished, you target 1 card in your opponent's field or graveyard, banished, then you can move 1 of your S-Force monsters to another of your main monster zone. I think they intend you... If they... I don't think the traps do. S-Force Chase. This is the bounce. Opponent controls a monster. Target 1 of that is banished or in your graveyard. Switch summon to your field in the same column. Banish this card from your graveyard. Target 1 S-Force you control. Move that monster to... You can only use 1 effect per turn and only once that turn. Epic. This doesn't have that restriction either. Okay. All right. What the hell? I never watched this. Okay, a serious discussion about floodgates in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll just finish this and then I'll fuck off. Bam.
Yeah, you probably could have got that from the title. So let's start this serious discussion by establishing a common definition of what a floodgate is, just so that we have the same baseline. I'm defining floodgate as a specific type of card design in Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereby the effect of a card prevents either player from performing an action they would...
Why is there a civil engineering? Are you serious? A gate designed to regulate the flow of water. Why? Okay, this is like... This is... Oh my god. A specific type of card design based around a card or effect prevents either player from performing the action they would otherwise be allowed to.
This may be particularly broad, but given that floodgates are a widely recognized and widely despised concept in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, I think it's important to give a definition that as many people can agree with as possible. In fact, floodgates are so despised, formats where floodgates are prevalent are typically regarded as being bad formats, because in most cases, if a floodgate is strong enough to see competitive viability, it's generally causing non-games, namely, games where there is no back-and-forth gameplay and only one person is really playing. Obviously, non-games in Yu-Gi-Oh! Aren't enjoyable to play, but they're also exceedingly boring and frustrating to spectate. So if nobody likes them, how did they come to exist to begin with? To understand how they came to the game, let's look at the trinary of deck types that most archetypes and builds fall under: combo, control, and stockpile. Combo decks combo into massive
That's a new one, stockpile.
Effects. Control decks try to maintain control of the board with minimal time and resource commitment. Stockpile decks intend to build up advantage over the course of multiple turns to eventually win. Now each of these decks gains some benefit from floodgates, and have in the past, but in many ways floodgates sit most comfortably in control decks because nothing really makes a board state super controllable like taking your opponent out of the equation altogether. And if I was to play devil's advocate for a moment, there is some catharsis in deck building to find the specific kryptonite to any given meta and using it against them. Obviously, it's a catharsis that resonates with a lot of people, as stun frequently crops up in meta tournaments every so often. But the issue is more often than not, stun players aren't content with using specific kryptonite to beat a meta menace, when they could just go for full planetary genocide with generic and potent floodgates.
He talks at 40%, 400%, you can understand them. Yeah.
And it should be noted that while stun decks frequently cop a lot of heat for floodgates, there are many other strategies that either entirely rely upon them or prominently feature them in order to play. So this is not an issue only experienced by those unfortunate enough to be paired into a stun player. And as a result of how entrenched floodgates are in the game, and the gameplay that floodgates cause, they're widely hated by the majority of players, with only a small minority of players admitting to actually liking them. But not all floodgates are created equal, and obviously the term floodgate can be widely distorted depending on who you ask. So let's organize some of them. Alright, now that we have a firm understanding of what the term floodgate means, the next important thing to establish is the floodgate spectrum. At time of writing, I'm pretty sure every card that could be considered a floodgate in the game can be defined by one of these 10 categories. To demonstrate how floodgates have evolved as the game has, I'm going to start from the least
no destruction by battle
floodgates and move up to your more recognizable contemporary turn stoppers. So if it seems like some of these are a bit of a stretch, just bear with me, we'll get to your shifters and your spell cancellers soon. The oldest and simplest form of preventing your opponent from taking action is preventing your opponent from destroying something by battle. In older days, this was a very important aspect of card design for maintaining field presence, in a time when mass special summoning wasn't as prevalent yet. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, battle destruction prevention became so insignificant, they gave it an entire type of monsters as a flavor, and are slowly coming to terms with how shit a decision that was.
What? I don't know what he was trying to say with that. That sounds... I don't know. It just doesn't sound like... I don't know. It's trying to be a joke, I guess. But, like... It just took me out. What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna ignore that.
Are awesome art lines, and the gameplay is kind of funny, but if they have to be given a forced method of attacking directly just to have some sort of win con, obviously the illusion gimmick is more of a hindrance than a flavor. Anyway,
Alright, I don't know what he's trying to say here. Sounds really, really uninformed.
We see this type of card design has evolved in different ways over the years, with some cards requiring multiple attacks to be beaten, or limiting the types of monsters that can destroy it to be within a certain attack threshold. But what's slightly more common now are modern cards like Makanko choosing to focus on reflecting battle damage back at the opponent, so the inability to be destroyed by battle can...
I don't know, it feels like it's relying a lot on people's preconceptions of Heka hands being not very good or whatever. And like, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like this at all. It's a very, very common rhetorical trick. Like, no one's gonna do any research or anything like that. He can just say whatever he wants about Heka hands. It is like the point doesn't even like add to anything.
More proactively. On the next rung up, we have cards that prevent declaring attacks altogether. Again, slightly less relevant nowadays compared to your later floods.
Is that... It's fine. It's more like slop. It definitely needs support, but what it has is not bad. Like... I don't know, people hyperfixate on the deck being bad without reading the cards quite often. You know, it was like that with Rebel bots, and I like it just bothers me a lot because it's like they never read the cards in the first place, and they're very confident in saying, like, I'm okay with you calling it bad, but if you like never read anything or like you can't even name why, then like that's where I take issue. And like it turns out like you know I'll go back to the RB example. I've been saying that deck is not like, it has its quirks or like it has some like flaws, but the deck isn't like as bad as people made it out to be. Now that it's in Master Duel, people are like, you know, taking a liking to it, and like, you know, they kind of are forced to reckon with like what the cards do. Arby's. This guy was playing RB, he said it was fun. Yeah, I mean, like, well, Jesse was already a defender of Arby's. He didn't need convincing. So I always respect Jesse's opinion on like the shit archetypes because he actually like takes the time to read them.
Declare attacks and inflict damage by battle is still an integral part of the game for most decks. Older cards like Threatening Roar still saw some play during Tempai format, but more modern adaptations of this effect usually are an afterthought tacked onto a card with a much more relevant effect.
That's true. They do tack it on. But it doesn't make them irrelevant though. I think with Turn Silence, having played Shining Sark, this effect did come up a lot. It also kind of like, it wasn't super amazing in Tempai format, but it did come up a lot more often. Bare minimum be like, yeah.
Usually are an afterthought.
This actually comes up. This attack negation, but yeah, it is tacked on. But it's not like it's not terrible, because having this effect is very appreciated. But I only played Archmage for a little bit.
Onto a card with a much more relevant effect. Moving up from there, we have effects that prevent cards from being destroyed by card effects. The most obvious application is summoning a monster that can't be destroyed by card effects. Naturally, this checks all of your opponent's methods of monster removal that will destroy, but this particular card design has adapted to fill some niche roles over time. Recently, the application of preventing destruction has offered some more creative means of interruption as archetype strategies have evolved. For example, did you know that just revealing Lord of the Heavenly Sky Prism in hand has the means of completely shutting down Unchained strategies? Obviously not in every situation, but preventing set cards from being destroyed means the Unchained player needs to take some seriously different avenues to reach their inboard. Another example is a Pearly Happy Memory, applying its destruction protection to a Mementotlan Tatsuno Shigo and having the effect fizzle, a surprisingly effective way to throw a wrench into that deck's game plan. As card design continues to evolve and decks continue to be enthralled with the idea of blowing themselves up for benefit,
that is pretty neat. But I'm going to be honest, if you go first versus Memento, I don't think you should have that much trouble dealing with that. But that is pretty funny. I wanted to go back. This is Unk history lesson. This card existed to protect floodgates. This is very famous for having a lock with Vanity's Emptiness. Vanity's Emptiness, whenever a card was sent to your grave from the field, it would destroy itself. But you could, like, what's called? Thoughts on this? What are you doing? Oh, isn't that the Yappin? That's the artist, right? With this thing, you totally flash your... This is that one artist with the rotary. What is going on? All right, how about changing the hand because the one where the opponent chooses? They're on some different type of timing. I'm a Memento King. No worries, Memento's goated. Don't worry.
Has adapted to fill some.
But yeah, this would protect floodgates. It was pretty funny. Was it Vanity's Emptiness? I know maybe it was D Fisher. There was this used to be Go. I am also Memento King. Oh my god. King of Meatland.
So evolving in how it can potentially prevent the opponent from playing optimally. On the next level, we have cards that prevent the opponent from targeting. This is a type of floodgate that has existed for a little while, with modern cards like Revenge Red Executor preventing any cards the player controls from being targeted except him. But even more recently, cards like Saint Azamina and Anycroft Ninetales prevent the opponent from targeting their own cards as well, further limiting the types of cards and effects available to them. The next logical progression from not being able to target is having your effects that target do nothing.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Tay-Day.
Applying effects to monsters on the field. This is most commonly represented in Towers monsters. Monsters unaffected by all or almost all card effects, and basically prevent your opponent from removing them without very specific means. The nickname of Towers monsters comes from Apocryphal Towers, one of the first such monsters, having your effects that target do nothing. This section is for cards that prevent you from applying effects to monsters on the field. This is most commonly represented in Towers monsters. Monsters unaffected by
I just want to point out this also has a floodgate effect too. It might show up in the future in the video.
Card effects and basically prevent your opponent from removing them without very specific.
New Melfi cards got you back.
Monsters comes from Apocryphal Towers, one of the first
It'd be like
monsters to make
that.
itself a real pain in the ass on the meta. But the legacy of unaffected monsters has continued to enthrall players with decks like Marincess, Adignista, and Raid Raptor dedicated to summoning towers as efficiently as possible. Now we come to one of the least conventional type of floodgates.
Towers are fine. It depends. You can design them. I think Liger is pretty pushed, so we haven't had a card that could protect itself in a while. And usually they're balanced out. If it could do that, they're usually balanced out by being easy to summon, being harder to summon. But I'm not like Liger doesn't really. The interesting part about Liger is no one really. It's not everywhere, so it's not like. We need to stick together. The Memento Kings.
Words, if you can think of something pithier, by all means let me know below. These are effects that modify specific
I play
characteristics.
Purely.
of monsters
I
and prevent
love
them from being
Purely.
used in one way or another. For example, an opponent's Stealth Kraken would prevent you from summoning Fiendsmith Requiem or Yummy Snatchy because they specifically need a light attribute monster, and Kraken turns everything into water. Or a Cool Toon RS would prevent an Exosister player from Z summoning Carmel because they'd find that their monsters have somehow become level 5. You can also use this category to describe cards like Spellbound or Gnome Material that prevent your opponent from using specific monsters as material. This can potentially be very disruptive depending on the type of deck, especially as most Synchro, Xyz, and Link strategies require using material from the field. But generally, it's outclassed by the more severe floodgates on this list that we'll see later. These effects are effective floodgates, mostly in part due to their surprise factor, and as such, most players wouldn't regard these types of effects as floodgates. In fact, up until this point, every example...
I mean, these all have their individual flaws.
These effects are...
Like, this is a trap that needs to be set. Similarly, Spellbound also needs to be set, but Spellbound has the upside of being able to trade with, like, maybe an IP on the field. So, like, Spellbound has more upsides than Warning Point. No Material has a very restrictive requirement. It's not just that it, like... I think this effect is actually powerful enough. But, like, this literally has to be when your opponent special summons and you control no cards. That's very, very difficult to pull off. This card actually saw play, and I think this card has potential. This is a very potential man card too, but I think what holds us back is this fucking first line of text. To work like imprint from hand.
Effective floodgates, mostly in part due to their surprise factor, and as such, most players would regard these types of effects as floodgates. In fact, up until this point, every example I've mentioned so far, most people wouldn't tend to think of them as floodgates, or at least they certainly aren't the cards they think of when you drop the term floodgate into discussion. When people talk about the widely accepted definition of floodgate, they're usually talking about the back half of this spectrum, which we'll briefly cover now. No adding cards is pretty self-explanatory. The most common example at the moment is Droll and Lockbird, which Big K is slowly inching out on every ban list. But other examples include Mistaken Arrest and Thunder Dragon Colossus, which I hope are due to join Droll and Lockbird soon. In the current game environment, most decks treat the graveyard as a second hand. So what I mean when I say no graveyard is card effects that prevent either player from having a graveyard at all. This category is for your cards like Dimension Shifter, Macrocosmos, Di-Fi, and is obviously the bane of a lot of strategies that even would just prefer not to have all of their cards removed from play. As I mentioned when talking about Dracotail, this particular type of floodgate seems to be where Big K has drawn the line as being an acceptable floodgate in the current game environment. Dimensional Fissure is unlimited in every format and completely unpointed in Genesis, and Macrocosmos has just been given its own searcher, so clearly these will just get a pass. It's hard to figure out their thinking behind this. My own tinfoil hat theory is that the existence of these cards gives them free reign to print as many circulars as they want for different archetypes, because now those cards all have an inherent weakness. But we'll discuss their banlist methodology and how it relates to floodgates later. No activating cards or effects is a massively wide-reaching topic that embodies a lot of different types of floodgates. You've got your stuff like Spell Canceller, Mystic Mine, and your Morphage monsters that prevent certain effects from being activated outright. Or you've got your clever
Forbidden Crown seeing more play than Spellbound? I guess that makes sense. I don't have experience with Forbidden Crown, but it does have a similar effect. It has like... Yeah, I could see that. Spellbound's weird though. I don't like... No, I could see Forbidden Crown. But yeah, I have zero experience with that. Oh, defend rolls despite this, bruh. Hell nah. Chill.
Other activation, but negate them on resolution. And you've also got your very fun and very engaging effects that act as a lingering floodgate, so your opponent has no...
Oh, hell nah. Has a thought. Hell nah.
No means of interacting with it except for waiting it out. Luckily, most of these types of effects are on the ban list already.
I don't think floodgates are inherently... I just don't... Inherently is a loaded... To me, it's a loaded word, because it just makes it seem like the existence of it is, like, the problem. I don't know. To me, that's, like, a nothing statement anyway. Like, there's obviously going to be, like, gameplay... Like, I don't know. You can definitely be gray about floodgates, that's for sure. Like... But I feel like the ones that people talk about no one cares about White Howling or Wicked Avatar right now. Even Kali Yuga, no one really... People only get mad about Kali Yuga when they get, like, Shimon turn 1 and get comboed on. But I think in common parlance, most people talk about D-Fissure, Macro. And I feel like... I think most people are in agreement those cards are, like, worth... Like, I don't think there's much of a discussion for those. Wicked Avatar.
And finally, we discuss the last part of the spectrum. Of the 118 cards that are outright banned in the TCG at time of writing, 48 of
yeah,
them
praying we get Dark Lord support next
35
month.
of those are floodgates that prevent summoning. Cards and effects that prevent
I think I
summoning
lost to
by
it
far
once. It's a strong card, yeah.
Most destructive, infuriating, and toxic floodgates in the game. And apparently they're also the most prevalent, as we still haven't even seen all of them hit yet. So let's talk about that. If floodgates create gameplay that isn't fun to play or to watch, and only an extreme minority of players claim they enjoy the game,
Skill drain? Yeah. Everyone says, oh, you can play around skill drain. Just make access code, banish itself. There's theoretically more outs to skill drain. But I think for the most part, it does shut out enough, like, strategies. Like, it was seen fit to be limited in Master Duel. I think that's, like... I think that's definitely an indication that it's worth addressing.
It's what you'll see parroted every time the ban list comes out, whether it hits the floodgates or not.
I really don't think the counterplay people tout is that realistic. Like, I think it's fine. Maybe you have like one chance to deal with it. Like making your guys bigger. Okay, so this has nothing to do with whether... Okay, this is just I like it.
Comment calling for the banning of all floodgates. So let's actually
I like normal summoning Beast King Barbaros.
The game are banning them and giving them an errata. In Yu-Gi-Oh's history, Imperial Order is the only floodgate to receive an errata that changed.
I never mentioned... Okay, it's even worse. What you're saying is even worse.
TLDR. Imperial Order is a currently banned continuous trap that negates the effects of spells while it is face up on the field, and requires a payment of 700 life points to maintain the card's presence. Before the errata, the payment would only happen during the controller's turn, and if you didn't want to pay it, you didn't have to, which would result in the card destroying itself, thereby giving the owner the ability to turn off their floodgate whenever they want. The new text causes the controller to pay 700 during both players' standby, and only destroys itself if they are unable to pay the 700. Despite the errata, the card still ends up getting banned because locking your opponent out of spells for a turn is basically causing them to lose in the modern game environment. But only that, Order acts as a floodgate that prevents its own outs. You can't lightning storm it, you can't use consistency cards like the pots to dig for an out, and it's likely to turn off half the cards in your deck with its activation unless you hard open the quick play spell needed to remove it. That is all to say, as no other floodgate has been errated to stop being a floodgate, it's exceedingly unlikely that Big K will start now, especially seeing as there are
Draw over skill drain? Hell nah.
So that leaves us with putting them on the ban list. The machinations of the TCG department's rationale behind their ban list is largely speculative.
I don't think those strategies are very interesting.
Justifications are provided with ban lists to explain the thought process.
I don't know, bro. Just like you're saying you like something, but then I see the next statement as like seemingly objective, where like it creates interesting strategies, but like that's not an objective. That it's still, I don't know. It comes off as trying to be like, I don't know. I feel like you need to qualify that statement because like to me it reads off as like beatdown is like objectively interesting, which might not be the case if you ask people, you know.
Even like OCG or Rushdoor, where we get an announcement telling us when the ban list will specifically be announced. So the reason as to why most of the toxic floodgates in the game are still legal can only be speculated on. Based on what I've seen from ban lists in the past, my major observations are this. Observation 1. The ban list is predominantly dictated by product sales.
Wow, are we surprised?
Let me set the scene for you. Justice Hunters, to be referred to as Juhu from now on because it's fun to say, had just dropped a month prior and brought with it 3 new meta-defining archetypes right from the rip. These being Dracotail, K9, and Yummy. Dracotail and Yummy saw moderate success as a pure strategy, but with K9 it was clear from the outset that it was a strategy used to bolster existing decks that prominently featured level 5 monsters in its game plan. The most potent archetypes to be supported by K9 ended up
In Archetype Final Boss.
2 decks that effectively use their level 5 non-light monsters.
Yeah, you could probably say there's some gray area for those.
This was an accursed interaction that Big K thought they had managed to prevent by putting a restriction on some of the K9 monsters. The issue was that these restrictions were so piss weak that you could even make a Paradise within the archetype if the opponent had the gall of activating a monster effect in the hand during your turn. The September ban list saw the removal of Paradise Smasher from the game, but it's interesting to note that in other formats like Master Duel, Paradise was hit preemptively. Now Paradise Smasher may not be proof enough that product sales dictate the ban list, although it is interesting to note that Paradise was reprinted in Justice Hunters and even given a collector's rare upgrade, so it seems like Big K were all too happy to endorse this floodgate if it meant people bought Juhu just for K9. Now, what really reveals their intent is looking at what else was hit on the ban list in September. It was well established that all 3 of the Juhu decks were extremely potent right from the get-go, and with Doom of Dimensions looming on the horizon, promising more support for the 3 of them, a hit to them, even just a minor consistency hit, would be more than warranted as the decks were extremely tough to beat with traditional strategies. On September 12th, Duelers checked the updated list to see no direct hits to any of the archetypes debuting in Juhu. Mostly, the hits were to the most popular floodgates.
Are we surprised?
Being Paradise and Arclight. But what was particularly
I don't know, this doesn't feel like it's saying anything new.
These were cards that were not included in Juhu, but still facilitated some of the most effective play from K9, and it became abundantly clear that the K9 cards themselves had a veil of protection on them because they were too new. Further supporting this theory is the fact that Inclusion, Raisin, and Stake Your Soul all went back to 3 just 2 ban lists later, when Jokal and Case were both limited. And in fact, it wasn't even 2 ban lists later when the one in between was an emergency ban list readdressing a slew of floodgates that they had missed. For a large majority of Yu-Gi-Oh players, this veil of protection is not news and won't catch anyone by surprise. There is a silent shared understanding that new cards don't get hit right from the get-go, even if they do deserve it. Observation number 2. Big K won't hit floodgates unless they gain significant attention.
It's not about worst takes, it's just nothing new. He even just said so. Like, what I'm saying is, he literally, it's not even a bad take or anything. Like, he's just like we were 15 minutes in the video and we're like, okay, he categorized floodgates, sure. You know, I'll just, you know, I could sit through that. But we're like, I don't know, what's next? You lost a dice roll, Sag.
2025 was clear enough proof of that. That specific ban list, being touted as one of the best for the health of the game, saw the exclusive banning of 7 of the most degenerate cards of the format, 6 of which being floodgates. But the list seemed a little bit funny. Why was it released less than a month after the previous? If the intention was to ban the cards, why didn't they just announce them all in one big hit? Why separate them? It's because of why...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I gotta have myself.
Is feasibly one of the worst YCSs in terms of showcasing the state of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since those tier mirrors turned the playmats into a game of 90 card pickup. Almost every feature game was decided by the floodgates that would go on to appear on the October list. It seems clear to me that Big K didn't intend to ban those floodgates. They were quite content to let them continue on until it became abundantly clear at Anaheim where the game was going, and it had the potential to negatively impact their game's optics. My personal tinfoil hat theory is that emergency ban lists are avoided.
I don't see how this is like, I don't know, like waiting until they do something and then hitting them. I guess you could be like, oh, they should have been more proactive or something. But I don't know. I feel like, especially when like banning something, I'm sure there's like there's some red tape involved and all that stuff. There's some committee. You need evidence. You know, you can't just like willy nilly like, oh, like you're not just convinced. Like the player base has probably already figured it out, but there's probably you're probably convincing, you know, superiors. So I don't know, like you can interpret this different ways. I tend to lean towards they probably needed like evidence to go after these in the first place. But yeah, you could also say, oh, they should have been proactive. But I don't know. I'm part of the committee. I don't know. I don't think it's worth pursuing the cynical route in these instances, because at the end of the day, they did end up getting banned. Ideally, you would be proactive, but you know.
At all cost, because they appear to be an admission of fault, but they will be used if the situation demands it and there is no other recourse. The degenerate gameplay promoted by these cards featured on that ban list was a serious issue that needed to be addressed, and while I do appreciate Big K for actually addressing it, the fact that it wasn't addressed in the previous ban list a month earlier is rather telling. The idea that floodgates won't get
I don't think it really tells us anything. That's the where I kind of draw the line. But yeah, whatever. It ended up like it was pretty swift, I would say. Like their response time was a lot faster. So like I think that's there's something to be said about that, you know. Whatever. We're just gonna. I mean, he started bringing up tinfoil.
Also means that lesser floodgates like Shen Shen or Scary Moth simply won't see banlist consideration until they have the means of being exploited by a top deck. And that brings me to
Are we surprised?
They really seem to want to keep as few cards on the ban list as possible. Why would they go to the effort of errata problematic link monsters like Firewall Dragon and Summon Sword?
This Firewall Dragon being errata is like I think this is a no-brainer. This is like an ace monster. Shueisha is probably not happy that this card, you know, featured in the anime is like not legal for play. Like there's more stakeholders than just Konami. Konami's just licensing this game. What was the original Firewall Dragon effect? Basically, there's no hard once per turn. You could revive it. So basically, so it says once while face up on the field to add cards equal to the co-link. That effect is intact. But if you revived that same copy of Firewall, you could do it again. Additionally, you could summon any monster from hand. Not just one Cybers monster. And that was not once per turn at all. So you could just summon from hand. You basically let's say this is in the middle monster zone. If something got linked off, that's not a token, and once sent to the grave, you can summon a guy from hand. And then if that guy got linked off, you trigger Firewall Dragons again, and then summon another guy from hand repeatedly. What's it called? So there were Goki. If you're familiar with Gokis, if you paid attention to those new Goki cards that were released, if you didn't, that's fine. The point is, those guys added other copies of Gokis to their hand, so you could replenish. Basically, you link them off. They add a card. You special summon what you add, and then you know it took a while before there was like a replenishing engine. There was also Dandelion, I think. I don't know. That was kind of balls. So like, yeah, you could like, if you could provide the fodder to replenish your hand or whatever, you could just summon them all from hand, and you would link climb in the meantime. Not very Firewall card allow additional stuff to happen instead of blocking it. Yeah. So this took a while to get banned too. And I think there was red tape associated with its ban too, because this is like an iconic card. I don't know who got banned first, but like, just for the record, he's trying to say like, oh, they want to unban things as much as possible. I don't think that's true. They usually have one errata a year. I forgot which product they pair with it. That's just something the OCG does. So that's probably following the same pattern. I think Summon Sork was part of that product. But that's something people don't really pick up on. Was it Valuable Book? I don't think it was Valuable Book. I don't know. It's a product that happens yearly.
When they could just leave them on the ban list as is. Why would they feel the need to unban certain cards just to put them back on the list a little bit later when it turns out they were still just as toxic as they were when you banned them in the first place?
I think that's fine. That's just the purpose of a ban list, right? It's a little cringe that like the decision probably should have been made in the first place. But if they have the flexibility to ban it again, then sure. They did that with Okay, like Sixth Sense and Snatch Steal were kind of like, what the fuck? Sixth Sense was obviously unbanned for Legendary Collection Joey's World, because it came in that, and they ended up banning it later. Got errata alongside with Plush Fire. Oh yeah, that Plush Fire errata. I don't think it needed one, but whatever.
Why do all the ban lists seemingly run parallel numbers of bans and unbans? Why couldn't the hits to problematic cards outnumber the releasing of allegedly unproblematic cards? Maybe it's an optics thing. Like having a ban list with several hundred cards looks like the card designers don't know what they're doing. And we know for
Again, he's like assigning these weird, like, I don't like this at all. I think like this game has like a lot of like interactions that just like, I think it's kind of natural that there's no rotation. So I think that is a natural course of this game because of how broken it is. That like you're gonna receive a bunch of shit on the ban list.
fact, that can't be the case. Regardless of what their rationale is, it's definitely obvious that there are steps taken to make sure the ban list doesn't get too bloated. Based on these observations, it seems exceedingly unlikely that...
I don't know. I don't think he like makes a good case for that. It only makes sense if you already believe this. And buff my boy Officer Trudge, yeah.
All floodgates, or even most floodgates, will be banned overnight. It'll most likely be specific avenues of card design, or lapses in card design as the case may be, that'll push specific floodgates onto the chopping block, while some will...
Also, like, TCG is the one that's more proactive with banning these. Like, I think we finally got D-Barrier banned and Harpy's Featherstorm. I think Harpy's Featherstorm was a proactive ban, if I remember. I don't think MD has done it, though. Right? Like, MD allows a lot of weird shit.
We'll avoid it altogether.
The future of floodgates. Alright, what...
Success of both of these methods, errata floodgates and outright banning them, is also entirely predicated on the notion that no more floodgates are to be printed. And this ultimately leads to a harsh truth that I think needs to be understood. Floodgates will never disappear entirely. They just won't. There will always be floodgates in a game because it is a fundamental card design in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's existed from the very beginning with cards like Thousand Eyes Restrict and Swords of Revealing Light floodgating attacks, and as recently as Blazing Dominion, where we have a field spell with its own little Abyss Dweller-like effect, and now from Chaos Origin, we've got 2 more cards confirmed. A trap that can search any continuous trap from the deck, and a new Invoked Fusion that offers invoked players yet another floodgate option.
Oh, this is recent.
All that's ultimately changing is the philosophy behind why those cards are printed. For example, Dracotale's free agent support they were given in Duad, Secretarian Dragon, seems to have been justified as a floodgate because it is a floodgate that answers the deck it was made for, and very little else.
This is fake as fuck. It is a floodgate, but like in the mirror, it's definitely important in the mirror, but like you can't just summon this and expect to win the Dracotale mirror. Of course, if you back it up with a whole ass board, you could probably win, but this card's best. This card does everything though. The special summon from Grave is so good. Whenever I summon this card, that was 90% of the time I was doing.
It works because it's easy to summon within the archetype. It's got utility as well as being a floodgate, and it provides a clear answer in the mirror. But the card is balanced by the fact that it is a very easy superploy target. It is outable in the mirror with Pan, and it actively weakens itself with banished cards, for some lore reason, I presume. This type of floodgate, while still nasty in specific game states, is fairer by a mile than the floodgates in formats past that fulfill the same role, like Fluundery's M-Pen. And ultimately, if floodgates are here to stay...
I wouldn't call this fair, though.
I think the best avenue forward is to endorse this type of design, where the floodgate has its own specific weaknesses that can be exploited, and there has to be a built-in justification for it to exist at all. Honestly, I think deliberately putting in those little Death Star holes into a card's design can make for some interesting board states. I can't believe I'm about to go to bat for one of the most despised cards in recent Yu-Gi-Oh! Memory, but I will give credit to Cash Tira Arise Heart. I think that was a card that had extremely subtle Death Star holes poked into its design. The fact that the card mandatorily activated every single time a card was banished was actually one of the best examples of subtly introducing a weakness into a card, especially when you factor in that it was printed in the same set as Triple Tactics Thrust. Okay, hear me out. I'm not at all justifying Mindhacker. That shit is literally proof of history repeating itself with K9 and Paradise Smasher, where they really want to walk up to the
I don't think this was like ever mentioned, and like I don't think he needs to defend himself against Mindhacker. This is like has no relevance. Like he's just like maybe I mean okay, there's gonna be someone in the chat being like, oh, dumb enough to say like, oh, you're justifying the. I don't think this defense is required, but whatever. this is whatever. I think he had something with the Rise Heart. The interesting thing about Rise Heart, it doesn't actually have self-protection. It does if you do play Prod Prosperity for the stupid Link 1. Free Diablo, I want to play with Cash? Hell nah.
Paint of an extremely problematic card and dare themselves to get as close as possible without touching it, only to end up being covered in it. Yes, a Rise Heart was a floodgate for sure, but weirdly enough, because of the nature of its various effects, it means that if you opened a card like Mind Control, Change of Heart, TTT, either of them, hell, even Electric Virus, and you attempted to take control of it,
You can discard this card to the graveyard. I'd like to see that.
the Cash Zero player would have to either use a Rise Heart's effect to banish itself face down, or risk giving you the means of cracking their entire board by threatening a Zeus. And after Mindhacker got banned and a Rise Heart went to 1, if the Cash Zero
I don't think that actually worked out the way people thought it does, because then the Rise Heart will trigger when that Mind Control goes to the grave, and then that triggers your other guys or something like that. Like, hold on, let's replay that.
either use a Rise Heart's effect to banish itself face down, or risk giving you the means of cracking their entire board by threatening.
No, this doesn't work as what. This doesn't work the way this guy thinks it does. Like, okay, if it's a Rise Heart by itself, sure, but that's not always the case. Yeah, like a Rise Heart will trigger when Change of Heart gets banished, and then you trigger all their bullshit. It's not that free.
Zeus. And after Mindhacker got banned and a Rise Heart went to 1, if the Cash Zero player banished their own Rise Heart face down to avoid you stealing it, it effectively removed it from the game altogether, as there were no conventional ways to retrieve it. Obviously, this example only works because a Rise Heart did go to 1, and Mind Control and Change of Heart were both at 1.
However,
and you still had
Canine
to
Lupus on
Most
Rise
technical
Heart.
cards that have these weaknesses are an avenue of exploring. It's not good enough to have a Floodgate be hard to achieve, as we've seen with cards like S0 and Red Dragon Arc and Calamity.
This card is also bullshit, but for a while it was not that great. The only reason why I feel like this card does it, like, again, I don't think it like this card was bullshit because you could OTK on the turn after you summon this guy. This guy is very self-defeating because he gains 1000 attack when you have Xyz material per Xyz material, and you're forced to detach. So at most he gets like 3000, and then he goes back down to 2000. So if you set a monster, you could theoretically get rid of this. Like, this card isn't that too bad. It's the fact that you can OTK afterwards. And I think it was Ignite combo that would set this up with Argent Force. They would like Beatrice, dump, summon Gaia Charger, add back Argent Force, and then I forgot what they would rank up into Zexal. And because they were threatening a Pendulum summoning to follow turn, then it's like, then this is egregious. Similarly with Calamity. And now people don't remember the time before OTKs were like the following turn, but like that was what held this card back. The fact that we couldn't OTK afterwards, after you summon it. Now it's commonplace, so I don't know if anyone Utopic Zero sounds like a nightmare. It was like the game, it aged really badly. It's still, I don't think it's like a well-designed card, to be honest, but it's a combination of things that makes this card really, really fucking egregious.
The speed of the game caught up to them and allowed them to be summoned with laughable ease. These just end up being silly instant win buttons that will inevitably be banned, so why not just rip off the band-aid now? S0 and Calamity are gone, so why is Kali Yuga allowed to continue to exist when it does exactly the same thing? We can also see examples of the Floodgate card design constantly evolving and changing. Let's take, for instance, Summon Limit. If you played in the last few years, you should know Summon Limit, particularly during Snake Eyes format, where it saw the most play because nothing really ends a turn like surprising your opponent after their second summon with an unsearchable Floodgate that puts them under vanities. Now obviously that card has been deemed too unfair to play, and it's been banned since 2024, but surprisingly that card is part of a series, all with Summon in their name, all following the narrative of this little green dino thing, and all centering around floodgating summons in a variety of ways. Summon Limit itself was first printed in 2008, but the first addition to this little green dino guy's lore was in 2013 when Summon Breaker was printed. To be honest, I think this card's actually quite decent. It's actually banned in Duel Links right now because it was able to be placed with Ghost Trick Renovation as your opponent was about to commit their third summon. And obviously, Duel Links isn't TCG, but the way the card is used can still apply in both formats, I think. If this card can be placed face up on the field with a card like Renovation, the Mize of the Land, or Metaverse, that ends up being way more disruptive than Summon Limit. Some absolute madman was running Metaverse and Breaker in a strike.
It's also, Duel Links has no main phase 2. I feel like they should have mentioned that, because that card only floodgates you, turns it into end phase if you don't enter battle phase. You can still summon. It's still like forcing you to commit to battle before you do your combo. But I think he failed to mention that, which is a very important distinction.
Big listed original recently, so there is potential here. Following that up in 2019, we get Summon Over, which is just straight ass. Every so often, big K prints some cards where both players have agency over the effect. Some see success like Chicken Game, mostly because the card gets removed before the opponent even gets a chance to use it. But most of them will end up like Way Where There's a Will or Hidden Springs of the Far East. Two cards I can very easily forgive you for not knowing, as they were packed full of commons. Summon Over is slightly more proactive in removing your opponent's board, but that's what's so weird about it. You'd never use it going first, as you're just giving your opponent the means of breaking your own board, and you wouldn't use it going second, as it requires 6 different summons before you even get the field wipe. This has nothing to do with the Floodgate discussion, by the way. I just don't behind this card at all. The newest addition to this weird little dino story comes in Blazing Dominion with Summon Shock, and is much more of a stretch to declare a floodgate than some of the cards we've discussed already. As Summon Shock is mandatory in its activation, it means that it's essentially a ticking time bomb that hits the entire field instead of just the turn player's opponent. In theory, you could still make an argument that this still qualifies as a floodgate because your opponent is hindered with a great restriction that prevents them from amassing a significant field presence. But I would also argue that this card is very unlikely to see play because it's just too fair. Maybe Trap Tricks or some similar deck that just ignores the nuke this card causes every 4 summons might find some use in this, but it's certainly way more manageable than Breaker or Limit. But if these cards don't see play, it provides the card designers the intel to know that if they do want to make a floodgate that will sell, they need to tweak it more towards the power level of Limit or Breaker and less towards Over and Shock. We don't necessarily need floodgates that outright kill themselves like Vanity's Emptiness, but I think we need card design that could allow for potentially volatile and devastating consequences for the duelist using them. So, to sum up, as players, we don't have the agency to affect the ban list or future card design, so the whole ban or floodgates thing is far from certain. But if floodgates are inevitable, I think the best that we can hope for is that the old busted floodgates get banned sooner rather than later, even if it means some unpleasant formats and some boring YCS streams. But more importantly, I think we can hope that modern card design evolves to make them more palatable. Is there some facet of this debate that I've missed? What's the next floodgate that needs to be banned most urgently? Let me know in the comments below, and I'll see you next time.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It was okay. I don't know. Like, it was just bringing up examples of floodgates, but I don't know if it really, like, I guess the categorization was interesting, but I feel like this is meant for, like, a general audience. As in, like, The Boys is an awful show. 2.1 million views, brother. You're gonna argue with those people? I'm kidding. I'm curious to see how The Boys ends. I haven't watched season 5. But I thought like the season 4 finale was pretty interesting. I wasn't a huge fan of season 4 just because this is like a lot of a lot of stretching, like of and there's like a lot of get out of jail free cards that the characters experience that's just like kind of takes me out. But obviously we wouldn't have a show if they just immediately got cooked. But yeah, I'll watch the new season soon. I'm gonna wait for it to end and then I'll take a look. Saying ban all floodgates sounds like a one hell of a slippery slope when your definition of floodgate is anything that stops you from doing something you would normally be able to do. That's not what he said. He said there's a spectrum. That would include Ash Blossom. What are you talking about? The whole point of the spectrum thing he described is to avoid this rigid definition. Okay, dude. Dragon Capture Jar. Ash is like, no, I mean the person just like invented an argument the person never said. Anime will be announced on 27th. Oh, nice. All right, I think I'm gonna call it. Thank you for joining me. I will. Oh, KBJ is on. We will say hi to the ferret. Kabaja. My body's aging, can't go for 10 hours. I wasn't planning on streaming that long. I was literally planning on just like I woke up like a few hours before OCG time, so I'm just like, well, fuck it. I guess I'll go online. I was literally gonna do a 1 hour stream with with OCG times, but I got caught up in the I got caught up in the React vortex. We got through a decent amount. I'll do my climb later. I don't know if it's today. I just there's some things I want to take care of, but also I want to eat lunch before I do. But okay, thank you for streaming. You're welcome. I don't know what else I'm have in mind. Oh yeah, Sunday I'll be on Genmu's channel climbing. That's in 2 days. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be streaming, but I'll be on her channel. All right, bye-bye. Thank you for joining. Have a good one. Eat a Doritos taco, sure. Just for you.